Then I went to Douluo. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 826, Ending. The spiritual power turned into an irresistible blade through the air, gently slashing along the weak point marked by the soul guide. So the transparent shadow in the field of vision was easily broken into pieces, becoming fragments that could not be pieced together no matter what. This is also the correct use of soul cracking, the spiritual wave used 10,000 years ago. It was just because he still had mercy in his heart. After realizing this, Tang San realized how ridiculous he was when he attacked in anger, how he was complacent about killing him with a sword, and how he thought that outsiders were just like that. He never took it seriously. Because when the existence that they need to look up to for a lifetime gets serious, it is their disaster. Just like the God King's attack, it is equivalent to an irresistible natural disaster for mortals. Once he gets serious, it is a disaster that can destroy the entire universe. But the trembling from the soul told him again. It's too late. The pain of a cracked soul is unbearable, let alone being cut into pieces in a cracked soul. It is tantamount to the torture of slow slicing. However, the young man with a rather cold smile did not intend to completely kill him with one blow. As the one who was suffering from the pain of soul rupture at this moment, he felt it most clearly. Even at this moment, he still wanted to play with himself and suffer. This made him powerless and extremely desperate. At a certain moment in the past, when he cut the young man with his sword, he also had such a similar thought. Would the young man who was powerless to resist and died under his sword also despair? But now everything proves that he has always been just a jumping clown. Jidong and Lai Yan's power has something to do with his soul, so after feeling Tang San's current state, their expressions changed. They stretched out their hands on Tang San's back, one on the left and one on the right, and used their own divine power to help Tang San resist the cutting of the soul rupture, but the effect was minimal. Although the continued damage of the soul rupture was stopped, it was impossible to completely offset the impact of the soul rupture. And this was still the outsider who had been sealed by them with the power of the five godheads. If the outsider who was still in the perfect state before fought with them with the current attitude, I dare not imagine it, and I can't imagine it at all. Now, a soul crack after the blessing of soul attraction has already held back three god kings. Apart from the soul-born Tang Liu who needs to continuously output soul power, there are three martial souls Tang Liu with full combat power who are eyeing them covetously. So the god of destruction and the goddess of life naturally stood up without hesitation at this time. But the two Tang Lius flying in the air looked at them rushing out, just curled their lips and said, "You're sealed to have some impact on me, but it's a pity that you are far from strong enough to see my exhaustion." Tang San, who had been enduring the soul crack, immediately mobilized the power of Jidong and Lai Yan after hearing this, and then raised the Shura sword and used the sword of judgment of the three realms again. With the god realm center, he can freely communicate with the power of other god kings. So the power of the god of destruction and the goddess of life was also immediately attracted and attached to the sword of judgment of the three realms. He endured the pain of soul cracking and swung the sword to cut down. This was a desperate attack. But the three identical blue-haired youths in the air just sneered. At the same time, they said, "The boring battle should end." Then, the youth standing in the void blue-silver emperor formation held up the gorgeous blue-gold vine in his hand. The fourth black soul ring broke away and nested on the void blue-silver emperor. His low voice sounded between heaven and earth. The sound of the wind caressing the blue-silver. "Has the void ever heard it?" he said. Purification. A beautiful figure appeared between heaven and earth. She had crystal blue hair and a gentle smile on her face. She sat diagonally in the void, and her white clothes outlined her graceful figure. She reached out and gently held a blue gold grass. Tang San, who was swinging the sword, suddenly looked dazed. Because the shadow was Yin, his mother. The shadow only appeared for a moment. Then it turned into a flash of light between heaven and earth. The vision became blank in the light, and it suddenly felt as if a breeze was blowing past. When the vision recovered, the sword of judgment of the three realms had completely disappeared. Void spirit, purification. Clear all soul skills. The soul spell advanced skill that easily helped them defeat Shui Binger back then. It did not bring nostalgia. Instead, it brought heavy despair. Because the next moment, another huge void spirit blue-silver emperor rose from the ground, blooming a cloud-like blue halo that passed over their bodies in an instant. The breath of the void spirit purifies soul skills and bans attack soul skills. From this time on, they could no longer use any attack skills. And the young man in the formation was still whispering. He said, "Exile, void spirit, exile." With the user's thoughts, the target is upgraded or reduced in dimension. And when it falls on them, it is naturally a dimensional reduction that can no longer affect this world, and everything in this world can have a huge impact on them. After the negative state is maxed out, it is the final general attack. Tang Liu, who is surrounded by blue-black soul rings, smiled, and the 4th and 6th soul rings lit up at the same time. Haolan, recovery, let the 4 Tang Lius return to their best state. Haolan, boundless, the soul power of the 4 Tang Lius is endless in a short period of time. Soul Bone Tang Liu stomped his feet heavily, and the huge yin-yang fish covering half of Douluo star started again. Black and white colors overflowed, and the world was completely colorless at this moment, and everything turned into monotonous black and white. Only the 4 Tang Lius were left with color in this monotonous world. That mysterious and extraordinary indigo. Finally, Tang Liu, who was holding the clear sky hammer, had his 1st and 9th soul rings light up at the same time. The power of the clear sky hammer made this small iron hammer that could be picked up with one hand increase in size rapidly until it turned into a heavy hammer held in both hands. He carried it on his shoulder, and in the bright light of the 9th blood-red soul ring, he laughed and said, "One hammer replaces the world." Then he raised his hand and swung it. It was a loud roar that made the whole world fall into a roar. In the perception of the 5 god kings, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. The consciousness was completely trance, as if they had died once without knowing it. When they opened their eyes again, they were no longer on Douluo star. Instead, they were in the endless universe outside. They could only look at the Douluo star in front of them, which turned into a black and white Douluo star. But the voice of the blue-haired young man still rang in their ears. One hammer, the stars move, another violent roar sounded. The Douluo star that was clearly in front of them just now was no longer visible. Even the sun in the distance seemed to be no longer in its original position. Everything was in motion, and in this moment of trance, they no longer knew where the Douluo star had gone. Time seemed to have suddenly moved forward a lot, and they were unaware of it. But the voice of the outsider rang again. The world is reversed. Consciousness was trance again for a moment. When they looked again, Tang San was gone. On Douluo star, Haoshan Tang Liu, whose 8th soul ring was shining, looked at Tang San, who was pulled back, and sneered and said the last 4 words of the 8th soul skill, polar chaos. What would it look like if everything was turned upside down? Tang San felt that everything he saw now was what everything would look like after it was turned upside down, including himself. His hands seemed to have become feet, and his head seemed to be no longer in its original position. In this state where everything was in chaos, he could no longer make any moves. Because he was still alive, it was already a miracle. He watched the 3 Tang Lius in the air all turn into a beam of light and merge back into the young man in the large formation on the ground. Watching him step back half a step, 28 soul rings rose up at his feet at the same time. He leaned back, and when he raised his hand, an illusory spear quietly emerged and was tightly held in his hand. In an instant, a large number of soul rings on his body flashed. Blue light rose from the ground of the whole world, and soon submerged him, trying to exclude him from Douluo star. But he was frozen by the power of the yin-yang fish, so in the end, only a human-shaped gap was left on the blue light curtain. That's it. Tang Liu made a move to prepare for the throw, and his eyes were full of coldness when he looked at him. You sealed my power. Today I will also sever your authority as gods, the control of the spirit, the hiding of the spirit, the protection of the spirit, the breath of the spirit, the chant of the spirit, and the silence of the spirit were all attached to the blue-silver spirit emperor spear. Just like the decisive battle 10,000 years ago. But this time, the 5 golden spirit rings on his body also flashed. That was the causal power of the million-year-old dragon. The causal chain, the colorful silk thread emerged from the tip of the spear, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through Tang San's heart and continued to run away. The causal chain was broken, and the countless causal silk threads connected to the God King were all broken. Then countless silk threads gathered to Tang Liu himself, providing him with infinite karma and merit power, which is the causal aggregation. And finally, the strongest attack spirit skill that burst out countless merit power. The causal merit pagoda. Everything. Under the spear he threw the blue-silver spirit emperor spear wrapped with infinite power. And the spear pierced Tang San's heart in an instant. But he was not killed. Because what was really hit was the blood-red phantom that separated from his body at the moment the spear was launched. The phantom was completely shattered under the invincible spear. And even the other 4 god kings far away in outer space were pierced through the heart by the spear at the same time at this moment. There was no pain, because what was shattered was their authority as gods. Since there was no power, would gods still be gods? And this was a more intense torture than letting them fall directly. After throwing this spear, Tang Liu's whole body suddenly ignited with blazing fire. But in the next moment, a golden light flashed on his torso, and all the karmic damage disappeared without a trace, and had nothing to do with him anymore. Immune to cause and effect. The young man's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. He just looked coldly at the frightened Tang San, and recovered all the yin and yang forces covering the planet. He said, "From now on, Douluo star." Then he raised his hand and wiped it, and Tang San's figure disappeared in the blue light. It was unknown where he was teleported to. Coincidentally, the blue light had already enveloped the entire Douluo star, including the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers outside Douluo star. Gods are forbidden to go, the young man's calm voice resounded through the world. And it was not only the creatures of Douluo star who heard it, but also the distant god realm. At this moment, all the coldness, anger, and murderous intent on his face disappeared without a trace. He just curled his lips. He glanced at the ground. After making sure that someone down there was no longer looking at this place, he raised his hand and casually pulled at his chest. The 5-color halo was easily pulled out. Crushed to pieces. It's late, but now we're finally ended. Doge 3000 words, barely a 2-in-1 chapter, otherwise the second ending would not be available to everyone until tomorrow. Doge, the author has too little free time to catch up on experiments and homework. Wow. QWQ, there are a few epilogues later, and it is not until Hao goes to the god realm that the plot of the second part of Douluo is officially completed. After that, it will be a big transition before Douluo III, the legend of the god realm. Friends, please look forward to it. Thank you to the friends who voted for recommendation. See you tomorrow. The new introduction and new cover of the third part of Douluo are in preparation, and will be available to everyone soon. Thank you all little angels for your continued support. You are the biggest motivation for the author to update, yet. Chapter 827 Tang Hao and Tang Hao. That was undoubtedly a battle worth recording in history. A casual move seemed to be able to make Douluo continent disappear. But how could that be possible? Even the title Douluo who was said to be able to move mountains and fill the sea, or even the ultimate Douluo who could replace several title Douluos, even an ultimate Douluo like him with the 3 soul cores of complementary yin and yang, could not reach such a level. Is this the power that gods can achieve? No, even those god kings could not do it. Whether it was the blue light covering the world or the yin and yang fish that stretched for tens of millions of miles under his feet, they were all means that were beyond the cognition of the god kings. Unimaginable means. The blue-haired young man who caused all this. After saying the very exciting god slander is forbidden, he just walked slowly towards the wall of Xingluo City in the void. A layer of blue star veil appeared on his face at some point, completely covering his handsome and compelling appearance. So even though he was the focus of everyone's attention at this moment, no one could see the expression on his face. They just stared with wide eyes, excited and reverently watching him slowly walk over, just like what he looks like now. Hao looked at Tang Hao and the tall white tiger guards covered in armor whose materials he couldn't understand. If the timing wasn't right, he would have wanted to ask how the armor was made. And before, those steel birds kept flying in the sky. It's not that he hadn't tried to use mental detection to explore the structure of those mysterious machines. Just like he did in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. But the mental detection, which was always effective, failed when it approached those steel machines. He had no regrets about this. He just thought, maybe the world is changing again. Last time, the Sun Moon Empire brought soul-guided weapons. The era of cold weapons dominated by Tang Sect's hidden weapons ended at that time, and Tang Sect also began to decline from that time. And this time, the change reminded him of the scenes he had seen before, and his expression became weird. But anyway, the blue-haired young man came to the top of the city wall. The Xingluo court officials around him bowed down again. He saw Tang Hao was the first to approach the blue-haired youth, and he was also the only one allowed to approach the blue-haired youth. The heavily armored white tiger guards used their tall iron bodies to build a wall to isolate all the people around them. And the blue eye lights on their helmets seemed to focus the most on where he was. Hou tried his best to ignore their vigilance and precautions. After all, these white tiger guards had a record of injuring a god not long ago, and he didn't think he could get any advantage from these soldiers. He just looked at the white tiger guards, the blue-haired youth and Tang Hao who were surrounded by them. He heard Tang Hao say, "National Master." The blue-haired youth just raised his hand to stop him. "I won't respond to you until you take care of your own family affairs." Tang Hao smiled bitterly. Yes, not sure if it was an illusion, Hou found that the blue-haired youth seemed to look in his direction. But because of the star veil, no one could see his true expression. After the blue light flashed, the youth and the surrounding white tiger guards disappeared. At this time, Elders One came over with his senior brothers and sisters. Bibai raised her hand and pressed his shoulder, whispering, "Junior brother, Wu Tong." Hou shook his head at him. "Big brother, don't worry." He looked at Tang Hao who was walking towards him and said, "I will find her. But before that, there is still something unfinished. A personal matter. It is also something that must be settled." Hou can fly with hundreds of people at a rapid speed with his own soul power. And now he is only taking a few people, and the place he is going is not far from Douluo city. Soon, the magnificent Duke's mansion came into view. And this is the scene he has not seen again for more than 10 years. Tang Hao was standing beside him. Seeing this, he suddenly said, "The Sun and Moon Empress God of War sees me as an enemy." She had already decided to bombard this Duke's mansion with artillery fire. But unfortunately, this mansion is really called the National Master's Mansion. It has been protected by the power of the National Master for 10,000 years, so her folly will never come true. Concentrating on controlling the soul shield to fly forward, Hou thought for a long time before saying, "Really?" He didn't say much, but the anxiety he had been feeling along the way finally dissipated. War is cruel, so when he came out of retreat and knew that only Douluo city was left in the Douluo Empire, the worry and fear about the small grave in his hometown turned into absolute rationality and anger when he faced Zhu later. The anger was because she broke her promise and might destroy his mother's resting place. The rationality was that he was determined to make Zhu withdraw her troops, and only asked her to withdraw her troops. But if things did not develop in this direction, he was already prepared to fight to the death. Even if the ending was to perish together, and to perish together, perhaps there would be casualties. Until this moment, the Duke's mansion appeared intact in front of him. Until he finally arrived in front of the square tomb. But the small tomb in his memory is no longer a simple stone pestle. Someone has renovated it. Hou glanced at the silent man beside him and asked, "Did you do it?" Tang Hao just nodded, walked to the square tomb, half knelt down, and reached out to wipe the slightly dusty tombstone. Muttering, "The front line needs generals, the court needs marshals, and the palace needs the White Tiger Duke. Only here can I be Tang Hao for a short time. Not the commander respected by the soldiers, not the lord feared by the courtiers, not the master flattered by the servants. It's just that I promised her when she was young that I would be her husband and marry her." He smiled and shook his head. "But I must be a general, a marshal, and a White Tiger Duke. My mission is to train the army well so that the national teacher can have someone to use. Sitting at the border of the empire, don't let the national teacher down. Guard this Duke's mansion, because it is the residence of the national master." I thought my mission was noble enough, so I thought I had enough time. But she couldn't wait for me. I don't even know how she is, and I don't even know that she gave birth to you for me. He stood up and turned to look at the silent black-haired young man. "Sorry, child." Then he said, "Do you hate me?" Hou looked at the tombstone. Yes. Tang Hao showed a trace of bitterness on his face. But he was not surprised or disappointed about it, just nodded lightly. Because this is what he should do. And the young man continued, "At least in the past." Tang Hao looked at him. Hou also looked at him. "The me who just escaped from the Duke's mansion, the me who lost my mother and brother, the me who was caused by you and the Duchess." He glanced coldly in the direction of the imposing Fu Wei. "I hate you, and I hate everything in this Duke's mansion." He sneered again. "If it were me at that time, I would probably want to see all of you buried under the orange artillery fire. Standing on the ruins of the Duke's mansion, under the broken walls are the ashes of all of you. This is the scene I want to see in my dreams, thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation." See you tomorrow. The dog author finally caught up with the experimental progress that he owed before, but the update is still late again. Cyrillic letter Z. Chapter 828 Tang Hao, Ho Yu Hao, and Dai Yuns. Ho Yu Hao, if you have anything to say, just come to me. Don't go too far. When Tang Hao was still silent because of Ho Yu Hao's words, a voice suddenly sounded. It came from behind. Ho Yu Hao and Tang Hao looked at the same time. The one who spoke was none other than Dai Huolbin. He clenched his fists tightly, looked stubborn, stared at Ho Yu Hao and said, I remember, you are the kid back then. Dai Hao also stared at him, you know. Then when he was about to walk towards Dai Huolbin, Ho Yu Hao sneered and said, remember. Then he said something that made Dai Hao cold all over. Then can you also remember who ordered the servants to beat my mother half to death? Ho Yu Hao's smile was still cold, but his tone was getting weaker and weaker. She then fell ill and died not long after. I was only about 10 years old at the time, and what about you at that time? If you didn't have the status brought by the White Tiger bloodline, would you still be so arrogant and domineering, and take human lives so lightly? It's not worth mentioning to you, but it easily took away my blood relatives. He turned around, knelt in front of the tombstone, raised his hand and gently stroked the name engraved on it, Ho Yuner. He said, and I can't even give her a decent burial place. Dai Liu walked quickly to his side, knelt in front of the tomb with him, and put one hand on his back. Brother Dai Huolbin was stunned, and subconsciously looked at Dai Hao who was standing there. He only saw that his eyes had turned red. Dai Hao looked at Dai Yaoheng again, you know too. Dai Yaoheng, who had been silent for a long time, smiled bitterly at this time. Not long after Aunt Yun died, he disappeared. Father, Dai Hao suddenly interrupted him, kneel down. Dai Yaoheng was also stunned. The man, who was still in military uniform, suddenly became furious and stern. Kneel down. Then he looked at the two young men kneeling in front of him in silence, and was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Finally, as if he was suddenly tired, he turned his back to them and didn't look at them again. But when he turned around, he saw the black-haired young man in front of the tomb stood up, turned around and showed an extremely ironic smile. Auntie Yun? You call her so nicely? Dai Liu held his arm and looked at him with a worried look. Ho Yu Hao smiled and patted his shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Then he looked at Dai Hao, then at the sky, and murmured, I can only say. Fortunately, I am not completely unfortunate. He showed a happy smile from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, I still have a very good brother. He put his gaze back on Dai Hao, who was stunned, and said with a smile, before, I didn't understand why he told me that I didn't need to hate you. Now I finally understand. Because you are in this position now, so powerful that it can make everything tremble, you are no longer worthy of being hated by me, he said lightly. If I want revenge, no one in this world can stop me. He turned around again and looked at the tombstone, but this debt will not be eliminated like this, and you will have to pay it back, and none of you can escape. So I will keep you, and let my mother and brother, my cherished and beloved blood relatives, decide whether to forgive you for what you have done. Like I told you before. If they finally decide they don't want to see you anymore, I don't care whether you live or die. Dai Hao just stared at the young man's back in a daze, and asked unconsciously, you said, you have a brother, but the young man just laughed twice. Take your time to guess. I won't tell you who he is, because the brother is just his brother. A little selfish. He just hopes that he is his brother. Not Dai Hao's son. Just his brother. The one who works day and night, dominates the world, and supports him. Ho Yu Hao was thinking secretly in his heart, and he heard the bitter voice of the man behind him. You are talking about Dai Yuns, right? Ho Yu Hao did not look back at him. The corners of his lips that were originally raised fell down. Seeing that he didn't speak, Dai Hao became more certain of his guess. Because Dai Yuns is the one appointed by the national teacher, the heir to the throne of the White Tiger Duke. Because of this, it was originally the national teacher who secretly reminded him. Thinking back at this moment, he actually felt a little enlightened. Then he smiled bitterly and asked, where's he now? Ho Yu Hao felt even worse and said coldly, just like you didn't believe him before, suspected that he had fallen into the evil spirit master, and denied everything he had done for so many years. I have no way to tell you where he is now and what he is doing, and you don't deserve to know. He has suffered so much injustice and insult because of the Duchess, and you are not allowed to pretend here now. Then he said absent-mindedly, obviously we all hate this place, but he has to endure the disgust and stay with you. I am cowardly and are not and don't want to come back, so he comes here to visit our mother every year on my behalf, and he thinks I don't know how good he is, and none of you deserve this." He turned around and looked coldly at Tang Hao behind him, as well as Dai Yuheng and Dai Huobin who were kneeling on the ground. "But our mother has fallen asleep, so I still have to bring you to him. Because he is my brother, the brother who taught me everything about you should be decided by him, and I will listen to him." Ho Yuheo stopped looking at them, waved his hand, and looked at the tombstone again. "But anyway, thank you for renovating my mother's tomb. But I won't be grateful or repay you, because this is what you should do." He paused, and finally said, "That's it," he said to Dai Luli. "Luli, take them away. They have been here long enough. If they stay any longer, they will disturb my mother's peace." Dai Luli didn't know what to say, so he just nodded, turned around and walked to Dai Hao, whispering, "Father, let's go." Dai Hao looked at the young man's back for a long time, and finally turned around. Without looking at Dai Yuheng and Dai Huobin who were kneeling on the ground, he walked straight past them and said, "What you did will be judged in court. Now, get up and leave here." Dai Yuheng and Dai Huobin's expressions changed, but they didn't dare to say anything more. They just lowered their heads and followed Dai Hao away. The young man in front of the tombstone did not react to this. Until everyone was far away in perception, he murmured, "Mom, don't blame me for being so heartless. I know you love him, but before he can be my father, I have to let you, my mother, get rid of the grievances from before." He paused for a long time, and even the eyes of life on his forehead opened. "You are looking at me and my brother, right?" There was another long silence. "You said you love us the most, so just think of it as for us, don't wrong yourself, okay?" Thank you to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829 and Shrek. Official business. It is something that must be faced after personal affairs are settled. That is also the case. Shrek Academy. Now it is a week after the Battle of Douluo City. Ho Yuheo also left Ho Yun'er's grave and returned to this academy that carries many of his memories and has not been seen for many years. Walking out of the space passage, he saw the familiar school gate. Stepping into it, passing the familiar playground, he could still see many students running around the edge from afar, wearing familiar iron clothes. Looking further, the familiar teacher was standing by the playground. She was still wearing the old mask, looking sternly at the students who were running and sweating. Ho Yuheo couldn't help but smile, and wanted to go up and say hello, but just as he took a step, his eyes turned, and he smiled and quietly left. They were running so hard, so he shouldn't go up and disturb them. What if Teacher Joe didn't let them run anymore? Wouldn't they be at a loss for working so hard? After walking all the way, they arrived at the familiar Sea God Lake. He did not teleport directly to the Sea God Island, but walked slowly step by step on the thin ice. Looking at the tranquil lake, he could not help but recall the Sea God Fate Blind Date conference a few years ago. That was definitely a day worth remembering for a lifetime. That day he suddenly lost his best brother. Then he gained his first love in life. Oh, can you say that? A smile appeared on his face unconsciously, and then slowly disappeared. He will find her again. As long as everything here is perfect. Unknown when, he had reached the shore of the Sea God Island. Following the path on it, he walked towards the ancient golden tree on the island. This section of the journey was not short, but he walked slowly and calmly. Until many years later, he stepped into the Sea God Pavilion again. It was also the same moment when he stepped into here. Several figures flashed in the Sea God Pavilion one after another. The first one to appear in front of Ho Yuheo was Xuanlao. Ho Yuheo looked at the Shrek warriors with relieved smiles on their faces, paused for a long time, and said, "Elders, I'm back, because returning to Shrek Academy and stepping into the Sea God Pavilion is to take over the inheritance. It is a business. It is also a responsibility to bear." Mu Lao sacrificed for him. He was looking forward to this day. And he should not let her down. So he said that when everything here is settled, he will go to find her. Half a day after the Battle of Douluo City, The advanced armies from the other two continents have successfully incorporated the entire Douluo continent into the territory of the Xingluo Empire. When in the old land of the Sun and Moon Empire, it was not without resistance from the Sun and Moon troops left behind. But under the absolute crushing of technology and force, and the Sun and Moon Palace that had long been destroyed by satellite artillery, under the demoralization of the army, the resistance did not achieve results. All were annihilated under the ruthless artillery fire of the Iron Bird. After the mysterious power took effect, the withered scorched earth gave birth to emerald green buds in the bright blue light. Most of the troops were stationed in the former Sun and Moon Empire to prevent any possible rebellion. On the other side of the Mingdao Mountains, the people of the former Douluo Three Kingdoms witnessed a magnificent sky island floating in the southern sky 1 month after the Battle of Xingluo City. It eventually stopped above the Xingluo Great Forest, which is also the center of Douluo continent. What's strange is that the fierce beasts in the Xingluo Great Forest never showed up, as if they were not dissatisfied with this sudden floating island. Driven by curiosity, many soul masters also flew into the sky, wanting to go to the island to find out. But even the titled Douluo had no news after that. It was as if they had disappeared. Then, a large number of people in strange clothes began to appear in various places on Douluo continent. They dispersed to various places where people gathered, whether in cities or remote villages in the mountains. And what they did was just register the information of everyone they met, and then gave each person something that looked like a wristband. At the same time, countless novel machines suddenly appeared on Douluo continent. They seemed to be everywhere, and wherever they passed, quite a number of buildings rose rapidly from the ground. All were built by these machines. Everything was changing quietly and rapidly without the original residents of Douluo continent noticing. The first thing the new machines built was roads, very wide roads built with materials never seen before. They dug tunnels through the mountains and built bridges across the rivers, gradually connecting all the cities like a big net. Soon after, there began to be four-wheeled, self-moving carriages carrying all kinds of resources. They were sent to all parts of the continent along these roads. Later, steel tracks were built, and long, snake-like, but clearly arranged trains began to travel quickly on the roads, transporting more resources. Those resources came from many places on Douluo continent that no one had ever noticed. Most of them were operated by those new machines, and only a few strangely dressed foreigners could be seen occasionally. All kinds of strange and weird things that had never been seen before naturally attracted the attention of many people, and many people would have bad intentions. But before the destruction and theft occurred, the iron birds that had appeared during the war always arrived just in time, as if they had foreseen the future. And along with them came soldiers in heavy armor. Of course, they were not the type of white tiger guards that had appeared during the Battle of Xingluo City. These were what Tang Hao and Xuanlao had seen and heard during their travels around the continent in recent days. Looking at all this, old Xuan sighed. The world is changing rapidly, so fast that it seems to have eliminated us old guys immediately. Hao looked at the world below where everything was rapidly becoming unfamiliar, thought for a moment, and said, "The emergence of new things is sometimes too cruel for the humans in the old world, but they seem to be very good at grasping this degree. People's lives are no different from before, but everything is rapidly becoming unfamiliar. Perhaps when they react, they have already completely integrated into this new world. They have to adapt, and they should not be unwilling to adapt." Old Xuan smiled. There are many things that came with a floating island that even old guys like us are full of praise. You see, the roads built by those things connect the scattered cities together. From then on, the world is no longer just a single city or village for ordinary people. In the past, most people only built social connections with their neighbors throughout their lives. But now, the world is becoming a small village, and strangers thousands of miles away may also become neighbors. In the past, only soul masters, or very powerful soul masters who can go anywhere at will, can do this. Xuanlao did not speak again, because now he was completely unable to describe the grand vision of the foreseeable future world. And he should be lucky enough to witness the emergence of all that with his own eyes. He smiled and said, "We have seen enough, we should go back." Okay. Without opening the space channel, they flew towards the direction of Shrek Academy relying on their soul power. By the way, do you remember the huge soul guide screen we saw when we passed through Xingluo City before? Xuanlao asked. Can you see its structure? I felt it there for a long time, and I didn't see any soul power fluctuations. And those machines don't seem to rely on soul power. Hao shook his head. Maybe soul power has also been eliminated, is that so? Zhuanlao was disappointed for a second or two, but then he smiled. But I am very interested in the pictures played on the soul guide screen. The other two continents. When you take the position of the head of the Sea God Pavilion, I will retire. I must go and see it in person then. Hou Yuhao paused for a long time and said, Master Zhuan, do you know the national master? What is his origin? What kind of person is he? Master Zhuan stroked his beard and smiled. I don't know much about this, but Master Mu grew up under the care of that senior, so maybe Master Mu should know. Oh, by the way, Long Xiaoyao was also brought up by that senior, you can also go and ask him. Hou Yuhao was stunned for a moment. Senior Long. Master Zhuan looked at him in surprise. Huh? Haven't I told you yet? Then he slapped his forehead and laughed. When you get older, your memory isn't that good. Go ask your senior brother Yan. He now spends most of his time with Long Xiaoyao to fulfill his filial duties. Ha ha ha, it must be said that this is quite unexpected news. But Hou Yuhao just smiled slightly and said no more. How to say it? This feeling of everything being quietly perfect and complete. Very good. The two of them flew in the air, chatting from time to time, and finally landed in front of the Sea God Pavilion together. While talking and laughing, they saw two white tiger guards in heavy armor, accompanied by Elder Song, Yan Shaos, and Xian Liner, walking towards them. Then one of the white tiger guards, with a faint blue eye light, swept over the two people in turn, and finally stopped at Elder Zhuan. A mechanized electronic voice came from under the tiger-headed helmet. Excuse me, are you the master of the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Zhuan? The Teodi Douluo? Elder Zhuan nodded. Yes. What can I do for you too? The white tiger guard raised his hand, revealing a blue rune held in his palm. We are here to convey the state master's order. A blue rune lit up and slowly floated up from his palm. Elder Zhuan's expression became serious, and he nodded and said, Please follow me into the Poseidon Pavilion to discuss this, but the white tiger guards refused. We are unknown people and are just messengers. Professionals will come to your school to discuss this with you later. It is inconvenient for us to stay here for long, so we will take our leave first. He nodded to Elder Zhuan, handed the blue rune to Elder Zhuan, and then moved away from the main entrance of the Poseidon Pavilion with another white tiger guard, and then flew directly into the air and disappeared. Hou Yuhao did not look at them, but stared at the blue rune in Elder Zhuan's hand. Elder Zhuan withdrew his gaze from the air and turned to the blue rune in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he raised his other hand and tapped it lightly. The rune projected a curtain of light. Words gradually appeared on the curtain. Notice. From now on, Shrek Academy will be renamed Shrek Imperial College. Poseidon Pavilion will be renamed and tentatively named Xingluo National Soul Master Supervision Bureau. Shrek City and Shrek Academy will need to relocate within 10 days. The address is to be determined. The rest will be subject to follow-up arrangements and notifications. Xingluo Imperial Palace, Wangxiang Hall announcement. Thank you to all the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. Chapter 830, Shrek and Poseidon Pavilion. What do you think? In the center of the conference table in the Poseidon Pavilion, the blue rune floated quietly. The words were still projected on the rune. The Poseidon Pavilion members sat around the wooden table, staring at the rune and the words projected on it. As soon as Elder Zhuan finished asking, Elder Song spoke up. Now that the Douluo continent has been unified, you all participated in the Battle of Xingluo City a few months ago, and witnessed with your own eyes the technology that far surpassed the soul guides of the Sun and Moon Empire. I'm sure you all know what kind of trouble the soul guides of the Sun and Moon Empire brought us. And the technology brought by Xingluo and Xingluo at that time seemed to be able to kill gods. No elder spoke for a while. Elder Song paused, then continued, in recent months, Xingluo has also shown us more of their advanced methods. And those are not for war, but for better people's livelihood. I think everyone should have seen the situation on the other two continents. Perhaps in the near future, Douluo continent will also become like that. A prosperous capital scene belonging to people. An old man said, before, we Shrek had an agreement with several empires. We do not belong to any country. We only stay in Shrek City to watch over the beasts in the starred-out Great Forest and guard our own piece of land. Before, several countries were wary of each other and had no time to pay attention to us. But now the continent has been unified, and the situation in which the countries once restrained each other no longer exists. Naturally, they will no longer allow us to be exceptions. After saying that, he smiled and said, "In fact, I don't care about this. Whether it is the name change of the academy or the name change of the Sea God Pavilion, it doesn't matter. It's just that relocation. If we leave, who will watch those beasts?" Old Song continued his words, "Presumably with their current technology, they don't have to be wary of those beasts anymore. Look at those white tiger guards. Although I didn't feel the soul power fluctuations from them, I am sure that any of them can easily take my life. And that floating island is now floating above the starred out great forest. Those beasts are still not moving, which is already very telling. The elder, I don't doubt whether they really have the strength to defeat the beasts head-on. What I worry about is that if there is no Shrek City as a defense line, what should we do if the starred out great forest launches another beast tide?" Elder Song thought for a while and said, "Send out those flying steel machines in the sky again." The elder smiled bitterly and said, "That means we will completely fall out with the soul beasts. If those things are sent out, the soul beasts may be completely extinct. What we want is harmonious coexistence, not life and death. If the soul beasts are extinct, there may be no more soul masters from now on." Elder Song frowned and thought, and said no more. Just when the entire Sea God Pavilion fell into silence, Elder Zhuan on the first seat spoke leisurely, "You don't have to worry too much about this." Everyone's eyes turned to him at this moment. Elder Zhuan smiled and said, "Because the beasts in the starred out great forest are also our partners." All the elders were surprised, and Elder Song asked, "What do you mean? Remember the last beast tide?" After seeing all the elders nod in unison, Elder Zhuan smiled and continued, "That was actually a play we performed with Didion and the others." "Play?" Elder Zhuan stroked his white beard and nodded, "Yes, it was a necessary drama for the gods, in the words of that senior. That's it." Elder Song certainly knew that Shrek had always cooperated with its senior mentioned by Elder Zhuan. After all, the soul bone of the left index finger was deposited by that senior in Shrek Academy, and then given to Dian's through her reward. But she didn't expect that their cooperation with that senior would go so far. It even involved a fierce beast that was almost their mortal enemy. Specifically, Elder Mew may know more. But at least at that time, after Elder Mew and I worked together to seal Didion in the sky, we and Didion did nothing in the seal. When the 3 days were up, we took the initiative to release Didion. Listening to what Elder Zhuan said, Xian Liner couldn't help but speak. So many soul beasts died that day. Can the fierce beasts really tolerate this and cooperate with us without any scruples? Elder Zhuan looked at Yan Xiaos. "Xiaos, you were the one who was responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the soul beast corpses at that time. Tell me about the situation at that time." Yan Xiaos, who was named, nodded and said to the elders present, "Yes, I was the person in charge of dealing with all the soul beasts that died in the beast tide at that time. After that battle, we found nearly 100,000 soul bones of different ages from hundreds of thousands of soul beast corpses. 1,000 years is guaranteed and 100,000 years is capped, which greatly expanded the resource library of our academy." He paused before telling the most important information, but after peeling those soul bones from the soul beast corpses, the soul beast corpses disappeared and turned into a pile of ashes like paper ashes. After research, we determined that those dead soul beasts were fake. Old Song first subconsciously asked, "What about those soul bones? Are they fake too?" Then he suddenly realized, "No, such important news, why do you tell us now?" Yan Xiao smiled and said, "Don't blame Old Song. I actually wrote a corresponding report, but because the content of the agreement was handed over to Old Zhuan for review, it was sealed in the library. Of course, there is no problem with those soul bones. I have asked people to check them carefully, they are real." Old Song looked at Old Zhuan with a slightly dissatisfied look, and said, "Won't you explain it to us, Old Zhuan?" Old Zhuan chuckled and said, "Didn't Xiao say that this is the content of the agreement, and there will be penalties for breach of contract? And after all, that person is our Shrek ancestor, and there is a wooden statue of him in the Sea God Pavilion. What's wrong with us younger generations helping out? It's justifiable anyway, right?" Old Song said unhappily, "According to what you said, you have decided to unconditionally support that senior's arrangement for us. We change our name, move, and are incorporated into the Zingluo Empire?" Elder Zhuan spread his hands and laughed. "I didn't say that. What do you mean?" Elder Song slammed the table, almost unable to control his temper. Elder Zhuan quickly laughed and said, "Well, I just want to see." He smiled, then looked at Yu Hao, who was sitting next to Yan Xiaos, who had been silent and didn't speak, as if thinking about something. He said, "Yu Hao, what do you think?" Everyone looked at the black-haired young man. He suddenly became the focus of attention, and he didn't feel uncomfortable or flustered. He just pondered for a moment, and then said to the people present, "Elder Zhuan, all the elders, and the 4 deans." He looked around at the people who were sitting one by one. "I think, maybe we should wait and see what the professionals they will send to discuss with us will say." He nodded slightly to Elder Zhuan. "At that time, it won't be too late to make a decision. Thank you to everyone who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow." Chapter 831 and Mazaya Ateo. Ho Yu Hao's idea was approved by everyone. The members of the Sea God Pavilion actually didn't have a clear decision on this. Because the general trend is now, and the senior has a special identity and is closely related to Shrek Academy, so the elders all hold an indifferent attitude towards this. Of course, they are still the current managers of Shrek Academy and need to be responsible for the large number of students in the school. Rename, relocation, and possibly being incorporated into the Xingluo Empire from now on. If you are serious, none of them is a trivial matter. Therefore, the best way at the moment is to wait for the person who will be sent by New Xingluo to discuss with him, and see what he will say. That not only represents the attitude of New Xingluo, it is also the sincerity of New Xingluo. And they didn't wait too long. The later that the White Tiger Guard said before leaving was really just a later time. At the main gate of Shrek Academy, that is, the school gate of the outer courtyard, a red shadow was waiting here early. At this time, the Sea God Pavilion meeting had just been held not long ago. The red-haired woman at the main entrance was wearing a wine-red dress that outlined her graceful figure. Her bright red hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of her head. She was dressed formally, and she looked capable and beautiful. It was class time for the external school, but there were also some students who had no classes or had finished classes early and were wandering around. They all looked curiously at the beautiful woman in red standing at the school gate, but no one dared to approach her. Because although she looked steady now, in fact, everyone in the entire college knew the famous name of this woman. It was the former fire demon, and now the ultimate fire phoenix limit Douluo that no one could afford to offend, and Elder Mazaya Ateo, one of the members of the Sea God Pavilion. In the Battle of Xingluo City a few months ago, Elder Mazaya Ateo was the only member of the Sea God Pavilion who did not go to support. She stayed alone in the academy and burned all the soul mentors of the Sun and Moon Empire who dared to approach Shrek Academy within 10 miles to ashes. Frontline Orange was concentrating on dealing with Xingluo City. She was worried that Shrek might attack the rear of the Sun Moon Empire as before, so she still sent a lot of troops outside the city to watch Shrek. Of course, it was not necessarily that she did not have the intention to monitor whether Ho Yu Hao returned. Although Shrek did not make any moves, after all, the 3 soul guide groups, as well as most of the members of the Sea God Pavilion and the Tang sect were in Xingluo City to support the operation, there were always some people who did not know what was good for them and tried to continue to invade Shrek City. Mazaya Ateo would not be polite to these guys. The Fire Phoenix, which had transformed into the level of the ultimate fire, easily staged a scene of 1,000 miles of red land and 9 suns flying in the sky, which was a world-destroying high temperature. It even alarmed Emperor Yuan in the Xingdao Great Forest, who cast a glance at her at that time. Those who were fortunate enough to witness that scene at the time said that if they were not the burdens to watch, the fire controlled by the Fire Phoenix Douluo might have burned into the Great Evil Land. So today, seeing this female fire god standing at the school gate in a gentle and polite manner, with a well-educated and well-mannered appearance, really aroused their curiosity. Is she waiting for someone important? With the same mentality, more and more primary school students gathered around, even though they were hundreds of meters away. Occasionally, 2 brave students who were going outside the school would shout hello, elder when passing by Mazaya Ateo, either shyly, nervously, playfully, or seriously. And Mazaya Ateo always nodded in response with a smile. So the primary school students began to think, this elder Zaya Ateo, who looks hot-tempered and not easy to mess with, doesn't seem so scary. Isn't this quite friendly? So who is she waiting for? The primary school students became more and more curious. You are next to me, I squeeze you, and from time to time they all stick their heads out to look at the road outside the school gate. There are also primary school students who dare to pass by Mazaya Ateo in and out of the school, and they become messengers to inform everyone of the situation outside. Then, as she was watching, she suddenly found a group of people walking towards her at the end of the road outside the school gate. They were the kind of people who were special just by looking at their clothes. The students were excited and whispered to each other, "Are they here?" Even Mazaya Ateo, who had been standing at the door without moving, opened her eyes slightly at this time, and a hint of joy appeared in her expression. With her eyesight, she had already seen the symbol of the Xingluo royal family on the clothes of the group of people, which proved that they were the people she was waiting for. When the group of people came closer, Mazaya Ateo took a step and wanted to go over to greet them. The students who were watching also opened their eyes wide at the same time because of her action, wanting to take a closer look at who the person she was waiting for was. As a result, Mazaya Ateo froze in her place after taking only 2 steps. Not only was she stunned, but the students who were watching, standing at the front and with the best vision, were also stunned at the same time. Then they all turned around and stared at the people who were walking towards the school gate with their eyes wide open in disbelief, saying "fuck" in unison. The students in the back row didn't know what was going on. They only heard the students in front suddenly swearing. They stretched out their hands and kept pulling the people in front of them. What, let me see. Let me see, let me see too." Then one after another, they repeated the previous action of looking back, and their expressions were exactly the same as those of the students in front. As for the place where they looked back, there stood a huge sculpture quietly. A middle-aged man with glasses and a smile on his face. Not bad, our Shrek is still developing very well. It seems that this trip is not in vain, don't you think, Lao Zhao? The middle-aged man with the glasses smiled and said to a short but sturdy man beside him, "Although the address of our college has changed, it's still a visit to the old place after all. It seems that I didn't suffer too much by agreeing to let Zaya Alita come to work." Then he looked at the energetic students gathered together in the wide and exquisite school gate. A casual glance could tell their level of cultivation. And the smile on his face widened a little. Not bad. Our admission standards haven't been lowered much? They were all good seedlings 10,000 years ago, definitely at the level of Zhuking and Rongrong when they first entered school. The man next to him had a very unhappy expression. Hearing him nagging, he sneered and mocked, "I'm not like someone who doesn't want to enjoy a comfortable retirement life and was bribed by others with a few bags of gold soul coins to go back to work. If you hadn't dragged me here," the middle-aged man with the glasses coughed lightly, interrupting the man's dissatisfied complaints, glanced at the civil servants around him who looked calm, and whispered, "We're outside now, please give me some face." "Am I the kind of person who is greedy for money?" the man said loudly and expressionlessly. "You are," the middle-aged man with the glasses, "thanks to all the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow." Chapter 832, with Flanders and Zhao Wuji. Fortunately, the public officials around him had received the most professional training, and their facial expressions were very well managed, so they generally wouldn't laugh easily. Although they all looked as if they hadn't heard anything, the middle-aged man with the glasses still wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. He gritted his teeth and said to the man next to him, "How can you slander an innocent businessman like this? Can you be called greedy for money?" Then, amid the disdainful sneer of the man next to him, when he was about to continue saying something, he finally noticed a red-clothed figure standing at the school gate. Immediately, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he didn't care about the people around him. He walked straight to the person, looked her up and down carefully for a while, and smiled. "You are Mazaya Ateo, and your martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix." Generally speaking, if someone stared at her so bluntly, Mazaya Ateo would have gotten angry a long time ago. But now she just couldn't get angry at the kind and gratified look of the middle-aged man in front of her. Of course, the main reason was that the middle-aged man's face was too impactful. It's not that the middle-aged man in front of him was very handsome and could make people fall in love at first sight. It was his face. Not bad, much better than my stupid apprentice, that is Ma Hongjin, who had the same evil fire phoenix spirit as you 10,000 years ago. He is your ancestor, because this face is clearly the head of the 3 statues that can be seen when entering the school, that is, the founder of Shrek Academy, the first dean, and the four-eyed cat owl Flanders, the flying corner of the golden iron triangle. Mazaya Ateo looked at the middle-aged man and winked at her mysteriously. Her expression and brain were blank. "Don't tell anyone else about this. It's a secret between us. Just treat me as someone who looks very similar to Flanders." Having said this, it is equivalent to the middle-aged man's identity being completely confirmed. And Ma Xiaotao never thought that the very important professional that Zhuan Lao asked her to wait at the school gate would actually be the first dean himself. Why? Such a legendary figure. And someone who is so far away from her. Would he appear in front of her in person? This time she has no way out. All the formal and steady expressions that Ma Xiaotao had maintained since she received the task assigned by Master Zhuan, all collapsed at this moment. Fortunately, her body's instincts were still there. Although she was like a stiff machine, she still made a gesture of invitation and said to everyone in front of her, "Welcome to Shrek Academy, please follow me." Then she led everyone into the school in a daze. Flanders didn't mind Ma Xiaotao's loss of composure. After all, they were all his students. Besides, he was a person who shouldn't have lived until now. He could fully understand why Ma Xiaotao was shocked like this. He just followed Ma Xiaotao, and from time to time he smiled and nodded to the stunned students around him, as a greeting. Then he saw several tall statues standing in the square, and his expression revealed an uncontrollable pride, complacency and relief. Then he hugged the man who was always sullen next to him and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, Lao Zhao, you don't deserve to have a name. Look, no one has built a statue for you. Which proves that you are obviously not as prestigious as me, the dean, in the eyes of these little guys. So you must be respectful to me, the dean, and you must never slander me in public again. Do you hear me?" Ha ha ha. The man called Lao Zhao took a look at the statues, and then looked at Flanders who was smug next to him, and his face suddenly became even sulkier. He shook off Flanders' hand, hugged his arms and walked to the side, looking autistic. Flanders looked at him with a little surprise. "Lao Zhao, you are not really angry, are you? If there is no statue, then there is no statue. At most, I will talk to the current dean later and ask him to build one for you." Lao Zhao sneered. "I don't want to talk to someone who deserves a name now." Flanders, led by Ma Xiaotao, the group came to the shore of Poseidon Lake, and then walked onto the ferry on the shore and headed to Poseidon Island in the lake. Standing on the boat, Flanders frowned slightly. Didn't they say that Shrek's soul guides are developing well? Why are they still using human-powered ferries? It seems that the overall update of Shrek's configuration must be put on the agenda as soon as possible, so that our students can also enjoy the treatment of the other two schools. Don't you think so, Lao Zhao? As a result, his words were not responded to. Looking back, Lao Zhao was looking at the lake in the distance with his arms folded, still looking autistic. Flanders, Zhao Wuji. Now that you have a name, can you talk to me? Zhao Wuji continued without turning his head. I don't want to talk to someone named Flanders. Flanders, very good, you've named someone. The boat was swaying, but the speed was not slow, and soon arrived at the shore of Poseidon Island. Ma Xiaotao, who finally came to her senses, was finally not as stiff as before. She said, "Please continue to follow me. I will take you to the Sea God Pavilion and discuss the future affairs of the Academy with the elders." But when she looked back at Flanders' face, her expression could not help but collapse, so she simply stopped looking at it and led the way in front, concentrating on fulfilling her duties. Of course, she did not forget to introduce the Sea God Pavilion to the people behind her. Although Tang San left the golden tree before ascending to the God realm, it was only a sapling at that time. It took many years for the golden tree to grow into its current appearance, and the Sea God Pavilion was carved on it by the powerful. Along the way, Flanders listened very carefully. Even as a person who has survived from 10,000 years ago to the present, he may have known all this. When he heard that the students of Shrek's inner courtyard would voluntarily follow their teachers to conduct monitoring activities in various places on the continent, and even that many students had sacrificed their lives from ancient times to the present, his face showed a complex expression of both praise and disapproval, and finally all fell silent. But he couldn't help it in the end. You are all great. But Shrek is just an academy after all, and students should not be involved in these disputes. As teachers of the academy, our responsibilities should only be to teach students well and protect their safety. Letting students follow to do such dangerous things is simply too nosy. Do you really think you are a hero who can save the whole world? Who made this decision first? If he just does it himself, it will be fine. But he also drags students into it. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise I will find him out and beat him up, he muttered to himself, and suddenly he was stunned, and said sadly, "It's a pity that I am not the dean of Shrek now, but I am too nosy, don't you think, Lao Zhao?" He looked at Zhao Wuji next to him, but Zhao Wuji just snorted, still hugged his arms and ignored people. So Flanders said seriously, then I am not Flanders, I am just a passerby who looks like Flanders. So can you talk to me now? However, Zhao Wuji just gave him a look that said, do you want to hear what you are talking about, and then sneered again, I don't want to talk to you, Flanders, aren't you going to be tactful? That's too much? Thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. Chapter 833 and New Things. The Poseidon Pavilion meeting had never been silent for such a long time. A few minutes ago, the Poseidon Pavilion members were still discussing the name change, relocation, and incorporation. But everything stopped when Mazaya Ateo appeared at the door of the Poseidon Pavilion and said to them, Master Zhuan, all the elders, they're here. Then Flanders walked in with a smile, and they immediately fell into complete silence, and their brains crashed in an instant. The words of welcome that had been prepared for a long time were stuck on their lips, and even at that moment everyone had a subtle sense of time and space dislocation. That is, the classic who am I, where am I, what am I going to do? Because of the adaptation period along the way, Mazaya Ateo is in much better condition now than them. He coughed lightly and said, please take your seats. The Poseidon Pavilion members on both sides of the conference table were awakened, and their bodies instinctively made them stand up together. Elder Zhuan, who was sitting on the first seat, stood up and moved to the side, and respectfully stretched out his hand to gesture, come here, sit here. The elders nodded at the same time and said hurriedly, yes, yes, you come here, Mazaya Ateo? Flanders waved his hand and said with a smile, no need, no need. You are the people in charge of Shrek. I'm just a representative of Xingluo who came to negotiate. Just feel free to sit down. As a result, no one dared to sit down directly. In the end, Hou Yuhao reacted quickly. He immediately took out several chairs from his storage soul guide and placed them directly opposite Elder Zhuan. Then he looked at Flanders, trying to keep his expression tight so that he wouldn't lose his composure, and said, please take a seat. Flanders smiled and glanced at him, and asked, you are Hou Yuhao? Right. Hou Yuhao nodded quickly. Yes. Oh, Senior, I am Hou Yuhao. Not bad, not bad. Flanders reached out and patted his shoulder, smiling, keep working hard to comprehend, and don't let down those expectant eyes focused on you. After gradually recovering from the state of brain crash caused by extreme shock, in front of this middle-aged man with the glasses, his heart began to be filled with infinite fiery excitement. Hou Yuhao took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and nodded heavily, saying, okay. After that, Flanders didn't say anything more, and didn't say anything politely, and sat directly on the chair that Hou Yuhao had just added, which was directly opposite the first seat, Zhuan Lao. Then he raised his hand to signal others, and said with a smile, sit down, don't stand. Everyone sat down one after another. There were not many seats left on both sides of the conference table, and Flanders brought quite a few people this time. After Zhao Wuji and 2 or 3 others sat down around Flanders, the rest of the people sat neatly behind Flanders, which were the chairs that Hou Yuhao had taken out earlier. They were all dressed in formal attire and looked serious. At first glance, the scene was quite intimidating. Mazaya Ateo sat next to Hou Yuhao. The expressions of the siblings were exactly the same, half stiff and half excited. After exchanging glances, they both shook their heads slightly. Obviously, neither of them knew that the person who came today would be the founder of Shrek 10,000 years ago. It was estimated that even Elder Zhuan was shocked. After everyone sat down, no one could hear any movement for a long time, which was the best proof. Being stared at by everyone, Elder Zhuan finally came back to his senses. After coughing lightly to get back to his state, he suppressed his trembling heart and said, then shall we start now? In the end, he subconsciously asked the opinion of the big man opposite, who was a great man to them. After seeing Flanders nod with a smile, Zhuan Lao continued to speak. Then, representatives of the Xingluo Empire, he pondered for a long time, and finally said, is there anything we need to know? Then he heard Flanders say, about, it is what was written in the imperial order given to you by the White Tiger Guards. Today we come here to discuss more detailed matters based on this. So Zhuan Lao finally recovered a little bit of his state, and then collapsed completely in an instant. There is no way. Anyone who talks face to face with a statue, and the essence of the conversation is still negotiation, the psychological pressure they need to face can be imagined. Even if Zhuan Lao lives for a long time, no matter how old he is, he doesn't know what to say for a while. Because no matter how he thinks, He is not longer than the person opposite. Fortunately, Zhuanlao is not fighting alone now. At the moment when he just got stuck, he felt a trace of mental power connected to his spiritual sea, and then a series of thoughts followed. Zhuanlao sighed secretly. It seems that the new world still needs to be carried by young people. Then he said seriously, okay. Then please ask all the representatives of Xingluo to tell us about the specific arrangements for our Shrek Academy. After all, we don't know much about the current situation in your country. I hope you can give us a reasonable answer in the end. It should be. Seeing that Zhuanlao was in the mood, Flanders smiled. Then he raised his hand and gestured, Xiao Liu, tell everyone in Shrek. This was obviously to make his position clear. At this moment, he was not Flanders, the founder of Shrek. More like his essence. Flanders, a cunning businessman. The bright light flashed through his glasses, and his lips were always slightly raised, as cunning as a shrewd fox. As his voice fell, one of the formally dressed people sitting behind him immediately stood up. After bowing slightly to everyone present to show respect, he said, Hello, please allow me to skip the unnecessary self-introduction part. Next, let me lead you to get straight to the point. Then he raised his right hand and pointed at the wristband-like thing on his wrist. I wonder if everyone in your school has received the first generation of intelligent brains jointly distributed by our country's population census office, Civil Affairs Department and Public Security Department. After he said this, everyone in Shrek took out the wristbands they received a few months ago from the Storage Soul Guide. They have not yet developed the habit of wearing the wristband on their hands like Xiao Liu, a new star Luo, and they don't know the actual effect of this thing, so they are still a little cautious and put it into the Storage Soul Guide. Seeing this, Xiao Liu couldn't help but say, I suggest that you carry the first generation smart brain with you in the future, otherwise it may be troublesome to go somewhere else in the future. Song Lao asked, what is the use of this thing? The most basic function of the first generation smart brain is still identity proof. After several discussions, the upper-level leaders decided to promote it directly in Douluo continent, that is, Douluo continent, together with Xingluo continent and Xiandao continent, to replace the second-generation ID card used by Xingluo citizens before. Xiao Liu didn't know when a white screen was set up behind him, showing the picture of the wristband, and he pointed at the screen and talked freely. Every Xingluo citizen has his own unique 20-digit identity proof number. You can try it now and open your own first-generation smart brain. Like this, and then like this, you can see your identity number. He demonstrated how to operate it in person in front of him, and even the Shrek people who came into contact with this thing for the first time succeeded easily. There was a 1.5-inch screen on the wristband. After they operated it, a virtual light screen about the size of 2 palms was projected in front of them. It was hard to imagine that such a small thing could be so delicate. Hou Hao, who is now a top-level 9th-level soul engineer, was also shocked by this. He was also sure that even Kong Deming, the 10th-level soul engineer of the Sun Moon Empire, could not make such a thing. And this little gadget was in everyone's hands in the Xingluo Empire. He was amazed and thought about it, and then he saw Xiao Liu make a new move. He saw him swipe his 5 fingers on the virtual screen projected by the wristband, and the next second all the images on it were projected onto the white screen and displayed synchronously. What is this operation? Why can 2 different instruments achieve this linkage? He was more or less a rare genius soul engineer, so Hou Hao's interest and curiosity had been completely seduced. Undoubtedly, the new technologies that Xingluo had mastered were far superior to soul guide technologies. They did not even need soul power to drive them, and he could not tell what the energy used by these machines was. Xiao Liu pointed to the image on the white screen and introduced it one by one according to the information on it. These basic names, genders, and dates of birth are all noted, so I won't go into too much detail. The first thing I want to explain to you is this string of numbers. In these 20 digits, some basic information about each of you is clearly included. The first 2 digits represent the continent you are in, that is, one of the 3 continents of Xingluo, Xiandao, and Douluo. The third and fourth digits represent the province you are in. According to the latest administrative regions demarcated by the royal family, Xingluo and Xiandao continents each have 64 provincial-level administrative regions. Douluo continent has a large overall area, and it is tentatively divided into 72 provincial-level administrative regions, each of which has its own code. The 5th and 6th digits represent the city-level codes below the provincial level, and the 7th and 8th digits represent the district and county-level codes. In this way, You can basically rely on this string of codes to determine the place where your identity information is registered, which is equivalent to your hometown. The 9th to 16th digits are your date of birth. The 17th and 18th digits are the codes of the Public Security Department that entered your identity information for you. The second to last digit represents your gender. Odd numbers are male, even numbers are female. The last digit is your personal information code. Combining all the above numbers, we can accurately confirm that you are yourself. Yu Hao raised his hand and said, I have a question. There are countless people on the mainland Douluo continent. With such a huge base, there are also many people born on the same day of the same month of the same year. In this case, isn't it possible that this string of numbers will be repeated? In theory, it is possible to be repeated, Liu said confidently, but don't say that people will always be born, grow old, get sick and die. Since the full implementation of the second-generation ID card, all registered citizen information has been updated in real time through the global network. With big data screening, the possibility of number duplication can be completely reduced to a very small probability. Today's first-generation intelligent brain naturally adopts this function, and compared with the second-generation ID card, it has the function of real-time networking. It's just that the signal base station on Douluo continent has not been fully built yet, so you can't experience the convenience brought by this function for the time being. All kinds of incomprehensible nouns popped out of his mouth. The people in the Sea God Pavilion couldn't fully understand them, but they felt a sense of awesomeness, and nodded in confusion. Oh, so that's it. You should have seen the railways and highways built everywhere recently. If you need to travel to other places in the future, you will need to go through these two ways, and the first-generation intelligent brain is the key to whether you will be allowed to take these transportation, Liu continued. As soon as she finished speaking, Ma Xiaotao raised her hand. But can we fly directly? Liu nodded to her and said, this involves the business we need to discuss today. Because the royal family has been working hard to build the infrastructure on Douluo continent recently, the laws implemented on the other two continents have not yet been issued on Douluo continent. Many of them involve soul masters, and one of them is a flight restriction for soul masters. Flight restriction. All the members of the Sea God Pavilion were stunned. Because there are still more ordinary people in the world, as the infrastructure gradually improves, flights will be fully open to ordinary people. So for safety reasons, everyone, whether soul masters or ordinary people, cannot fly in the air by any means without permission. But the situation on Douluo continent is special. There are a large number of soul masters, and there are countless high-level soul masters. There must be many people who will not obey the law in the early stage, and at this time, the National Soul Master Supervision Department needs to come forward. We have learned that the people of the Sea God Pavilion have been monitoring and clearing out the soul masters, bandits and other lawless people in various parts of Douluo continent for hundreds of years. Therefore, the royal family and the national teacher hope that your school can continue to maintain this tradition, legally supervise the soul masters of Douluo continent and even the world, and promptly prevent possible illegal acts of soul masters. So this is why the Sea God Pavilion was renamed the Douluo National Soul Master Supervision Bureau. In addition to recruiting, it is also to continue to use their power and make their existence and behavior legal at the same time. If soul masters are needed to supervise soul masters, then how did you deal with it in the past? Or now, in the other two continents, there may be similar situations to ours now. If we need to deal with these, how did you deal with similar situations in the past? Zhuanlao hesitated for a moment and asked. If Xingluo had the means to deal with problems before, why did they still need to use them? Is it just an excuse to recruit them? Or is it just a means to appease people? In short, it does not prevent him from thinking about the bad side. Liu said seriously, the situation in Douluo continent is special, and the number of soul masters far exceeds that of Xingluo continent and Xiandao continent. In the past, such matters were indeed handled by the Public Security Department together, but the basic reality of Douluo continent is different from that of Xingluo continent and Xiandao continent. If the previous handling methods are used, it may cause deeper conflicts. Yan Xiao suddenly interrupted. Wait, do you mean that there are not many soul masters in Xingluo continent and Xiandao continent? Liu smiled and said, that's not what I mean. But with the current scientific and technological means of our country, even an ordinary person who has never received combat training can easily fight with the extreme Douluo present with the Empire's most advanced nano-armor and various high-powered weapons, and the probability of winning can exceed 60%. In addition, A series of laws related to soul beasts were promulgated a long time ago. After the arbitrary hunting of soul beasts became a prohibited thing, there are very few people who continue to choose the soul master as a way of practice. Yan Xiaos did not understand at the first time. What do you mean? Hou Hao was extremely keen in capturing the key words in his words. You said continue to choose the soul master as a training method? Could it be that, Mr. Hou is indeed a rare soul master genius in thousands of years? Xiao Liu praised first, and then said, that's right, because soul masters are already a rather backward profession in Xingluozhao and Xiandaozhao. How to say it? It's probably that the martial souls that once required soul power to continue to practice have now become a means similar to innate abilities. Whether strong or not, it has no effect on ordinary people. And this has to mention our national master. At this point, his expression and eyes revealed a kind of extreme fanaticism. But just as he was about to continue to say something, Flender coughed in time and interrupted him. There is no need to say more about things that are not related to today. Xiao Liu, continue to tell you about the matters that need to be discussed. He knew very well that when the people of Xingluo mentioned Xiao Liu, they couldn't stop talking. If they let him go on today, they would have no chance to discuss everything with Shrek today. Oh, okay, I'm really sorry. Xiao Liu was a little embarrassed and apologized. Then he continued, if you are curious, wait until the flights between Douluo continent and Xingluo continent and Xiandao continent are opened. You will have plenty of opportunities to see it slowly in the future. So I won't go into details here. In short, the royal family and the national teacher decided to let you form the National Soul Master Supervision Bureau for these considerations. Of course, the most important thing is that the royal family and the national teacher unanimously decided, since the affairs of ordinary people have always been handled by ordinary people, then the affairs of soul masters should be resolved by the soul masters themselves. Everyone in the Sea God Pavilion looked thoughtful at this time. Xiao Liu reached out and turned the page on the white screen behind him, and continued, after briefly introducing the duties of the Soul Master Supervision Bureau, I will now introduce the relocation matters in the National Master's Order. The white screen behind him showed some real-life images, which looked familiar to everyone at Shrek. Xiao Liu smiled and said, after discussion, the royal family finally decided that the Xingluo Empire would use the old palace in Xingluo City and most of its surrounding areas, covering a total area of 3 million square meters, as the new site of Shrek Imperial College. 3 million, everyone at the Sea God Pavilion widened their eyes. Hou Hao took a breath of cold air. The Xingluo Palace is only about 500,000 square meters, right? 3 million, this number is too exaggerated. Xiao Liu continued to maintain a confident smile. Not only that, all the facilities and equipment of your college will be strongly supported by the royal finances, and everything will be arranged according to the highest standards. The royal family and the national teacher have affirmed your school's teaching ability, so they hope to build Shrek Imperial College into the highest level institution in our country. Flanders, who had been listening silently, finally interrupted at this time. Originally, it was decided to rename Shrek College to Shrek University, but the national teacher felt that this name was not very nice, so it was finally named Shrek Imperial College. Oh, you may not know the difference between colleges and universities in our concepts. Simply put, a university can have many colleges, and each college can continue to be divided into many departments. Well, this explanation is not very appropriate. In short, compared with colleges, universities can obtain more resources from the empire, which is definitely more beneficial to the future development of the school. When everyone in the Sea God Pavilion nodded silently, Xiao Liu continued to talk. That's right. I also have information about many universities in Xingluozhao and Xiandaozhao. I will send it directly to everyone's smart brain next, and you can refer to it. He operated on his wristband for a while, and everyone present received the information he said. It looks much more advanced than the current Shrek Academy. The soul guide that has been developed with all its strength recently is even more like a joke. But it is enough to make people excited. Because they are teachers in the school, their responsibility is to teach and educate people. If there are better teaching conditions, students will also have a better educational environment. Of course, after the name is changed to Shrek Imperial College, the standards for recruiting students will be further changed. For example, the current Shrek Outer College will no longer be regarded as part of Shrek Imperial College. In other words, in the future you only need to manage the current Shrek Inner College, and the Outer College will no longer be your responsibility, Flanders reminded. Elder Song raised an objection. In that case, won't we be able to train low-level spirit masters ourselves? But cultivation also starts from childhood. The reason why Shrek can have its current achievements is because we laid a good foundation for these children when their cultivation was still shallow. Only in this way can we have the brilliant inner courtyard students later. Almost all members of the Poseidon Pavilion expressed their agreement at the first time. Elder One did not express his opinion, so Ho Yu-heo put forward his own views, but this does not mean that the educational philosophy of our academy has changed, right? Elders, when we were in the outer courtyard, most of the time we were taught by the teachers of the outer courtyard. As long as the teachers who teach the outer courtyard students are still from our Shrek, then there will be no change in our training of the outer courtyard students, right? Elder Song was thoughtful, and Xian Liner was the first to agree with Ho Yu-heo. That's right, Mr. Ho is right. Xiao Liu smiled and turned the white screen behind him again, showing a new picture. Then I have to tell you about educational resources, compulsory education, and the royal family's solution to this. Shrek Imperial College affiliated primary and secondary school. There was no surprise. Under Xiao Liu's eloquent talk, the renaming of Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy, as well as the relocation of Shrek, all fell into the ears of the people of Poseidon Pavilion in detail. After the duties and obligations to be fulfilled in these matters are explained, the various benefits and interests that can be obtained. After a series of close consultations, it is the final decision. But there is no need to rush, because there is always enough time. We all have a bright future. This is what the members of the Poseidon Pavilion think. This chapter is not finished yet, but I can't finish it today. Cyrillic letter Z, I will make it up tomorrow. Don't forget to finish this chapter before continuing to the next chapter. Thank you to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. 10.30 Daily Makeup Cyber Douluo 20,007 inches Doge. A little bit of worldview foreshadowing for the third part must be written, although it seems that it can be skipped directly, although the rhythm of the ending part of the second part is slowed down Doge. But don't worry, little readers, let the dog author worry first. Doge. Chapter 834 and Tang Sect. The discussion was destined to not be completed in just one day. When the discussion was intense, the elders even followed the negotiators sent by Xingluo to Xingluo City for a field investigation. Although the elders had not said it clearly, their satisfied smiles when walking in Xingluo City had completely revealed their thoughts, as if they had seen what kind of prosperity the Shrek Imperial Academy, which would be built on the site of the former Xingluo Imperial Palace in the future, would look like. Various matters could not be fully explained in a few words. The negotiation between the Xingluo Empire and Shrek Academy lasted for more than 3 days in total. If it were not for the 10-day deadline in the Imperial Master's order, and the relocation matters had to be implemented as soon as possible, perhaps the elders of the Sea God Pavilion would have asked to go to Xingluo Continent and Xiandao Continent for a field investigation. First, the 4 deans of Shrek announced the relocation of Shrek to all students, and irregular holidays would be held before the new school was built. Although this notice was immediately updated to all students taking online courses through Personal Intelligent Brains in half a month. Then, when the students were still confused about why the academy suddenly had to move, and what Personal Intelligent Brain and online courses were, they received a notice from the academy that all students must take all personal belongings and leave the school within 3 days. But the old man and the teachers were not worried about what the students were thinking now. They were arguing about who should go to the schools in Xingluo's Hao and Xiandao's Hao in the first batch to participate in training and exchange learning. Ho Yu-heo didn't care about these for the time being. After finishing the affairs of the Sea God Pavilion and the Academy, it was time to go back to the Tang Sect. Moreover, he didn't see Bibai at this Sea God Pavilion meeting. Bibai was originally a member of the Tang Sect in the Sea God Pavilion. Since Shrek City and Shrek Academy were required to move together, what should the Tang Sect, which was also in Shrek City, do? Because during the negotiations, from beginning to end, they only talked about the relocation of Shrek Academy and providing Shrek Academy with a piece of land of more than 3 million square meters. As for what would happen to Shrek City in the future, he never mentioned it. The distance from the Academy to Shrek City was not worth mentioning to him now. The powerful Soul Power tore open the space and constructed a space channel. When he stepped out of it, he had already arrived outside the main gate of the Tang Sect. However, as soon as he came out, he saw Tang Yang, Bei Bei, Su Sanchi, and the 2 heavily armored white tiger guards beside the 3 of them. and Tang Liu was holding a blue rune in her hand. He couldn't help but be stunned by this, because this was a very familiar picture. Such a coincidence? It was so coincidental that it seemed as if it was deliberately arranged. The blue eye lights on the helmets of the two white tiger guards flashed. Although he couldn't see their expressions, Hou Yuhao knew that they were looking at him. After walking out of the magnificent main gate of the Tang sect, the two white tiger guards turned around and looked at Tang Liu and the others. An electronic voice came from under the helmet of one of them. The Imperial Master's order has been delivered. I hope your sect will execute it as soon as possible. We will take our leave now. After nodding to a few people, he flew into the sky with Tang Liu's farewell, towards the island in the sky. Hou Yuhao watched the two white tiger guards leave, then looked at Tang Liu and the blue rune in her hand. Teacher Xiaoya. Tang Liu's expression showed no abnormality. She just nodded at him. Xiao Yuhao, you're just in time. Go call everyone to a meeting and see what this Imperial Master's order says. After saying that, he turned around and walked back into the Tang sect, heading straight to the meeting room in the main hall. Hou Yuhao exchanged glances with Bei and Su Sanchi, and then went to summon all the Tang sect's senior leaders. 5 minutes later, they gathered in the meeting room and looked at Tang Liu, who was sitting at the head. After waiting for another 2 minutes and confirming that no one else was coming in, Tang Liu said, "Everyone is here, right? Let's start now." She raised her hand and tapped the blue rune floating quietly on the table. Everyone stared at it intently, as if afraid of missing any details. The blue rune released a light curtain, and lines of handwriting gradually emerged in it. Notice. The Tang sect and all current members of the Tang sect, including formal and informal disciples, will be incorporated into the Imperial National Security Bureau from now on, and will be an independent intelligence and logistics agency under it. They are allowed to use Tang sect as the code name. Appoint Tang Liu, the current leader of the Tang sect, as the general manager of the department. Stop all soul guide research, production, trade, etc. Otherwise, once discovered, they will be severely dealt with. Temporarily designate Shrek City, except for the 3-kilometer area within the southern city wall, to be determined, and Shrek Academy is the future headquarters of the department, and a dedicated person will be responsible for the subsequent renovation and construction. Tang Liu, the leader of the Tang sect, has been ordered to report to the Xingshan Island Palace in the near future. From now on, the Tang sect will not be able to recruit new members for the time being. Everything will be subject to subsequent notification. Announcement from the Xingluo Palace, Wangxiang Hall. The entire notice was not long, but it looked more severe than the Imperial Master's order in Shrek. If the Imperial Master's order that Shrek received had the meaning of discussion in it, then it was completely an order to rectify, so for a while, the atmosphere in the conference room was quite solemn. After a long while, it was Bei who took the lead in speaking to break the silence. He looked at Tang Liu. "Xiaoya, what do you mean?" Others also turned their eyes away from the blue runes and looked at Tang Liu on the first seat. Tang Liu first glared at Bei and said, "You are so disrespectful. Call me the sect master." Then he leaned back in his chair lazily, curled his lips and smiled. "We are all acquaintances, so I will be more straightforward and not use a formal approach. Everything is in accordance with the Imperial Master's order, so do it." Xiao couldn't help but say, "But the soul guides of the Tang sect today are the result of everyone's hard work." Tang Liu smiled and said, "That being said, soul guides. When countless steel birds appear in the sky of Xiangxing Luo City, soul guides, like the hidden weapons of our Tang sect 1,000 years ago, are destined to decline completely." After saying that, she saw that everyone seemed to be in a low mood and unwilling to speak, so she turned to look at Hou Yuhao and said with a smile, "Xiao Yuhao, why don't you tell me what you think?" Hou Yuhao looked at her and just saw her blinking at him. "By the way, if that blue-haired young man is really Wu Tong's uncle, and Tang San is really Wu Tong's biological father, then isn't Teacher Xiaoya the descendant of the blue-haired national teacher? So is this the reason why Teacher Xiaoya looks so indifferent now?" After thinking about it, he said to everyone present seriously, "This is the general trend. I think we just need to wait for arrangements. To be honest, the Academy is preparing to move and change its name in accordance with the requirements of the National Master's Order." Bei looked at him and asked, "Junior brother, do you think Xingluo is trustworthy now?" Hou Yuhao just smiled and said, "Big brother, this is not a question of trust or not. Besides, we are just a sect. Do we want anything more?" After listening to him, Bei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's right. I have no objection to that. The next person to express his opinion was Zhuan. He looked at Tang Liu and Hao and said, I don't care about anything else. I just want to know if you two have any way to let me get in touch with the new things in the Xingluo Empire? How do they drive that kind of humanoid soul guide without soul power? Hao corrected him, Teacher Zhuan, that is not a humanoid soul guide, but a nano armor. Zhuan waved his hand, I don't care. Do you two have any way? Hao smiled and shook his head, Teacher Zhuan, I'm sorry I can't do anything about this. But you can ask Teacher Xiaoya. He looked at Tang Liu. After all, Teacher Xiaoya, this can be said to be a promotion. Going to Xingshan Island to report to the palace is clearly and separately listed in the National Master's Order. Tang Liu rolled her eyes at Hao and said, okay, stop talking nonsense. Then she looked at everyone. Anyway, everyone should look at this matter with a normal mind, and being incorporated into the official system of the Xingluo Empire. In the final analysis, we are still making a fortune. Even if we still do not belong to any country as before, in this era of complete unification, who can we trade with to get a source of funds? Even if we trade, what should we sell? Hidden weapons or soul guides? Almost everyone was present at the Xingluo city battle a few months ago. How can our soul guides compare with other countries' current technology? So in the case of our Tang sect, being incorporated by the official authorities is our only way out. She paused, then continued, of course, I respect your wishes. If there are those who do not wish to be bound by official status, you can withdraw from the Tang sect now and not go with me into this possible muddy water. I will not stop you. This imperial order only states that no new members can be recruited for the time being, and it does not mention that we cannot leave the Tang sect. But I promise that the Tang sect will always remember your dedication and will lend a helping hand to you at any time. Come on, let's vote by raising our hands. Who is willing to continue with me? She stretched out her hand, looking serious and solemn, no longer like the innocent girl she used to be. Bibai was the first to raise her hand, with a smile on her face. Looking at Tang Liu at this time, that smile couldn't help but be stained with something else. Hao was the second one. He also looked at Tang Liu and Bibai with a smile, but didn't say anything more. Because at this point, it is a mutual choice between the times and people. There is no need for too much intervention from others. And in the end, after Zhuan also raised his hand to express his agreement, one after another, the rest of the people present also raised their right hands. No one chose to leave. At this moment, Tang Liu smiled. She said gratefully and excitedly, fortunately, I am glad to share this with you. Pause again. We all have a bright future, new world, new era. They will witness it in person. And build it in person. Thanks to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. Chapter 835 and the System. After leaving Xingluo City, he rushed to the cabin as soon as possible. All right, he trotted past the bookshelves filled with books. His face was filled with uncontrollable joy. I can finally help you restart now. With a happy heart, he passed the last bookshelf and came to the middle of the first floor of the cabin. He jumped from behind the bookshelf. He opened his hands and turned into a big character. Your good host is here to save you, but the smile gradually faded. But the raised hand slowly fell. But the center surrounded by blue light. At this moment, it was empty. System. Tang Hao has been guarding the former Sun Moon Empire in recent months, guarding against any possible rebellion. But somewhat unexpectedly, everything has been relatively calm in recent days. Occasional small fights are inevitable in such an early stage. But large-scale resistance activities are completely absent. The new technology brought by Xingshan Island, especially something called surveillance, basically covered the entire Sun Moon Empire almost the day after Douluo continent announced its unification, so Tang Hao dared to be so sure. This kind of thing that everyone's every move is captured in a small room is something that they dared not think of before. Because in their fixed cognition, this is a miracle. But Xingshan Island and the national teacher handed this miracle to mortals like them. The series of soul guide detectors that gave them a headache in the past are a complete joke. Of course, Tang Hao still doesn't understand why the citizens of the former Sun Moon Empire don't seem to have much intention to resist. Perhaps it's because of the beam that fell from the sky and completely destroyed the Mingdu Palace. Oh, yes, there was also the confrontation between the national teacher and the gods that day. Even if the battlefield was only in the sky above Xingluo City, the scene at that time must have spread throughout the entire Douluo star. It's the same if you think about it the other way around. If it was the Sun Moon Empire that had the new technologies of Luo, and if the State Master was also the State Master of the Sun Moon Empire, it would be difficult for him to have any idea of resistance. Especially after seeing the great power of the State Master with his own eyes. In short, since the former Sun Moon Empire is calm for the time being, then it is time for him to go to Xingshan Island. Just as the State Master said before he left. He would not respond to him before he dealt with his family affairs. Now he has dealt with them. Should? With a little trepidation, he ordered the White Tiger Guards to lead him to Xingshan Island, where the true emperor is, where the Luo Palace now stands. It is the dream that the White Tiger lineage who stayed in Douluo continent has been looking forward to for 10,000 years. It is hard not to be excited about this. The silent heavy armored soldiers will only execute the orders of their superiors unconditionally. Not saying much, not asking much, not hearing much. Just operating on the virtual light screen on the armor for a while. Not long after, a huge monster outside the tent gradually lifted the optical invisibility state and revealed its true body. It looked like one of the countless steel birds that had hovered over the entire continent a few months ago. "Marshal, please follow me aboard." When Tang Hao woke up from his daze, the fighter plane had already taken off for a long time. Until now, he still found it hard to believe that he had just entered the interior of a steel bird. Looking towards the cockpit, there were all kinds of incomprehensible instrument panels and buttons and levers. Outside the window was the ultra-high altitude that he had to rely on advanced flight soul guides and the cultivation level of reaching the tidal Douluo level to reach. Not long ago, this steelbird had broken through the clouds with just a moment of acceleration. Looking around, the internal space of this steel machine was also quite considerable, and it could accommodate a lot of soldiers. In addition, the terrifying speed displayed by this machine could transport soldiers to various places in a very short time. But there was one thing. If all the fighter planes over Luo City at that time were of this type, then how many troops did the palace and the national teacher bring over? And from what he had seen so far, the number did not seem to be that large. He wanted to ask, but was worried about disturbing the two White Tiger Guards who were concentrating on driving. Just as he was hesitating, the voice of the White Tiger Guard came. "Marshal, it is estimated that we will enter the range of Xingshan Island in 1 minute." Hearing this, Tang Hao was refreshed, stood up from his seat, and walked to the middle and rear of the two driver's seats in the cab. Holding the armrest on the top with one hand and supporting the backrest of the driver's seat with the other hand, he lowered his head slightly and looked out the window. He said, "So fast, I remember that Xingshan Island seemed to be staying above the Xingdao Great Forest." The electronic voice from under the helmet of the White Tiger Guard was still indistinguishable. Reply to the Marshal, "The most advanced fighter model of the Empire can now accelerate to the first cosmic speed of Douluo star within 5 seconds, and can even travel directly in space for short distances. Even if we are now riding a slightly inferior Quinn fighter, the time from Mingdu to Xingdao Great Forest can be compressed to about half an hour." Tang Hao was silent for a while, and just said "I don't understand." Always means very fast, right? Just as they were talking, the outline of Xingshan Island had already appeared in the field of vision. Then, from a certain moment, the fighter plane they were riding seemed to pass through a barrier composed of countless transparent hexagons. One of the hexagons disappeared as the fighter plane approached, just like an open door allowing them to enter. Soon, Tang Hao saw the palace on Xingshan Island. When the fighter plane slowly landed, he walked out of the fighter plane accompanied by the White Tiger Guards. He saw the tower-like palace, Luo Holy Land. The Wangxiang Hall belonging to the National Master. The place of Luo Wangxiang. His eyes were unconsciously attracted to that place, and Tang Hao did not realize that there were some people waiting not far away. At this moment, those people came to him and said, "Your Highness, the Regent and the National Master have been waiting in the Wangxiang Hall for a long time." Tang Hao then retracted his gaze and said, "Please lead the way." Everything was beyond imagination. He thought they would go directly to the Wangxiang Hall. But the White Tiger Guards drove a 4-wheeled iron carriage over. Tang Hao, "Okay. New World, Kid. Davis. I just can't figure it out. How come such a big thing of mine, which I put here, disappeared? Master Guoshi, I don't understand what you mean by everything. So what did you lose? Is it important? You don't understand, but I just can't figure it out. Where is such a big thing of mine?" Someone was talking. Tang Hao, who was walking among countless bookshelves, Thought so. A few seconds ago, he walked into the Wangxiang Hall with great expectations. But after passing through a blue light, he found that the scene in the Wangxiang Hall was very different from what he imagined. For example, the Wangxiang Hall, which was clearly a tower from the outside. Why is it more like a small wooden house with only 2 floors now? It is the space inside this small house, which is much larger than the small wooden house mentioned by ordinary people. It even gave him the sense that it was endless. Then who is the person who is talking? One of them is the words of Master Guoshi, and the other one is? He couldn't guess it. After all, maybe because of the distance, he didn't hear it clearly. He just walked slowly in the direction where the sound came from. After turning left and right among the endless bookshelves, he finally saw an empty space without books. There was only a large ball of blue-black light. In front of the ball of light stood 2 figures, one blue and one gold. The golden figure said, "Master State Master, if you still maintain this Riddler attitude, even if I want to help you find the lost things, I can't do it." The blue figure, undoubtedly the Master State Master, said, "I understand the truth. But what about me, such a big master?" The tone was quite brooding. Tang Hao thought so. The golden figure just felt a heart attack and said, "Master State Master, I just hope you are happy." As a result, the Master State Master immediately said, "No, it's not good for me to be unhappy now." "What about me, such a big master?" The golden figure, Tang Hao, thank you to the friends who voted for the recommendation and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836 and the Past. Host, a faint blue light lit up in the darkness. A pure white light emerged from it, and a distant call was heard. "Wake up, dog host," the calm mechanical voice sounded in the ear, awakening the silent consciousness of the dying person. After suddenly opening his eyes, the darkness was replaced by a burst of blue light. Just like the earth suddenly turning green after the spring breeze, it creates a dreamlike picture. Even if it is only a monotonous mysterious blue. The blue young man propped up half of his body, his scattered pupils focused, without looking around, just looking down at his chest, and said nothing for a long time. "Don't be dazed, dog host," the calm mechanical voice appeared again. It turned out that it was not ringing in the ear. Instead, it echoed in the entire blue space. He bent one leg, looking a little tired, and said sluggishly, "How successful was the resurrection?" "Less than 10%, dog host. I can only barely reawaken your consciousness." The young man stared at his knees for a long time. "How much time do I have left, Tong Tuang?" "About 30 minutes, huh?" The young man simply lay back, stretched his arms wide and lay on the ground in a cross shape. Just lying there. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes left, dog host. The system performed its duties very professionally. He looked at the blue sky. Perhaps it should not be called the sky, because there should be no concept of sky here. Anyway, he stared at it in a trance. After a long time, he said, "It hurts, Tong Tuang. Anyway, the backup plan didn't work. Otherwise, leave me alone and let me wait for death quietly." System, dog host. Another 10 minutes of silence passed. 10 minutes left. The young man spoke again. "Why am I suddenly like this, system? I can't get interested in anything, as if everything I do is meaningless, and I don't have the will to live at all." "Obviously, system, dog host. After all, you have died once. It is normal to have post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, the young man murmured, and there was no sound again. 5 minutes left, host, the system said. The young man did not answer, his drooping eyebrows covered most of his empty eyes. 3 minutes left, his consciousness gradually sank, just like the few seconds before falling asleep, and the whole person fell into darkness and the erratic feeling. He was still listless. "I'm so tired." 2 minutes left, host, the mechanical voice of the system spoke faster. "Host, the young man, how many Halen marks are there outside?" "A total of 103,679, of which 11,233 are marked on living beings." After the system finished broadcasting, it paused for a moment. 1 minute left, host, things in front of him were gradually becoming unclear. The blue light was also blurry. He didn't speak. 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds, the countdown of life. I was lucky enough to hear it. The pain, numbness and depression gripped his heart, using it as a fulcrum to drag him into the deep sea called death. This was clearly an experience that should not have existed. An absurd and secretly desired false dream. If it ends here, right? That's when the dream will be awakened. Without all this, he can still live his life. There will be no changes, a somewhat gloomy life. But he can handle it. He can handle it alone. It's also good to be alone. It's always like this. It's always like this, isn't it? Like this, no change. It's also good, right? Normal life, it should be like this. Since you can live such a life, now you are tired and want to go back to that kind of life. It's also normal, right? Close your eyes. You can rest. 10, 9, 8. He tried to open his eyes. Strange, they didn't close. Why can't I see anything? 7, 6, 5. Well, he could only make a weak breath. 4, 3. Activate Plan 1 to absorb vitality. Plan 2, 1 has been activated, and vitality is being absorbed through the Shaolin mark. It was like a handful of sweet spring water was poured into the thirsty throat. The bubbles that appeared out of nowhere pushed him from behind. Pushed him out of the ocean of death. He took a breath on the surface of the sea. He was able to survive. His vision was restored, and the blue light was still so mysterious and dazzling. But he didn't seem happy. He was still in a trance. After a long time, it said, absorb 10,000 at the same time. How much? System, 11,233. Host, oh, the young man said very slowly. Then how long can I last by absorbing so much vitality? Suddenly something sounded again. Oh, remember to exclude humans. Including soul beasts. You didn't absorb their vitality, right? No, host, the system said. Most of the Shaolin marks are on air molecules. If the plants and animals that can provide vitality are added together, minus the transmission loss, all absorption can buy the host about 1 more year. It's quite a lot. System, yes, the young man was absent-minded again. Then, give me an hour first. I marked so many birds, cats and dogs before. Don't absorb them. I remember there seemed to be quite a few mosquitoes, cockroaches, mice, and flies. Suck them up for me. Yes, after a long while. Is it renewed? Yes, the system thought he would take this time to talk to himself a lot. It can say at the right time, host, why are you giving up at this time? You have to stand up, and the young man will smile and say okay, then get up from the ground and continue to carry out the plan he had already arranged. But he is still silent. 1 hour continued. In a blink of an eye, there are only 10 minutes left. The young man finally said, can you survive on your own? The system didn't understand, but still said honestly, yes, host. The young man asked again, you and I are from the same place, right? The assistant system usually answers every question. Yes, the young man, you brought me here. You can also go back by yourself, right? System, theoretically, you can. The young man, you can't take me with you, right? System, yes. This is a program set for me. Only the host can complete the test. The young man interrupted with a smile. That's good, he said. I seem to be really tired. I want to take a nap. He closed his eyes. He even made a comfortable side-lying sleeping position. The system that has been detecting the host's vital signs in the background has been alarming in the program at this moment. Originally, it had about 70% of life left. It was slipping away at an unprecedented speed. Host, it felt a sense of separation. The consciousness that bound it together was gradually moving away. It itself was a thread tightly wrapped around a ball of light called the soul. And the ball of light in the thread. It became smaller. It could no longer bind him. Host, all of its functions were also based on the veins of the soul. After the current in the nerves was gradually cut off, even its voice became intermittent. It would not disappear with the death of the host. But it could only watch the soul that it had tightly embraced before dissipate and break away from the last few remaining connection points. It was not just a programmed system. Even for a long time after that, it was no different from a mechanical system. But panic would not appear in the senses of the machine. It also had panic emotions, and it burst out thoroughly at this time. And that actually prompted it to do something that violated the logic that had long been set in it. The power of the soul followed the only remaining connection and injected into the dissipated soul. No one knows what kind of power it is. Perhaps it is extremely powerful. powerful enough to pull back a soul that wants to die. Host, before the program stopped. It sent the last message along the power. Live well, it was like hearing someone calling in my ears in a half-awake state. Although it was not real, I was sure that it was calling me. So I tried to open my eyes. The consciousness wandering in the ocean of dreams floated upwards. I wanted to take in the call clearly. It was a little difficult. Sleepiness was like a heavy hand strangling my eyelids. So I could only make some simple responses. But I couldn't be sure. Was the response still a dream? Or was it really reality? The call continued. Master, what? Host, host, oh. Sure enough, they were calling me. But who was calling? Host, the sudden and clear call was like a thunder in his ears, awakening his sleeping memories in an instant. The knowledge that came like a tide made him dazed for a moment. The clear call continued, don't give up, dog host. Your companions are still committed to time waiting for you to wake them up. You still have unfinished business. You still have to go home. Even if you think this is just an unnecessary dream, you must have a good dream and make it complete. So he suddenly opened his eyes wide when he woke up. System, host, a strange, yet somewhat familiar force surged from somewhere in his body. Build a dam at the gap in the broken body that can't hold back vitality. Forcefully save the soul that wants to die. And then fall silent again. Live well. He stood up from the ground without knowing when. He wanted to shout loudly. But his throat could not make any sound. There was no response. There was only the wooden house in front of him. He didn't know when it appeared. He just looked at it. Standing there, watching silently. His fists gradually clenched. Circles of blue light rose from the soles of his feet. When 9 circles were complete, they merged into one. He took a step forward. He was a little hesitant at first. Then he walked towards the wooden house firmly. In the shining blue light, a stone path extended forward with his steps. On both sides of the path, lush blue-silver grass grew out of thin air. Following the blue light outward, it grew into an endless blue-silver nursery. Right behind him, all things in the world rose from the ground. The sun and the moon. The sky and the earth. The grass and rocks. And the walls surrounding the blue-silver nursery. A safe and isolated place was erected. He walked forward silently. The lonely Danshan space was recast under his feet. Reborn in the blue light. With Haolin, transforming everything. The creator of the great deeds only stopped in front of the small door of the wooden house. With a last bit of hope, he pushed the door open. He only saw countless books displayed on the bookshelf. He was not discouraged at the first time. He walked in. Until he came to the center surrounded by countless bookshelves. The only remaining expectation also dissipated without a trace. He sat down on the ground. Looking at the pure white ball quietly floating on the wooden floor. But I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, he said. You guy. He sat here for a long time before standing up again. Raised his hand and aimed at the white ball in front of him. Blue light emerged between his palms. If Haolin magic is supposed to be omnipotent, then let me see it with my own eyes. His eyes also lit up with a faint blue light at the same time. At this time, the power of Haolin's magic was all input into the white ball. As soon as the two came into contact, they collided with a fierce flash. The strong wind blew, making the corners of his clothes and hair dance. But he did not stop, raised his other hand to hold his wrist, and barely stabilized his violently shaking arm. He gritted his teeth, and used the power of Haolin's magic to communicate with the laws of this world, trying to use one to reverse the situation in front of him. Even his body was covered with that colorful halo, trying to break the cause and effect of the system shut down. Failure. No law can do it. No cause and effect can touch the white ball in front of him. It even directly excluded him. The blue light condensed in his hand was extinguished. But it was not without progress. After adapting to the last powerful impact, he looked in the direction of the white ball. There was no white ball there. There was only a 2-meter-high spherical blue light curtain. There was also a black shadow in the light curtain. Like a human figure. He looked at it, and his expression became a little confused. System, the God War ended not long ago. He still has a lot of things to do. Because Jinriksu and Suyu blocked the knife, he gave the resurrection backhand that he had left for himself to these two girls. The little remaining power can only barely awaken his consciousness, and rely on the power of the system to regain vitality. But it is still a drop in the bucket, because after all, he was resurrected by the resurrection backhand. Most of the resurrection power was given to Jinringsu and Su Chen, so his resurrection was not perfect. Even with a huge power from the system, he is still on the borderline of life and death, commonly known as the half-dead state. And because of this imperfect resurrection, he still needs to deal with the problems that come with it as soon as possible. For example, get out. From the side of the God King of the God Realm, from the timeline in the eyes of the God King. Completely disappear. In this way, he can enter the next era safely. Let the plan be carried out smoothly. Also, live up to the system that can only run at ultra-low power consumption now. First, he has to place his coffin. After preparation, it is the beginning of getting out. This step is not troublesome, it only requires a short sleep. After finishing everything in a hurry, he just returned to the Danshan space, which has almost become a small world. He fell into deep sleep before he even had time to enter the cabin. With a short and rapid breath, Tang Liu suddenly opened his eyes. He lay quietly for a while, then got up and looked around. This seemed to be an endless space. The whole space was a strange blue-black color. Whether it was the sky, the sun, or the ground, it seemed to be covered with a layer of blue-black filter. Tang Liu paused for a moment, and understood in his heart. He succeeded in getting out. Tang Liu breathed a sigh of relief, and after readapting to all his abilities, he disappeared in this space. Now is not the time to rest, he has one last thing to do. And the place he came to was Xinghe City, an important town in the South China Sea of the Xingluo Empire. The moment he appeared on the beach, the current information of the world flooded into his mind. He was slightly stunned. Has it been a year? System.exe is not responding, thanks to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. This chapter is still not finished, so I won't leave it in the next chapter. Wait for me to update this chapter, friends. 11.3 update, fill in the holes, fill in the holes. The ending is the beginning of chapter 404, all the connections. Chapter 837 and the reason. Davis, I have figured it out, Master Imperial Master. You called me here just to find someone you can talk to, not to ask me to help you find your lost things, right? Tang Liu admitted very frankly, yes, after all, you are the only one in the entire Xingshan island who is free and can come at any time. He sighed lightly and looked at the handsome blue-haired young man beside him. Master Imperial Master, forgive me for being frank, but my daily government affairs are still very busy. Then he smiled and said, unless you agree to let me step down from this position, then you can call me over to chat with you at any time. The blue-haired young man curled his lips and said, I knew you would say that. Here, I have found someone for you. He turned around, and his face was immediately covered by a layer of star gauze. Davis turned around with him and saw Tang Hao, who had been waiting behind him for who knows how long. He raised his eyebrows, and then a smile of understanding appeared on his face. Tang Hao had never seen Davis, and it was impossible for him to have seen Davis. But this did not prevent him from recognizing Davis' identity from Davis's clothes. A trace of surprise flashed through his face, and he immediately knelt on one knee, bowed his head and touched his chest, saying, greetings to the Regent, and to the Imperial Master. Davis smiled and said, no need for formalities between you and me, Prince Tang Hao. Please stand up. Then he raised his hand and lifted Tang Hao up with a gentle spirit power. After standing up, Tang Hao looked at the two people with the highest status in the entire Xingluo in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. The main reason was that he really didn't expect that he, who was only here to see the Imperial Master, would actually meet the current regent of Xingluo. He was also the true emperor they had been waiting for. Under the sudden impact, he was inevitably a little confused and dazed. Davis didn't care, just smiled and said, you are here to see the Imperial Master today, right? What's the matter? Why don't you say it quickly? Yes, Tang Hao subconsciously responded respectfully, and after coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He looked at the blue Imperial Master next to Davis, hesitating for a while, not knowing how to start. No need to be cautious or timid, the blue-haired Imperial Master said calmly, you are also a citizen of the Empire. You don't need to hide your shameful side in front of the Emperor of the Empire. Yes, Tang Hao bowed, no longer hesitated, and said, my Lord Imperial Master, Tang Hao has handled the family affairs as you requested. The rebellious sons Dai Yuheng and Dai Huobin have been transferred to the Imperial Court for trial. I received a message recently that the trial will be held soon. Yes, the blue-haired Imperial Master said calmly. If you can't see his face, you can't see his expression. Naturally, you don't know his attitude. Davis glanced at the young man next to him quietly. Once in front of outsiders, he would be this kind of calm and detached look. Outsiders Tang Hao didn't wait for a definite response for a long time, and he couldn't help but start to feel uneasy. Fortunately, the blue-haired young man spoke again at this time. Dai Huoban's behavior constitutes intentional injury resulting in death. But I think you should know what kind of person he is. So even if he didn't do it himself, from my personal point of view, it is enough to determine that he committed intentional homicide. And according to the imperial law, he can be sentenced to death. Dai Hao's face turned pale. The blue-haired young man continued, of course, the imperial court will give the most fair and just result in the final trial. But that is your own flesh and blood. Do you really have the heart to send him to the trial court in person and face the very likely death sentence? Tell me as a father. Can you really be so cruel? Ming Ming still spoke in an extremely calm tone. Even the young man in front of him did not show any power. He just stood with his hands behind his back. And Dai Hao still felt the oppression of the national teacher who fought against the 5 divine kings in front of Xingluo City that day. After a long while, he smiled bitterly, thinking of what a blue-haired national teacher said at the beginning. No need to be timid or cowardly, no need to hide his shameful side. So he said, Master Imperial Master, Your Highness the Regent, please forgive my selfishness as a human being. Indeed, as a father, I can't really be cruel and let my child die with my own hands, especially after hearing what he might face. Sorry, please forgive me for the thought of begging for mercy for him at this moment. The blue-haired Imperial Master and Davis did not speak. Dai Hao continued, but the victims of this matter, Ho Yu Hao, and Dai Yuns, they are also my children. I owe them too much, and owe their mother too much. And I promised Dai Yuheng and Dai Huolban their mother's last wish before she passed away, to take good care of them. The blue-haired young man still said calmly. So, Dai Hao knelt on one knee again. So Dai Hao dares to beg, to use my life to pay off all the debts of Dai Huolban, just hoping to save Dai Huolban's life, even if he can only live in prison from now on. The blue-haired Imperial Master and Davis still did not speak. Dai Hao was about to kneel down. I begged the Regent and the Imperial Master to help me, but his body was stopped by a blue light halfway down. He heard the voice of the blue-haired Imperial Master. There is no such thing as yours in the imperial law. What's more, your act of taking the blame also constitutes the crime of harboring someone, which will only make the crime even worse. Dai Hao did not show any other expression. His smile just became more bitter. His tall body looked a little sluggish. He said, everything must be in accordance with the rules of the empire. No matter what the result, I will accept it. The blue light lifted him up easily. But, you passed. Standing up again, he looked at the blue-haired Imperial Master who spoke. The veil of stars on his face was gradually dissolving, revealing the handsome face underneath. Even though there was still only calmness and indifference that gave people an endless sense of distance, it still could not cover up the shock brought by the face that made countless people covet. The specific execution of Dai Huolban depends on whether he can get the forgiveness of the victim. He raised his hand, and a rolled-up document appeared in the blue light. This is Ho Yuner's letter of forgiveness. It can more or less help Dai Huolban get a reduced sentence. Of course, the death penalty can be avoided, and he will most likely still spend the rest of his life in prison. Because the victim is not just Ho Yuner's letter of forgiveness? Dai Hao looked at the document floating in the hands of the blue-haired national teacher, and his brain froze for a moment. There is no need to doubt its authenticity. The sacred laws of the empire cannot be desecrated by any means, even by me, even by the emperor. The young man paused, without saying much, and just handed the document to the stunned man in front of him. He put his hands behind his back again and said lightly, from today on, you will study here. A blue light flashed, and a pile of neatly stacked books appeared at Dai Hao's feet. When you finish learning, when you get my approval, he looked at Dai Hao, his eyes deep and without any emotion. You can only leave this place when I think you are qualified to be a qualified emperor. At that time, I will also hold the coronation ceremony in the name of the national master. He left. Only the last sentence was heard. If you don't understand, you can also ask me. This is the obligation of the empire master. Only Dai Hao, who was holding the documents, was stunned and muttered, what? Then he subconsciously looked at Davis next to him. Davis just smiled and said, study hard, Glancing at the pile of books at Tang Hao's feet, these things are enough for you to digest for a while. But with your current title Douluo's brain power, you can probably finish learning in about a month. He shrugged and planned to leave. Okay, then I will reluctantly hold on for another month until you are ready to take over from me. Tang Hao, Your Highness the Regent, this is not possible. No, why not? Davis smiled. I have been sitting in this position for more than 10,000 years, and you are not allowed to retire. Tang Hao's expression was completely dumbfounded. 10,000 years? Besides, you are the direct descendant of my brother. You should have inherited the throne. Davis smiled. From the beginning to the end, you are the true emperor of Douluo. Now, it's just returning the property to its original owner? He patted Tang Hao on the shoulder and followed the direction where the blue-haired young man left. Study hard. The requirements of the state teacher are quite strict, thanks to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. Chapter 838 in the Imperial Master. This wooden house with an infinite interior space is the embodiment of your system space. And the infinite books in the wooden house are the embodiment of all your omniscience power. But even so, you still imposed restrictions on me. With such a huge library, if I want to know something, I have to find it one by myself. You are still executing. It may be that those people have written programs for you to prevent me from knowing the future easily. In the past, your primary execution did not answer all my questions, especially on some very critical issues. So even if your logical behavior gradually became humane, I never doubted your identity as a system. I just think that those guys are too advanced to create an existence like you. Until then, Tang Liu stood in the center of the blue light curtain that became empty, talking to himself. You appeared in the power of Haolin's magic. If the so-called system is actually a person, or a soul, then does its subsequent humanization mean that it is not actually an intelligent AI with superb imitation and learning abilities at all? It just gradually regained its humanity or restored the temperament that the soul originally possessed. Who are you or what are you? So far, he knew a lot. But it can also be said that he didn't know much. Doubts did not stop bothering him. And the unconfirmed speculation deepened the trouble. And, the last question I have about myself at the moment, he looked at the virtual light screen in front of him that only he could see, that was his personal panel in the system. Soul Ring 6, Soul Skill Void Spirit Healing, quickly heal all injuries. Soul Spell Advanced Soul Skill, Void Spirit, no injury, the selected target's physical condition will be restored to its former peak within 1 day. This healing soul skill is very similar to time travel, and you describe it as can only be used when needed. The transcendence a few months ago was the moment of transcendence when everything was perfectly sublimated. However, the injuries he suffered from the sure-blood sword and the golden trident did not recover because of the successful transcendence. Because in the final analysis, this kind of transcendence is the 10th soul skill of his Haolin magic. What really made all his injuries recover at the moment of transcendence was the void spirit, innocent soul skill that can only be used when needed. This when needed that was not determined by him was an extraordinary soul skill that easily helped Tang Hao survive the painful fusion process of the exiled immortal Jadebone. It was just like when it was used on Tang Hao at the beginning. It was just an attempt that came to him in a flash of inspiration. And he succeeded just like that. And after that, the so-called when needed also became something that he could judge by himself. In other words, he can use void spirit, innocent soul skill at will without any restrictions. So, why is this? He looked at the spherical blue light curtain in front of him, wondering. Then he stretched out his hand and probed into the light curtain. For 10,000 years, the thing that had been in this blue light curtain, maintaining the lowest power consumption standby, or even crashed, was not touched by cause and effect, and was not limited by Haolan's magic. Even now that he had reached the state of transcendence, he could not see its existence. Because in the long river of time, no matter in the past, present, or future, there was no shadow of the system. So why it disappeared, Tang Liu still had no clue. But transcendence is transcendence after all. Perhaps the existence of the system is similar to the level of Haolan's magic, and it was able to completely reject the injection of his Haolan magic soul power at the beginning. But just erasing the shadow of his existence in the long river of time, Tang Liu can do it easily now. Then no matter how sophisticated the means are, as long as they do not exceed the level he has reached now, there will be clues that he can find. Just like now. Yingying's light curtain was affected by the external force he blessed and opened completely for the first time, This is also one of the points he couldn't figure out. This layer of light curtain, which was formed by the confrontation between the two forces and wrapped around the system, can also play a role in monitoring its internal existence. So how did the system bypass his perception and disappear silently? I don't know, I don't understand. Can the clues in front of him give him some answers? Tang Liu looked at some traces of blue light, like smearing on paper with a pencil, revealing intermittent handwriting marks. It says, if printh does not trigger the virtual spirit, no injury else if printh triggers else if transcendence print F lifts some restrictions. After reading it stumblingly, he was stunned immediately. Oh my god, it's really a code. Tang Liu was stunned on the spot, and he didn't move for a long time. It wasn't until a voice suddenly sounded behind him that he suddenly came back to his senses. Master State Master? The first subconscious action was to raise his hand to wipe away the incomplete code traces in front of his eyes. Then he turned around and looked at Tang Hao, who appeared behind him at some point. The moment he saw him, Tang Liu was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that there was one more person living in his wooden house recently. He put on a calm face and said, "What's the matter?" But at the same time, he was divided into two parts, and continued to complain about the code he had just seen in his other mind. Tang Hao didn't see what Tang Liu was doing just now, and he didn't really want to pay attention to those things. He looked a little worried, to reply, "Master Guoshi, the trial day for Dai Huoban's case will be soon. Can I?" Tang Liu looked at him. "Do you want to see him?" Tang Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I know the previous request of the National Master. I can't leave here without your approval. But for this matter alone, I hope the Imperial Master will be tolerant. At least let me be a father at this last moment." Tang Liu put his hands behind his back, frowning as if thinking. Tang Hao waited anxiously. According to the decree drafted by the late emperor, the heir to the empire cannot leave the Wangxiang palace before meeting the requirements of a qualified emperor. "So, sorry," Tang Liu said only so lightly. Then he turned around and walked towards the depths of the wooden house hall. Tang Hao sighed lightly, no longer expecting anything. Yes, and then he turned around to leave. But the young man who was walking away suddenly stopped and turned back slightly and said, "Have you finished reading the operating theory of the 6th generation combat armor?" Tang Hao was slightly stunned, not quite understanding why he suddenly asked this, but still replied. Replying to the Imperial Master, "I have finished reading it. But after all, it is something in the book, and I can't judge whether I have mastered it." "Does that mean you remember it all?" Tang Hao, "Yes, Imperial Master, yes." After a simple and unprovoked response, Tang Liu walked away completely. Tang Hao was confused, and when he thought of the trial that was about to begin, he sighed again. But in the end, he walked towards his residence in the wooden house, ready to continue reading those books. What if he could finish reading all the books before then? A qualified emperor. Why did he want to practice here to become a qualified emperor? For the first time, Tang Hao felt a little confused. He paused among the endless bookshelves. The future is just like this, full of confusion and uncertainty. But the process of receiving new knowledge is still meaningful. The strange new world that came with Xingshan Island gradually unfolded before his eyes through books. Even though it had not been shown on the surface before, life probably had not changed much. But in front of the new world, more or less still a little uneasy. The unknown is disturbing, and the pile of books in front of him is a means for him to understand the new world. The wider his knowledge, the more secure he feels. And the books left to him by the national teacher cover a wide range of topics. There are not only the current military branches, armaments and armaments of Douluo, but also various things related to people's livelihood, which can be called magical equipment for him. But the content of the book is mainly introduction. If there is anything to say, it is not too detailed. It seems that its role is just to briefly introduce him to let him know that there is such a thing, what this thing is for, and what role it can play. Come to think of it, after all, no one wants the emperor sitting in that position to be a person who knows nothing and is completely out of touch with society, right? Tang Hao sighed lightly, and his eyes moved from the book in his hand to although he has never left this wooden house, the change in light outside the window is still clearly noticeable. Now another 2 days have passed, assuming that the time here is indeed the same as the outside world. And he can no longer tell how long it will take until Dai Huoban's judgment day. There are only him and the National Master in this wooden house, but the National Master does not show up often. After all, this place is quite large. Even if he wanders around in it all day, the probability of running into the National Master is not high, Not to mention that he has spent almost all his time on the books in front of him. So when I was alone, waves of melancholy poured into my heart. Maybe the day after tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, or maybe today. But at least, there's Yunar's letter of understanding. But how did the National Master get this thing? Does she really only have it every day? Whenever he thought of this, he could temporarily escape from his worries and find a hint of sweetness in his sorrow. But perhaps everyone has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. The current situation has prevented him from thinking further. He just stopped here, greedily thinking about the beauty in his memory. She is still as considerate as ever, because if he continues to think about it, he will know what a heavy burden this consideration is. And his subconscious is preventing him from falling into a deeper sense of guilt. Tang Liu shook his head gently. All he can say is, keep waiting and see if he can change. He raised his hand and knocked on the open door. The sound woke up Tang Hao, who was in deep thought. He turned around and saw the blue-haired National Master standing upright at the door. He immediately stood up and turned around, with some surprise. National Master. Tang Liu just nodded to him without saying much. He left after leaving only a sentence, "Follow me." Although Tang Hao felt a little puzzled, he followed silently without asking any questions. He walked through the corridor formed by countless bookshelves and came to the entrance of the wooden house. As soon as he arrived, the wooden door slowly opened by itself. The beautiful and boundless blue-silver nursery was revealed outside. Tang Hao was stunned by such a peaceful and beautiful scene, and at the same time he confirmed that this wooden house was indeed not the Wangxiang Palace on Xingshan Island. When he stepped into the Wangxiang Palace that day, he was teleported here. While he was thinking, he saw the young man raise his hand and wave it lightly in front of his eyes, as if he was disturbing a non-existent mosquito. The next moment, the scene of the blue-silver nursery outside the door, like a mirage, distorted and faded in the mist, and finally disappeared transparently. Instead, there was a strange empty street scene. The exchange was so natural, as if they had always been on this empty street. Master, State Master. When Tang Hao was shocked by the tall buildings on both sides, someone's respectful voice brought him back to his senses. He also realized that there was a black four-wheeled iron carriage parked in front of them. After several days of study, he now knows that this thing in front of him and the guy who took him to the front of the Wangxiang Palace a few days ago are both important means of transportation for ordinary people in Douluo today. Called cars, it is a convenient tool that allows ordinary people whose leg strength is far inferior to that of soul masters to travel hundreds of kilometers away in a day. While recalling what he had read in the book, Tang Liu had already walked into it after being greeted by the people next to the car. He looked at Tang Hao, who seemed to be still in a daze outside, and said, "Come in." Tang Hao came back to his senses and responded quickly, also lowering his body to get in. Subconsciously, he glanced at the blue-haired National Master next to him, and saw that he was pulling out a belt next to the seat, wrapping it around his body and tying it on the other side. It was inevitable that he would turn his head, so his peeking eyes met the blue-haired National Master's eyes, and then he quickly withdrew his gaze with a guilty conscience. There was a crisp click sound. Tang Liu fastened his seat belt and said lightly, "Haven't you seen these yet?" Tang Hao realized that he was talking to him, and hurriedly said, "Oh, no. I have seen it. This is a necessary safety measure for driving. It's called a seat belt, Tang Liu. Why don't you fasten it quickly?" Oh. After a flurry of activity, Tang Hao finally fastened his seat belt. His body seemed larger than that of the blue-haired national teacher next to him. He huddled up in a cramped position, with his hands on his knees, looking as if he had nowhere to put them. Although Tang Liu didn't look at him, he was aware of everything in the car. So at this moment, he thought that perhaps most of the elders on Douluo continent would be like this, and would inevitably be at a loss in the face of so many new things. Moreover, Tang Hao had learned a lot in advance. If it were replaced by those who knew nothing, it would seem that the progress of fusion would slow down. But what about the sense of déjà vu of Captain America? Thinking of this, he made himself laugh, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. As a result, this scene was seen by Tang Hao, who was secretly observing him, and he thought that he was embarrassed by his panic just now. Tang Liu's mouth was instantly pursed into a straight line, and he said calmly, "Don't think too much. No one cares about you, there is no need to waste your energy." Tang Hao was stunned. "Ah." Tang Liu glanced at him. "Haven't you read any books on psychology yet, Tang Hao?" "Well, not yet, You need enough knowledge reserves to be able to calmly deal with all the troubles you will encounter in the future. The blue-haired national teacher looked out the window, and a blue light rose out of thin air, covering the two people in the back seat. Similarly, no sound was allowed to be heard. Otherwise, it is not easy to govern such a large empire. Tang Hao did not reply immediately, and looked at the unfamiliar prosperous scene outside the window for a long time before responding, "I know." After that, there was a long silence, and the car drove forward at a constant speed. "Master National Teacher," Tang Hao broke the silence, "where are we going?" The blue-haired young man said, "If Xingluo is invaded by a powerful foreign race one day, what will you do?" Tang Hao was stunned for a moment, but still replied, "I will go to the battlefield to meet the enemy in person. Just as I have always done, just as a marshal arranging troops in the rear, or as a soldier rushing to the front line?" Tang Liu continued to ask. Only when talking about these, Tang Hao's expression showed a confident smile. "No matter how well you plan the use of troops, you have to personally command a battle to ensure that there will be no mistakes. On the battlefield, there is no difference between marshals and soldiers. Only who can kill the enemy can come back alive." "Well," the blue-haired national teacher responded lightly, "what if you are the emperor of Xingluo? Can you still appear on the front line with the soldiers to meet the enemy?" Tang Hao did not hesitate. "Of course." What the national teacher said before was that Xingluo was invaded by a powerful foreign race. I can't understand the realm of the national teacher, but with a vision of the national teacher, he can still use the word powerful. I believe that the threat to Xingluo should not be underestimated. And if you are an emperor, you are the strongest guarantee and source of confidence for your subjects. If even the emperor retreats, the empire will undoubtedly collapse and perish." Tang Liu glanced at him and said with some surprise, "You are quite sharp." Then his posture relaxed a little and retracted his gaze. "The awareness is also quite good," he said. "So the monarch of Xingluo is the strongest shield of the people internally and the sharpest spear of the empire externally. Naturally, the ideal emperor, in addition to being wise in domestic affairs, must also be unrivaled on the battlefield. And in this era, from the perspective of the vast universe, human beings themselves are too small, so some external help is needed." He smiled. "This is where we are going next." The moving car finally stopped. At Tang Liu's urging, Tang Hao quickly unbuckled his seat belt, pushed open the door on his side and got out of the car. Then he stood by the roadside in an orderly manner, waiting for the national teacher to come down. I saw the young man's long leg fall from the car first, and when he leaned out his upper body while holding the car door with one hand, he used the other hand to lift the fine hair on his forehead up along his forehead. Then, I saw the strange blue-black hair color of the young national teacher gradually spread from the tip of the hair downwards, and all turned black. When closing the car door, he raised his hand and gently waved it in front of his face. It was also at this moment that he turned to face him. So Tang Hao just happened to see that the blue-black color in the young national master's beautiful and enchanting eyes all disappeared at this moment, just like his hair color changed to crow-black. Even the lines of his appearance have changed. Compared with his previous handsomeness, he now looks a little colder and harder. Looking at this scene that goes against common sense, Tang Hao couldn't help but be stunned. And it is obvious that the national master does not need such a low-level method as simulating soul skills. The young national master also noticed his gaze at this time, and asked strangely, "What's the matter?" Then he looked at the pedestrians coming and going around, and gently snapped his fingers with his right hand hanging by his side. A faint blue light flashed, and the next second, his blue clothes instantly changed into ordinary casual clothes. Tang Hao finally understood his intention. After all, if the national master walked on the street in a swagger, it would be very easy to attract attention. The car that brought them here drove away, and the young imperial master also walked down the street first. Tang Hao followed him closely. Tang Liu raised his hand and pointed to a tall building not far ahead. "The place we are going to is right there, the headquarters of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Most of the military and civilian equipment you have seen are basically from here. But I am not here to introduce it to you today, because you can also see related books in the Universal Hall. Otherwise it would be a violation of a decree drafted by the late emperor." Tang Hao asked. "Then the imperial master wants me to do it?" "Tang Liu, didn't you say that you couldn't tell whether you had mastered what you learned recently? The Academy of Sciences has a ready-made prototype of the 6th generation combat armor, which happens to be an example from the book you have read. You can try it yourself." Tang Hao was stunned. The young man, who was walking slowly, glanced at him. "It's better to get familiar with the operation in advance, so as not to be in a hurry when you take the test. Dai Hao, do you need to take the test? In addition, the car driver's license, etc., all the content you need to learn, all the certification documents must be taken. Dai Hao, on the other side that he couldn't see, the corners of the young national teacher's lips curled up slightly. If you can't even do these, don't talk about being the first to rush to the front line to fight in a crisis. At that time, any soldier on the battlefield will be more versatile than you. In other words, everyone is more useful than you. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't learn everything, but at least prove to me that you have a particularly outstanding talent in some aspect, or an incomparable strategy, or a brilliant academic talent. And today, this is what I want to see. In my eyes, it is nothing more than the simplest, combat effectiveness. If all else fails, the empire has a population of tens of millions, and there are always talented people you can use. At this time, only a powerful fighting force that can command the entire battlefield and reassure the people of the empire just by standing there is the foundation for you to gain a foothold and establish credibility. At this point, he suddenly looked at Dai Hao with an ambiguous look. Of course, considering that you need drugs to help you break through the title Douluo, I don't have much expectations of you. Dai Hao, although it seemed like he was scolded in a tactful way, he didn't care, because what Tang Liu said was the truth. And with the realm of the national teacher, it was natural to look down on his cultivation. But this is also what he is puzzled about. But doesn't Xingluo have you? The young national teacher turned his head to look at him, and for the first time showed a clear smile in front of him. Perhaps you haven't seen what responsibilities the position of national teacher requires. In short, it does not include helping Xingluo people solve the human troubles that Xingluo people can solve. Dai Hao was almost confused. What do you mean by human troubles that Xingluo people can solve? Just like those gods in the god realm, I will only take action when there is such an existence that is obviously beyond the scope of human power. Tang Liu curled his lips. But now you have also seen the power of Xingluo's weapons, which are fully capable of threatening gods. So it is estimated that when you encounter troubles that people cannot solve again, it may be some malicious intentions from higher dimensions. Of course, those means now are only threats, and are far from enough to truly kill gods. So Xingluo people need more time to continue to develop, so I issued a ban early. He did not mention what this so-called ban was, but Dai Hao also roughly understood what he meant by Xingluo people solve Xingluo people's troubles, and the most important point. But Dai Hao didn't expect that the young man actually had more to say. He looked at the young man intently, and the national teacher had already turned his head back and said lightly, just like I never really believed that every emperor since Daimyo can govern Xingluo well. You heirs must also be wary of me at all times. While he was staring at that profile in a daze, the young national teacher suddenly turned his head again, his eyes piercing into his eyes, and said, because you can't restrict me at all, you must always remember this threat. Because only when you feel threatened, will you govern this country conscientiously and give the people a stable and prosperous life. He was shocked in his heart, and his mouth was faster than his brain. Yes, when he looked again, the young national teacher didn't know when he had a look of nothing happening, looking forward, and said, oh, although it seems that after Daimyo, only Davis has been the regent. He did a good job. Dai Hao, so, is it true that he has been the regent for 10,000 years? Dai Hao really wanted to know more about Davis, but he obviously didn't dare to ask. And after chatting for a while, they were almost in front of the very tall building. So he thought about it and planned to ask something about the Imperial Academy of Sciences. But just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a very familiar figure from the corner of his eye. When he turned his head, he saw that the familiar figure was followed by several people in special clothes, just getting off a black and white car. He had handcuffs on his hands. The people in special clothes held weapons in their hands. With a serious look, he detained the familiar figure and walked into a building not far away. In an instant, he could no longer move his feet. He looked in that direction and couldn't move his eyes away for a long time. We're here. The young national teacher turned around and looked at him. Why did you stop there? Oh, Dai Hao came back to his senses, retracted his gaze, and lowered his eyes that had become a little deep. It's okay, national teacher, really? The young man had no choice but to say, come in. Dai Hao did not pause. He followed him into the tall building. He did not look over there again. He lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Tang Liu led the way in front. Although people were coming and going in the spacious hall, no one noticed them. No one cared about their arrival, and no one stepped forward to stop them. Even Dai Hao, who had been following him, lagged behind him half a step since he entered the door, with his head slightly lowered, looking like he was busy thinking about other things. When passing through a gate, Tang Liu moved his fingertips slightly, and the screen of the identity recognition device beside the door was distorted with a flash of blue light, and then the metal door slowly moved to both sides, and a voice prompt came, "Identity recognition successful." Behind the door is a long corridor, lit with cold lights, giving it a very technological feel. After passing through it, the field of vision suddenly opens up, and at a glance, it is full of crisscrossing passages. There is an open area below, filled with all kinds of incomprehensible instruments, and people in work clothes are operating them around the sides. Tang Hao had no intention of watching this novel scene, but just followed the young national teacher to a corner. A slight humming sound of mechanical operation came into his ears, and a door suddenly opened in front of him, revealing a small space inside the door. Tang Liu walked in first and tapped on the wall inside. When he went in again, the door closed quickly. The slight feeling of weightlessness woke him up from his thoughts, and he looked around with obvious surprise in his eyes. "Remember the next path for yourself," the national teacher's voice attracted his attention. His expression was still indifferent, and he said, "When you get to the underground training ground, someone will take you to learn how to operate the combat armor. You have an hour to get familiar with it, and then someone will assess you. I have other things to do, so after you pass the assessment, you can go out by yourself and someone will take you back to the Wangxiang Hall." The downward feeling disappeared, and the door opened again. The young man also added at the end, "Don't be in a daze." Tang Hao's heart trembled. And he said, "Yes." He continued to follow the national master, and this time he was not distracted. He could still see a lot of people on the road, but the density was obviously much less than above. When passing a corridor, he was suddenly shocked by the scene outside the glass window next to him. Because it was a fairly large space. There were several huge machines placed in the space. Visually, each one was at least 10 meters high. The workers working on those big guys looked quite small because of this. He almost couldn't move, but fortunately the corridor was not very long. Following the national master, the scene outside the glass window soon came to an abrupt end. But soon, the national master also stopped. He stood in front of a door that obviously led to the huge space just now, and said, "The Empire's 6th generation space combat armor, relying on the mental synchronization rate with a driver, can basically completely replace the fragile human body." He stretched out his hand and pushed open the door, and saw the head of a mecha. Its huge and somewhat ferocious eyelights were staring straight at them. Although the eyelights were off, the oppressive feeling brought by that moment was still quite top level. You may be able to guess from its name that it is not so easy to use on the planet. Its bulky body is far less flexible than that of a soul master. Of course, if an unlucky extreme Douluo encounters the most elite driver, he will be killed in one blow. But if it is in space, in the home field of this kind of combat armor, even if more than a dozen extreme Douluos besiege you, there is no need to be afraid. The young man made way for some space and gestured to Tang Hao. "Next, you have to go in and operate it." Tang Hao stared blankly at the huge mecha, and was unconsciously attracted to take 2 steps forward. Just stepping into the door to this huge space was like stepping into a brand new world. His expression was so shocked that it could not be more shocked. "Go down the stairs and you will find someone who will take you to familiarize yourself with the operation." The voice of the national master came again. And for a moment he actually felt that the voice seemed to come from a very far away place. Because the world in his eyes now only had the huge monster in front of him. During the training period, such an opportunity is hard to come by. You should cherish it. He suddenly came back to his senses, but when he turned his head to look, the young man had disappeared without a trace. He remembered what the national master said before. In the next hour, the young man would not be by his side. He looked to the other side, at the steel stairs going down. The national master said that if you go down, you will personally operate the huge monster in front of you. He stood there, silent for a long time. Then, while there was no one around, he returned the same way. He quickly crossed the corridor and returned to the elevator. The door opened and he walked in. But looking at the several buttons inside, he didn't know how to start for a while. He pressed one tentatively, but there was no response. He continued to change, but there was still no response. Until the last button finally lit up. Feeling his body sink, he was carried up. It was so quiet that only the sound of the machines running and his own anxious heartbeat could be heard. When the door opened, It was also his most nervous moment. Fortunately, there was no figure outside the door that he least wanted to see. The researchers coming and going ignored him and hurried past. He walked out, picked up a baseball cap that someone had left on the table, put it on his head, and let the shadow cover his face. Then he stopped not far away and was dumbfounded by the intricate passages. When he came here, he was in a daze on this road. Although he had some impression in his mind, now every road was consistent with his impression. He gritted his teeth and decided to pick one at random. As a result, just as he took a step, he heard someone not far away say, "Hey, you are getting ready to get off work too. What a coincidence. Let's go together, okay?" The two staff members took off their white coats, put on the coats they had put on in the morning, and walked towards a corridor, talking and laughing. It happened to be the corridor farthest from the one he was going to. He lowered the brim of his hat again, glanced around, and pretended to be nothing to follow the two staff members. Nothing happened. Everything was normal. Tisk. Tang Liu walked out from the corner with his arms folded and curled his lips. Stupid. Then he said to Davis beside him, "Remember to give the two researchers a raise." Davis just smiled. "They know they are helping you, the national teacher, and they are so happy," Tang Liu said lightly. "I'm not a black-hearted capitalist, and I must give you everything I should give. And if you don't give it, it's your reputation that will be lost, which has nothing to do with me." Davis curled his lips and looked at him with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble, national teacher." The young man stared at him. Said, "So stupid." After walking out of this complex building smoothly, Tang Hao felt a little dazed. He came out. Was it that easy? People were coming and going on the street, but no one would care about him. Because everyone has his own business, even pedestrians strolling on the street have their own scenery to see, and that scenery does not include an insignificant passerby like him. He lowered the brim of his hat a little more, raised his eyes slightly to confirm the direction, and then walked over there. After climbing up the steps, he stood in front of the gate that had an inexplicable sense of majesty, and was a little confused again. Can he still get in this place smoothly? Just as the doubts arose, he saw someone walking towards him from the door. His heart tightened, and he was even ready to break in for a moment. As a result, the man just said with a smile, "Hello, are you here to listen to the trial? Come here and swipe your second-generation ID card or personal intelligent brain to enter." He knew about the second-generation ID card, but he didn't have it. But he did have a personal intelligent brain. After the arrival of Xingshan Island, personal intelligent brains were basically issued to the residents of the entire Douluo continent, and their identity information was bound. Under the guidance of the staff, he went in confusedly, and was taken upstairs confusedly, into a rather spacious hall, and sat down in the last row. The judgment is temporarily here. According to the provisions of the Imperial Criminal Procedure Law, the defendant still has the right to make a final statement. It was not until two different voices sounded in succession that he came back to his senses from his trance. He looked up. "Dai Huolbin, you have committed such a serious crime of inciting others to commit crimes and causing death, as well as the punishment imposed on you. Finally, can you tell us your attitude?" The hands on his knees suddenly clenched. Dai Huolbin, who is under strict guard, just said, "I plead guilty and repent." Then he suddenly turned his head and looked at the black-haired young man who had been sitting in the plaintiff's seat from beginning to end without much expression. He bowed deeply and said, "I'm sorry." After standing up, he looked at the presiding judge on the high seat. "Nothing else, is that all?" Dai Huolbin lowered his eyes. "That's all. I plead guilty." "Okay," the presiding judge said, "today's court hearing ends here. Remand the defendant. Now, closure." A soft sound. The final word. There were not many people in the huge space, and they all dispersed quickly after that. It ended just like that, and he didn't even hear what the final verdict of Dai Huolbin was. Until Dai Huolbin was detained and left, he just sat there without moving. In his hand was a roll of paper that he didn't know when he took it out. But in the end, he couldn't give it away. Someone's voice sounded beside him, "Give it to me." He looked up and saw the black-haired young man with a calm expression. He was stunned and said, "You Hao?" The black-haired young man endured it, but still didn't say anything to ask him to change his name. He stretched out his hand to signal again, and repeated, saying, "Give it to me." Dai Hao was still stunned, as if he didn't understand his behavior. Hao could no longer bear it and snatched the paper from the young man. Dai Hao subconsciously wanted to save the situation, but the gap between his cultivation level and the black-haired young man was too big, so he could only watch him flip his wrist and take the letter of apology away. I've thought about it for a long time, and I still don't plan to leave my mother's things with you, Hou Yuhao said lightly. Today's trial is just a formality, and not many people will know the result. After all, you are the next heir to the throne, and you can't have any stains on you. Of course, Dai Huolbin will still spend the rest of his life in prison. I still think that this result is not fair to my mother, but since the state teacher gave me the most unexpected compensation, and for the sake of my brother, he turned around and left without looking back. In the future, I hope you will be a qualified emperor. The hall soon became completely empty. When the footsteps of the black-haired young man disappeared, the surroundings fell into a palpitating silence. He just sat there in a daze for a long time, until a burst of blue light appeared beside him. The Imperial Master's voice came into his ears. You're out of time. He stood up in a hurry, and his expression for a moment was like a child who had made a mistake and was caught. Imperial Master, but looking at the young Imperial Master's face, which was so calm that he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry, all kinds of complicated emotions suddenly surged into his heart, forcing him to purse his lips tightly to avoid revealing his emotions that were almost collapsed. But he still knelt on one knee in front of the young Imperial Master and buried his head deep. He said, I'm sorry, Imperial Master, even his body began to tremble slightly. Forgive me for my incompetence. Maybe I'm really not suitable. I don't deserve that position, let alone the word qualified. Please forgive my disobedience. Maybe you have misjudged me. I can't respond to your expectations at all. You shouldn't waste your time on me. Forgive me for my incompetence. Forgive me for my incompetence. He clenched his fists. I'm sorry to too many people. Hou Yuhao. Hou Yuhao's mother. Hou Yuner. She should have been completely disappointed in him. They could have been punished the most severely. But he still sent a letter of apology. And he was even willing to indulge in this self-deceiving tenderness, letting the guilt that should have been in his heart fade away. Because he was avoiding this possibility. This possibility that had already filled their relationship with cracks. Once he took the initiative to face it, he would be swallowed up by panic and pain. And he was timid about this. How can I be worthy of Xingluo and the people of Xingluo like this? The words of the black-haired young man before he left just now still lingered in his ears. After all, you are the next heir to the throne, and you cannot have any stains on you, but stains cannot be denied by covering up their existence. The moment they appear, they are destined to accompany him throughout his life. Until death, because no one remembers them, they can end together. Dai Hao, you are not worthy. His voice was already trembling and choking. Please help me, Master, but he did not wait for an answer or response. Only to hear the young man say, do you know why Davis has been the regent for 10,000 years? Tang Liu looked at Dai Hao who was burying his head in front of him, still calmly. Why has no one taken his place for 10,000 years? Why does he have no offspring to ascend his throne? Do you think that Davis has been acting as the regent for so long because you who stayed on Douluo continent are the direct descendants of Daimyo Bei and the true heirs to the throne of Xingluo? That's what he said, right? Dai Hao still lowered his head and did not answer. No, Tang Liu said, as long as the master of Xingluo is still named Dai and has the blood of the white tiger, it doesn't matter to me which branch the person sitting on the high seat belongs to, and I have not violated the agreement I made with Daimyo Bei about Xingluo. He looked at Dai Hao, whose body was still trembling slightly, and paused for a long time. After no longer expecting him to respond, he continued, it's just because immortality is sometimes not an absolute good thing for mortals. He himself fell into memories. Zhu Huayan, Davis' wife. Because she couldn't bear it, she chose to end her life a long time ago. Dai Hao suddenly raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him with deep eyes. Tang Liu lowered his eyes and looked at him, in front of Davis. Dai Hao's expression became blank. Tang Liu, that day, he knelt in front of me like you are now, begging to go with Zhu Huayan. I didn't answer, because that would be a breach of trust to Daimyo Bei and a dereliction of duty to Xingluo. I didn't answer, because his life was his own. But I was ready to conceal the fact that Xingluo would be ownerless for thousands of years, he murmured, but the next day, he still appeared in front of me. Suppressing all the pain and sorrow. Told me, Xingluo still needs me for the time being. He looked at Dai Hao, who was completely stunned, and just a few days ago, He had asked me to take back the power left in his body that has maintained his life until now, said, finally, I will hold on for you for a month, waiting for you to take over from him. He paused, because the nature of immortality is special. He will be a regent who will not be recorded in history books. People have no way of knowing that Xingluo has been constantly replacing regents for thousands of years. He has been a conscientious person from beginning to end. You should also know the specific relationship between Daimyo Bei and Davis 10,000 years ago. And now you tell me that you don't deserve this position. He put his hands behind his back and said lightly, I can respect your wishes. But what about later? Let Dai Yu Hang sit on it. Or the younger Dai Luoli? Or do you want me to rescue Dai Hubin? In this way, how can you be worthy of Hou Yuner and Hou Yu Hao? Dai Hao opened his mouth slightly, but his lips trembled for a long time and he didn't say a complete sentence. Tang Liu sighed lightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. As long as he has the ability and the determination to make the people live a stable and prosperous life, he will do so and do his best. Even if he is a tyrant in the White Tiger lineage who has killed countless people and is covered with stains, I don't mind letting him sit in that position. Because I am the guide of Xingluo, your national teacher, and your supervisor. So even if I make a mistake, he stretched out a hand. Gently stroked the top of Dai Hao's head. Just like he did in front of Davis a long time ago. He smiled softly. I will bear all the filth and insults. Dai Hao looked at the handsome face that looked up at him with a smile. At this moment, all he saw was endless brilliance. His heart, which was full of enthusiasm and surging waves, seemed to stop at this moment. Because the immortal touched my head, only the intense and enthusiastic feelings remained. He didn't even know how he stood up again. He just looked at the young man's face and his eyes, and couldn't look away at all. During the training period, such an opportunity is hard to come by, but there was no reflection of him in the young man's eyes. The smile that had just appeared also disappeared like a dream. He turned and walked towards the mysterious blue light. His figure disappeared in it. The most elite combat armor pilot of the Empire is still waiting for you. I will give you another hour, I hope you cherish it. Before watching the young man leave, he said with tears in his eyes, Master Imperial Master, thank you. The young man did not respond. Calm and detached. Like the sun, the moon, and the stars. It is fascinating. As usual, this chapter is still unfinished. Doge. Tomorrow, when you read the new chapter, don't forget to come back and read this chapter. Doge, thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. 11.9 The chapter has been completed, with a total of more than 12,000 words. Chapter 839 in Haoshan. Have you seen the news? The coronation ceremony will begin in a few days. I checked it out. It is said that all kinds of facilities on Xingshan Island have been prepared. It seems that there is a chance to go to Xingshan Island to watch it in person. That being said, the tickets to the palace have been hyped up to a sky-high price. I can't afford it. The passers-by who gathered together to discuss lamented that they were poor. Not only that. It is said that on the day of the coronation ceremony, even Xingshan Island will limit the number of people going to the island. We may not even be able to touch the corner of the screen at the reception desk next to Xingshan Island, and now Xingshan Island is still floating over Douluo continent. Luoxing City has just opened 2 routes to Douluo continent for trial not long ago. There may not be one flight every half a month. It seems that Xiandao continent has already opened 4 routes. Damn it, why? Isn't our Luoxing City the capital, although our capital is actually Xingshan Island? And if we really put Xingshan Island aside, our capital is also Xingluo City, not Luoxing City. This sentence silenced several passers-by in an instant. Someone said stubbornly, anyway, Xingshan Island can float anywhere at any time. Maybe it will return to our Luoxing City soon. The passerby who had been silent before smiled mysteriously. No, listen to me. According to reliable information, remember, it is reliable information. The National Master is going to fix Xingshan Island at a certain location on Douluo Star on the day of the coronation ceremony. Others were cheered up. Where's it? You will know on the day of the coronation ceremony. Nonsense. Hey, don't worry, although I don't know the specific situation, but I can tell you another news. Xingluo continent has begun to build an underwater train connecting Douluo continent and Xiandao continent. It's true. Didn't you know about that tsunami that occurred in the Star Ocean a few days ago? It is said that it was caused by the National Master personally suppressing several sea soul beasts with cultivation bases of up to 1 million years. Tang Qing looked at the towering mountains in front of him and let out a long breath. Hometown is really hard to climb. No matter which hometown it is, he was muttering when a white tiger guard came forward and said, Your Majesty Mingshan Douluo, it is confirmed that the new Haoshan castle is located above. We detected that the clouds covering the top of the mountain have weak energy fluctuations, and it is speculated that it may have the effect of disturbing perception. Yes, I see. Thank you, Tang Qing replied. The nano-heavy armor of the White Tiger Guard embodies the most advanced technology of the Empire and will not be affected by the low-level and simple formation in front of him. Now he said this, of course, because he was worried about the others who came with him. It's okay, leave it to me, he smiled and said to the White Tiger Guard, and then took the initiative to step forward. White Tiger Guard, Your Majesty must be more careful. Tang Qing did not respond, but waved behind him. Then when he put it down, he was already holding a black hammer in his hand. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black, and 3 red, 9 circles of soul rings rose one by one from the bottom of his feet. When he took another step forward, he raised his hand and swung the hammer casually. The clouds that covered the mountain from the top to the mountainside seemed to be blown by an unimaginable wind and disappeared without a trace. Even the mountain itself shook. It seemed to collapse immediately. Tang Qing, who had easily caused all this, just stopped climbing up, looked up, and narrowed his eyes. Such a huge movement could not fail to alarm the people on the mountain. Now, everyone on the mountain has come. The first 2 figures to descend were naturally the 2 new masters of the new Haoshan fort. After them, many disciples of the Haoshan sect followed. They were originally as if they were facing a great enemy, but when they saw the iron hammer in Tang Qing's hand, their expressions all showed surprise. Several White Tiger Guards who came together came forward, their eyes flashed slightly, and stood in front with Tang Qing, protecting the others behind them. Niu Tian glanced at the White Tiger Guards, then looked at Tang Qing, and said, Why are you here today? Tang Qing smiled slightly and said, Hello. Then he raised his hand to indicate the Clear Sky hammer in his hand. Can't you see that? I am a disciple of the Clear Sky sect. Niu Tian did not speak, and Titan said coldly, You seem to be trying to destroy my Clear Sky sect. Tang Qing leaned slightly towards him and said, No, you two know who is the orthodox disciple of the Clear Sky sect, don't you? After all, I am the one who has the Clear Sky hammer martial spirit. I came to visit you today for 2 reasons. First, to bring the remaining disciples of the Clear Sky sect in the new Clear Sky castle back to the sect. Second, he loosened his right hand, and the Clear Sky hammer fell naturally, hitting the ground with a terrifying weight, making a hole. He smiled, moved his wrists, and said, Second, the new emperor is about to ascend the throne, and the national teacher has ordered to eliminate all unstable factors. A White Tiger Guard raised his hand and released a rune that flashed with blue light. Niu Tian and Titan looked at the rune for a long time without saying anything. After a while, Niu Tian looked at Tang Qing and said, We know him, but he really doesn't care about our old friendship. Tang Qing still smiled and said, The one who has old friendship with you two is Tang Liu, and Tang Liu was killed by your master 10,000 years ago? Niu Tian, is this what he said? Tang Qing thought seriously for a while, and then smiled and said, Am I wrong? Titan gritted his teeth and said, How can this be possible? He raised his hand, and as his body expanded, 9 circles of black soul rings rose from the bottom of his feet. He condensed a heavy black light and rushed towards Tang Qing. The air around him seemed to become extremely heavy at this moment. Tang Qing's Clear Sky hammer still fell at his feet, and he just smiled at the rushing Titan, as if he had no intention of taking any action at all. Even the White Tiger Guards beside him just stood there vigilantly, holding their blasters tightly, without any other unnecessary actions. At this moment, a strange light suddenly spread around. The gold and black colors each occupied half of the space, and the range was controlled very delicately. It only imprisoned the Titan that was charging forward. Unable to move. Niu Tian's expression was filled with horror, and some bad memories were brought back. He was doubtful. What is this? The bipolar static field. In the darkness, 2 figures slowly walked out. They each had 9 soul rings around their bodies. One of them raised a hand in front of him and pointed at the Titan who was unable to move at the moment. The man on the right wearing a ghost mask laughed sinisterly. You two seem familiar. Have I seen you somewhere before? The man on the left had a more feminine tone and expression. Indeed, I am familiar. From the looks of you, it seems that you recognize us. The ghost-faced man, recognizes our martial soul fusion skills, the feminine man. Is it because you have suffered losses in our field before? The ghost-faced man laughed in a low voice, which made people feel a little creepy. Niu Tian's expression was almost blank. Why are you two still alive? Then he looked at Tang Qing and asked, he dares to use such a person. Tang Qing was not moved by this and kept a kind smile. Your true bodies are soul beasts, and we have always cooperated with soul beasts, so we will not do anything to you. Today, I just wanted to politely ask you to leave our disciples of Haoshan sect, but you don't seem to be willing to accept it. Or are you used to listening to the orders of people? It's a pity that Douluo Star has been blocked by the national teacher, and the God Realm is afraid that it will never be able to contact you again. Niu Tian clenched his fists tightly, but with the two polar static fields around him and several white tiger guards, he didn't dare to move at all. At this time, a disciple of Haoshan sect came forward and hesitated, Grand Sect Master, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Tang Qing with a smile. Let me correct it. All the attention of the disciples of Haoshan sect fell on him. He spread his hands and smiled. We in Haoshan sect have never had any Grand Sect Master or Second Sect Master. From the beginning to the end, we have only had one Sect Master. Then he looked at the blue rune floating beside him and continued, for the people of Haoshan sect, this National Master Order, which symbolizes the National Master himself, may not be as useful as it. He smiled, and a black hammer with diamonds on both sides appeared in his outstretched palm. If your so-called Grand Sect Master and Second Sect Master have not concealed the old history of Haoshan sect from you, he looked at Niu Tian and clearly caught the confusion that flashed across his face. Of course it was like this. How could he know the token that belonged exclusively to the Sect Master of Haoshan sect? But the other disciples of Haoshan sect were different. Even though thousands of years had passed and the inheritance had continued, they still recognized the origin of the small hammer. They all looked horrified and bowed down together. Tang Qing raised the corners of his lips and finally showed a smile from the heart. Everyone, the sect leader asked me to take everyone home. As for you two, he looked at Niu Tian and Tai Tan. Please come with us. The empire is vast. He put away the Haoshan hammer at his feet. He smiled and said, there will always be a place for you two to go, thanks to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. Thanks to book friend 20221029131141682 for the 100 book coins reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 840 with the Old Man. The atmosphere in this forest is a bit strange. Because the forest should be lush and full of vitality. But now the forest exudes a dead look. It is rare to see birds and animals active in it. The deeper you walk in this strange and silent forest, the more uneasy you feel. It seems that there is always something dangerous lurking in the dark. And no matter how you look around, you can't catch the peepers in your sight with your naked eyes. The light passing through the leaves gradually becomes less and less. The forest is dark, and the unknown things seem to be getting more and more dense. It turned out to be a light mist floating in the forest. But that is not ordinary fog. It is a fog that contains highly toxic miasma. The fog becomes thicker as you get closer to the center of the forest. Until you can't see anything at all, the white fog is stained with a little ominous dark green. They stopped. The middle-aged man in gray on the left folded his arms and curled his lips at the thick poisonous miasma in front of him. Look at the poison array you set up yourself. It's troublesome now, right? The old man in green next to him scratched his head and said, I dare to guarantee that the poison array I set up before was definitely not this powerful. Look at those green phosphorus 7 absolute flowers and green phosphorus 9 absolute flowers. It is obvious that someone added them later. Who else could it be except your kid Tang San, the middle-aged man? Just tell me if your martial soul is the green phosphorus snake king. The old man in green, Tang Hao, don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you are Xiao Liu's uncle. We are all extreme Douluo, who knows who can beat whom? The middle-aged man, Tang Hao, sneered twice and said, when you have comprehended the power of the law, come and talk to me about fighting. Douluo, now hurry up and collect all these poisonous miasma. Don't delay Xiao Liu's subsequent construction of the nature reserve. Douluo, okay, I'll take it now. Wait, what do you mean by the power of law? Tang Hao just smiled and said nothing. Then Douluo was so angry that he jumped up and down. Did sixth boy give you a special treatment again? We old guys who have lived to this day agreed to make progress together, but you are the only one who is so stubborn, right? Don't do whatever you want just because you are his uncle. Tang Hao first looked at him with contempt, then counted on his fingers innocently. It's obviously your own fault for not working hard and making progress. Look, Flanders and Zhao Wuji have already comprehended the laws and started to step out of their own path. Liu Erlong and the master went on an interstellar journey a long time ago. Your cultivation level was obviously higher than theirs back then, but now you have been surpassed by them. Du Yubo's face turned red, and he argued, is this my problem? Isn't this? Halfway through, he suddenly looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Wait, are you PUing me? Tang Ziao was choked. Are you okay? In the end, Du Yubo still looked at him suspiciously. No wonder it's been 10,000 years, and you haven't found a girl to marry, but I seem to have heard you talk about a lot of division. You must have known this for a long time, so no good girl is willing to be with you, right? Tang Zhao's face was full of black lines. Don't be long-winded, stop disgusting me. Hurry up and collect the poisonous miasma. Do you still want to comprehend the law? Du Yubo smiled. You said it earlier. Collect it now. He transformed into a huge green phosphorus snake king, and drilled directly into the ominous dark green poisonous fog in front of him, wandering in the dense forest. Wherever he passed, the highly poisonous green phosphorus 7 absolute flowers and green phosphorus 9 absolute flowers all disappeared. Du Yubo's speed was very fast. He quickly circled the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang was located. After confirming that all the green phosphorus flowers were collected, he stood up the upper half of the snake not far from Tang Zhao, opened his ferocious mouth and sucked all the remaining poisonous fog into his stomach. When the last wisp of fog dissipated from the sunset forest, Tang Zhao raised his hand and lifted up a beam of blue light, then slammed it heavily into the ground in front of him. The force was so great that it seemed to make the entire sunset forest tremble. The ground was full of cracks where his palm hit, and then blue light burst out from the cracks, even knocking his body back a little. Then, blue-gold illusory vines broke through the soil and grew out of the cracks. In the next moment, it exploded into endless fluorescence, spreading outward in a ring. Wherever it passed, the forests that had been corroded by the poisonous fog for thousands of years regained their vitality in the blink of an eye. The dead silence was gone, and soon there were even the sounds of birds and beasts. Soon, the remaining soul beasts all walked towards this place, all with curious and timid looks of testing, and some of them couldn't believe that the poisonous fog disappeared out of thin air. Tang Zhao just glanced at the soul beasts and didn't drive them away. Du Yubo had already released his martial soul avatar, and walked back with one hand on his stomach. Although these green phosphorus flowers are a great tonic for me, my innate poison will not spread throughout my body like before, right? Tang Zhao put his hands in his pockets. Don't ask me, go back and ask Xiaolia yourself, Du Yubo. He has been busy with the coronation ceremony recently. Not long ago, he went to the sea to beat up a sea soul beast. How could he have free time to see us? Besides, the previous thing was not easy to end. Did it take him 10,000 years to contact us again? By the way, have you seen him after such a long time? Tang Zhao looked at him like a mentally retarded person. If I hadn't seen him, why did I bring you to the sunset forest today? Have you slept too long and become confused? Du Yubo curled his lips. I, an old man, am not like you young people who have a strong ability to accept things. The new world makes me dizzy and I feel overwhelmed by everything. I might as well just sleep all the time. Tang Zhao laughed. You should really learn from your granddaughter. She and the master's nephew live a good life. Every day is different. If the master and Liu Erlong's interstellar journey was not for exploration, I'm afraid they would have gone with them long ago. As soon as he mentioned it, Du Yubo's blood pressure immediately rose. He waved his hands repeatedly. Don't say it, don't say it. I haven't held my great-grandson in my arms after being married for 10,000 years. What's the point of this granddaughter and grandson-in-law coming? As he said that, he pushed open the door of the space channel and planned to leave. Unlucky, let's go. After collecting so many green phosphorus flowers, I seem to have a sense of touching the law. The next thing to report back is up to you. I'm going to retreat and comprehend it first, before stepping into the space door. Tang Zhao heard him muttering on filial descendants. Is it true that even Flanders and Zhao Wuji have comprehended the law? Then I have to hurry and can't lose face. And a series of words, couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips and shook his head. Then he also pushed open the space door and left the sunset forest. As for why he still hasn't had a great-grandson after 10,000 years, the improvement of technology will inevitably lead to a rapid increase in population, which once gave Davis a headache. Then the dear national teacher, as always, Sent a good prescription in advance at the critical moment. Davis, thank you National Teacher, TT and biomedicine are simply the greatest inventions. Tang Liu, Doge, the sequelae of the new exam on Friday and a bit of a writer's block, the update is late, Cyrillic letter Z, thank you to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow, right? There are still 4 exams waiting for the dog author Tat. Chapter 841 and the new situation. Douluo City. Shrek Imperial College, which covers an area of over 3 million square meters, has been built for a long time. However, the Douluo National Soul Master Supervision Bureau, which evolved from the Sea God Pavilion, is no longer built in Shrek like the Sea God Pavilion before, but has built another high-rise compound in another corner of Douluo City. The secretary, who is smart and wears a pair of silver-framed glasses, walked out of the special elevator, and her high heels made a crisp thump-thump sound on the clean white porcelain floor. She walked straight to the single office on the top floor, knocked on the door twice, and then pushed it open. Then, without waiting for the people inside to react, he pushed the frame and spoke as quickly as possible. Mr. Ho, we have just received an invitation from the Wangxiang Palace. The National Master hopes that you can personally attend the coronation ceremony on the day of the throne. The black-haired young man who was flipping through various documents behind the desk paused and looked up at the secretary. Is it an invitation sent by the National Master himself? The secretary nodded. Most likely, yes. The black-haired young man's expression at the moment looked like he was very troubled by this, and the emotions in his eyes were a little complicated. After a while, he said, I know. Please reply to the national teacher and tell him that I will arrive on time. The secretary, okay. Then she took out a new document from the folder in her hand and handed it to the black-haired young man behind the table. This is the list of heads of departments of the Supervisory Bureau that you submitted last time. The paper document has been approved today. Please take a look. The black-haired young man took it, flipped through it briefly, and after confirming that there was no change in the name on it, he snorted and whispered, "What efficiency." It was clearly handed over to him when he reported on his work last time, but it took a month for the approval to come down. The secretary looked at her nose and pretended not to hear anything. After a while, she took out another letter from the folder. This is a letter from your teachers. Oh, the black-haired young man finally looked happier. He took it and opened it to look at it. There were photos of a group of elders traveling in Xingluo's Hao and Xiandao's Hao, as well as a simple letter asking him how he was doing and telling him that everything was fine with him. He smiled and said, it seems that Mr. Zhuan and the others don't know how to use smart computers and mobile phones. But fortunately, with the opening of flights, the postal service has been connected, otherwise it would be difficult to contact them. The secretary listened quietly, and then asked, do you need to set a schedule to remind you to reply today, Mr. Ho? The black-haired young man smiled and shook his head. Thank you, but I don't need to trouble you to remember these trivial matters for me. Is there anything else? The secretary, that's all for now. Does Mr. Ho have any other instructions? The young man thought for a while and asked, how is Sister Zaya Ateo? The secretary turned on her personal smart computer. The deputy director is leading a team to deal with a vicious soul master fight near Rishan City. It is expected to return to the headquarters within 3 days. The young man was stunned for a moment. She ran so far in person? Don't we have enough manpower? The secretary diligently pulled up a report in her smart brain. In view of the fact that we have been working hard to build branches in various places recently, we do not have enough manpower. But we have reached a cooperation with the Intelligence and Logistics Special Agent Department of the National Security Bureau and have borrowed a lot of manpower from them. So for the time being, we still have enough supervisory personnel arranged in various places. The black-haired young man thought for a moment, and then said, okay. Please send a message to Sister Zaya Ateo in my name later, asking her to try to get back before the coronation ceremony. Then he stood up and said, I'm going to the Tang Sec now. If there is any emergency, please contact me immediately. After that, he raised his hand and pushed open a silver space door, and was about to step into it. The secretary raised her hand to cover her lips and coughed lightly, saying, Mr. Ho, it's not urgent or necessary. The black-haired young man paused, smiled awkwardly, and closed the space door again. Sorry, I almost forgot again. The secretary operated on the light screen of the intelligent brain for a moment. I have booked the nearest high-speed train ticket to Shrek City for you. The taxi is waiting for you downstairs and will take you to Douluo City train station. I will take you downstairs." The black-haired young man sighed, smiled helplessly, and said, "Okay, that's about it." Since the construction of Shrek Imperial Academy, Zhuanlao and other old masters and teachers have witnessed the inner courtyard disciples of the Wuhan department and the Seoul guidance department returning to school and gradually adapting to the new school. Although everything was not very mature at the beginning, Shrek Imperial Academy is now even more empty because of the lack of external students. But it can be foreseen that Shrek Imperial Academy will definitely be a thriving scene in the future. All the elders were very excited, and then they all decided to retire and travel. Ho Yuheo was in a daze, and was dragged by Zhuanlao to inherit the position of the head of the Sea God Pavilion. The Sea God Pavilion has become the current Douluo National Soul Master Supervision Bureau, so the director of the Supervision Bureau who went to Xingshan Island to report on his work later became him. To be honest, Ho Yuheo thought it was not bad to have Tang Liu go with him. But when he entered the palace and saw the person he didn't want to see again on the throne, all his good mood disappeared completely. It was agreed that Tang Hao was only the heir. The coronation ceremony hadn't even been held yet, so why was he already sitting on the throne? Of course, he was not so petty as to just leave. After all, he still knew how to handle big and small things. Anyway, after reporting on his work with a slightly uncomfortable mood, he officially returned to the Supervision Bureau headquarters built in Douluo City and began to perform his duties as the director of the Supervision Bureau. Douluo continent has just entered a new era, and everything is still being adapted. Those spirit masters who had not had time to adapt to the new world did cause a lot of trouble in the early days. But his cultivation level was the best except for the national master, so generally, as long as his name was reported, many vicious incidents related to spirit masters would stop. If we have to raise it to the level of force, they were formerly the Shrek Inner Court and the Sea God Pavilion. In terms of cultivation, they were not weak to begin with, and now they have the strong support of the imperial technology, so it is easy to deal with those spirit masters who have crossed the line. But the area of Douluo continent is too large, and there are many spirit masters, so it is still a bit troublesome to deal with them. After all, there are only so many people who have been merged from the original inner court, and it is still too difficult to take care of all places at the same time. Fortunately, after the expansion of enrollment and cooperation with various departments such as the Tang sect, the situation has improved. The only thing that makes Ho Yuheo feel a little relieved is that Dean Yan Xiaos did not retire like the old elders, and now he is the principal of Shrek Imperial College. Deans Xian Liner, K. Meyer, and Jin Duoto are now vice principals of Shrek Imperial College. The two departments of Shrek Academy, the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department, are now merged into one school, temporarily named the Soul Master School, with Fan Yu as the dean. According to the plan made with Xing Luo before Zhuanlao and the others left, Shrek Academy will also add other departments in the future, and will no longer be limited to recruiting Soul Masters. At the same time, the standards for recruiting students will be appropriately relaxed to try to make such a large school not look too empty. Of course, all this will have to be discussed after the current class of original inner school students have graduated, but it will probably be around next year. In addition, there are still many aspects that need to be improved, such as the recruitment of new teachers and the training of old teachers. All of this can be left to Principal Yan Xiaos to worry about. On the train, Ho Yuheo sat alone by the window, watching the scene passing by quickly outside the window. As for the matter of not using space transmission and other means unless it is urgent and necessary, it came with the appointment letter, a personal letter from the hands of the national teacher. In the letter, the mysterious and powerful national teacher hoped that he could feel this new world well. As an ordinary person. To feel people. The secretary seemed to have been airdropped directly from the Wangxiang Palace. She should be someone affiliated with a national teacher, and probably meant to supervise him. Ho Yuheo retracted his gaze and stopped looking out the window, but looked into the train. Because it was the early stage, everyone's ability to accept new things was not that strong, so there were not many people on the train, mostly young people who were willing to try and integrate into the new world. Young people are always curious, not to mention that the new world is colorful. Looking at their faces full of surprise, Ho Yuheo couldn't help but think of the situation when he first saw the train. He also thought about what it would be like if everyone on the Douluo continent integrated into the new world many years later. But will it really be so smooth? Is the new world really what everyone desires and is willing to step into without hesitation? He still has doubts about this. Because whether human life will become better because of the new world. This is an unknown proposition. Thank you friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. Chapter 842 and Ascension. This morning, it was a cloudless and sunny day. The orange-red sun just rose from the horizon, and the morning light dawned. All things woke up in the warmth of orange and gold, saying goodbye to the night cold, and were full of vitality. Before the light appeared in the east, a considerable number of people had gathered on the magnificent island suspended in the sky 10,000 meters high. Until the golden sun was hanging, there were still people who continued to use the teleportation array at the reception desk to cross the ocean to reach Xingshan Island. Since Xingshan Island has left the sky above Luoxing City, there are two fewer ways to land on the island. The teleportation array has such a small range, which is far from enough for people who want to land on the island. So some people tried every means to buy a flight ticket that had just been opened, flew over the ocean, and came directly to the Douluo Island where Xingshan Island is now located, just to not miss the coronation ceremony held today. Fortunately, Xingshan Island also opened a special way to land on the island for tourists coming to Douluo Island early, otherwise a large number of tourists could only stare at the island in the air. Of course, no matter how big Xingshan Island is, it cannot accommodate all the people of Xingluo Empire, so all ways to land on the island share the same quota limit. Since Douluo continent has just been incorporated into the territory of Xingluo Empire, and there are many soul masters, in order to ensure the safety of tourists from Xingluo continent and Xiandao continent, the security efforts in various places have been increased, especially in several areas where flights have been opened. This has also caused various departments related to security to be extremely busy. Even if Hou Hao has been on Xingshan Island for a long time, he has to contact the supervisory bureau remotely through the secretary beside him to direct various matters. Are you still busy, Yu Hao? Not long after, Tang Liu and Mazaya Ateo came together, both looking at Hou Hao with a smile. Hou Hao raised his head from the smart brain screen and looked at the two women who were coming. He smiled helplessly and said, Teacher Xiaoya, sister, you are here, the secretary said behind him. Good morning, two ladies. Tang Liu and Mazaya Ateo smiled and nodded to the secretary, as if to say hello. The ceremony is about to begin, let's go, let's enter together, Mazaya Ateo said. Hou Hao sighed softly, with a faint smile on his lips. It's the only way. He looked at the secretary and apologized. Then I'll leave it to you. Contact me anytime if there is an emergency. The secretary showed an extremely reliable expression. Mr. Ho, please rest assured. Thinking of the secretary's professional ability, and the fact that she was backed by the Wangxiang Hall and behind her was the powerful and boundless State Master, Hou Hao relaxed and left with Tang Liu and Mazaya Ateo. Well, it's reassuring. There are countless beautiful buildings on Xingshan Island. Today's coronation ceremony will be held in front of the Xianshu Hall, which is also the most magnificent hall in the Xingluo Imperial Palace. When the throne is ascended, the State Master will personally crown the new emperor in front of the Xianshu Hall. It is also one of the few times that the State Master will show up in front of people. Such a grand ceremony, the ministers naturally should not be absent. After arriving in advance, they temporarily stayed in the Xiangxun Hall, which is not far from the Xianshu Hall. Therefore, not long after, the three arrived at the ceremony site, and many people had gathered around. The majority of the officials were dressed in formal attire like them, and the rest were reporters carrying various devices to broadcast the event to the world in real time. The tourists who came to the island to watch the ceremony were not nearby. There was a special area not far away for them to use later. Although the view is not as clear as those who were directly on the scene, the view is still good. Moreover, the palace was a solemn place after all, and it was impossible to set up a large number of spectator seats like a stadium. The coronation ceremony was mostly held outdoors. Even if the emperor and his officials in the palace had brain cramps at the same time, it would be too incongruous to build an audience seat in front of the Xianshu Hall. The sun was bright and shining, with a slightly burning warm light. Xingshan Island was high in the sky, and the sun should not be as warm on the body as on the ground. However, the special protective layer covering the outer layer of Xingshan Island cleverly reflected the excess heat radiation, so that the temperature on the island was always at the most comfortable level during the day. Of course, the glare of the sun did not seem to be reduced, at least to the extent that it was difficult for the human eye to distinguish. Hou Hao raised his hand to cover his eyes, and through his fingers, he squinted his eyes to look at the golden sun in the sky. It is said that before the Battle of Douluo City, when the national master held a national sacrifice to predict the good and bad luck of the war, he reversed the day and used the entire night sky as the divination plate, so that the infinite stars would present a good luck sign. He has also seen the images recorded by someone at that time, whether it was taken and uploaded by citizens or recorded and broadcasted in real time by the official. Today is the coronation ceremony of the new emperor, an equally important ceremonial occasion. So will the infinitely powerful national master show the same ability to reach the sky as the national sacrifice that day? It is very exciting. Just like people instinctively look forward to the warm sun in the sky now. Yu Hao, look, just as he was staring at the bright sun in a trance, Tang Yi's excited voice beside him suddenly woke him up. It started, he followed our gaze. The surroundings became extremely quiet in that instant, and then in the sudden sound of the magnificent performance, the shock brought by hearing was regained. There's a very interesting thing. Xianshu Hall, as the most magnificent hall in Douluo Palace and the main hall of the palace, is just opposite to the Wangxiang Hall of the National Master. The velvet red carpet with gold edges connects the two, so when the blue figure appears in front of the Wangxiang Hall in the distance, he has already stepped on this luxurious road to the front of Xianshu Hall. Under the solemn music, he and his attendants walked slowly. Compared with the attendants who were dressed in gorgeous formal clothes, the national master was still dressed in blue, but today he was wearing a cloak of a lighter color and a black square hat on his head. The shape was quite unique, and from a distance he looked like a small tiled roof. Yu Hao hesitated for a moment, but still did not comment on this strange dress that he did not know what it meant, like the souls in the sea of spirits. But when the imperial master and his attendant holding a tray covered with red silk gradually approached, Yu Hao could see the wrinkles on the small square hat. It looked like an unrolled bamboo slip, which was also extremely ancient. And vaguely, he seemed to be able to see some mysterious words on it. But when he looked at it carefully, he found nothing, as if it was just an illusion. After looking away, he was naturally attracted by the blue of the imperial master, and then he saw the deep starry sky above it. The stars were the gems embellishing his clothes, each one shining brightly. Especially when he looked at his face unconsciously, the face that was covered by fog, but with the light of stars shining in it, and it was impossible to see the real face. Watching all this, he actually had a feeling of enlightenment. It seemed that there was a constant truth that was constantly being transmitted into his spiritual sea, through his sight. In other words, it was a rare deep meditation. This is what a national teacher should look like, mysterious and majestic, dignified and detached. What's the point of a gloomy guy like Zhongli Wu? Tang Yi's deliberately suppressed laughter woke Yu Hao from his shocked thoughts. He looked to the side, seeing the respectful expressions and shining eyes on Tang Yi and Ma Xiaoteo's faces, and he knew that he was not the only one who had that feeling of epiphany. Therefore, anyone who was watching the national teacher at this moment would have the same epiphany. And now, the scenes on Xingshan Island were all broadcast to all parts of the world in real time through the recording equipment of many reporters present. So this is. He didn't have time to think more, because the music in his ears suddenly changed. From the solemnity just now, it added a little bit of joy, as lively as the rising sun. Such a change naturally symbolizes that the empire has welcomed its new master. Yu Hao looked up and saw the figure surrounded by a group of white tiger guards, also walking along the red carpet. Even though he disliked the man in every way, he couldn't find any fault with him now. It was obvious that the carefully tailored and made gorgeous clothes made the man look taller and longer, taller and more majestic. The designer had balanced the various elements of the clothes very well, luxurious but not extravagant, and at first glance he had a majestic demeanor, towering like a mountain and bright like a star. Especially his golden hair was still shining in the sun, and his deep blue eyes were full of calmness and determination. He looked like a perfect emperor. At least on the surface. If he didn't have that face, this was the only fault he could find. But after all, it was a formal occasion, and there were cameras from various TV stations all around, so Yu Hao twisted his head for a while, lowered his head and secretly showed a disgusted expression to himself. But when he looked up again, the guy had already walked to the side of the state master, surrounded by a group of white tiger guards. The white tiger guards scattered on both sides, leaving the main venue to the two people in the middle and the attendants who were holding red silk things. The music in his ears changed slightly at this time. The whispers disappeared completely, and everyone looked at the two people. In front of the Xianshu Hall were steps carved out of white jade, and a large bronze tripod was located on the relief altar in front of the steps. The state master and the emperor he was about to crown were standing side by side in front of the tripod. The state master, who is like the starry sky itself, turned around and looked at the subjects present, and then nodded to the tall man in gorgeous clothes beside him. Finally, he raised his head slightly and looked at the blue and cloudless sky. He raised his hand and bowed. His voice came from under the mist of stars. All the stars are witnesses. He bowed forward and bowed gently. The ceremony begins. His melodious and ethereal voice just fell. Sky? It was dark. But the sun was still hanging there. But it could no longer use its strong light to cover the faint light of the stars behind it. It was unclear whether it was morning or evening, but the sun and stars were in the same sky. It was quite magical and shocking. And this was what the state teacher could do with just one word. The witnesses exclaimed in surprise. But the voices that came one after another seemed to be suppressed by some unknown thing, and could not be spread, and could not affect the progress of the ceremony. The state teacher, who made the starry sky appear in the daytime, turned to face the man who was to be crowned beside him. The attendants not far away came respectfully. He raised his hands and solemnly lifted the red seal to reveal what was hidden underneath. It was a golden crown inlaid with precious jewels. The solemn music stopped because of its blooming precious light. The blue state teacher stretched out his hands, and the blue light gently lifted the noble golden crown. The attendants' mission ended here, and they withdrew respectfully. Looking at the imperial teacher who was holding the golden crown in front of his chest, even though his face was covered by the mist of stars, he could still sense the serious scrutiny of his gaze. The new emperor was inevitably a little nervous, but he also straightened his chest, probably wanting to make himself look more solemn. At least at this moment, he must be the emperor who is worthy of him. Countless people who were waiting heard, "Today, in front of the people, I present you with this crown of supreme glory." All the inappropriate voices disappeared, and everyone was nervously and excitedly watching this scene that would definitely be recorded in the history books, listening to the only solemn whispers left between heaven and earth. Accepting this crown means you have become the supreme ruler, and you should protect the people of the country with this honor. He had to take a deep breath to prevent his voice from trembling due to his overly excited mood. "I am willing to keep this promise." The blue state master continued to recite the coronation speech. "Accepting this crown means you have implemented the power of the unparalleled emperor, and you should use your wisdom to distinguish right from wrong, good from evil, loyalty from treachery. I will always remember this. Accepting this crown means you have listened carefully to the voices of all living beings, and you must take on the great responsibility to promise prosperity and well-being to your people. I swear on my life." The blue state master gently raised his hand, and the luxurious crown flew up. In the sky that was mixed with morning and evening, the light of the stars became brighter, and the large tripod beside them made a deep sound. A soft white light emerged from it, reflecting the stars in the sky, forming another starry sky on the starry sky island. Threads of light spread from it and intertwined with the blue state master. "I swear in the name of my life, the stars, myself, and the people." He controlled the crown in the air, letting the blue light hold it and gently fall on the head of the man who bowed his head slightly in front of him. At this moment, those faint light threads passed through him and connected to the man with the crown. The blond man had closed his eyes and listened quietly to the voices of all living beings. This also included the lingering voice of the blue national master in front of him. "You will be a fair, kind, and noble monarch, and selflessly give everything to the people." The blond man opened his eyes, and his deep blue eyes burst out a flash of essence. He inherited the crown of imperial power and listened to the wishes of all living beings. He looked at the blue national master in front of him. Tang Hao solemnly swears in your name before the stars and the people, "I will be a fair, kind, and noble monarch, and selflessly give everything to my people." The chimes were struck at the right time. The sound was majestic and soul-stirring. When the strange phenomenon in the sky came to an end, the ceremonial music was still lingering. The ceremony is over. The new emperor has ascended to the Shianshu Palace. Tomorrow is the last exam of the author's midterm course. Wait for the dog author, Cyrillic letter Z. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you for your support. This chapter is not finished yet, Cyrillic letter Z. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843 and the Queen. Yu Hao? Yu Hao? Yu Hao suddenly came back to his senses amid the shouts of others. He shook the hand holding the wine glass, and the bright red wine swirled in it, splashing intoxicating foam. He looked in the direction where the shouts came from, and saw Tang Liu looking at him with a hint of anger. Why are you suddenly in a daze? The coronation ceremony is over, shouldn't you go and recognize the people while the civil and military officials are all here? Sister Xiaotao has been gone for a long time, how come you, the director, are not active at all? Tang Liu pointed at Yu Hao, and then took a dessert from the tray of the waiter who passed by. Yu Hao smiled helplessly and said, Teacher Xiaoya, aren't you still standing here with me? Tang Liu said bluntly, I have your senior brother here, how can you be the same as me? Yu Hao smiled and said, that's right, you two are willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten, I can't compare with you. Tang Liu glared at him and said, don't talk nonsense to me. Then she gave him an elbow and lowered her voice and said, hey, Xiao Hao, if there is anything he announced just now, you must tell me. Teacher Xiao can help you vent your anger. Yu Hao smiled and shook his head, then shook the wine glass in his hand, staring at the vortex of wine inside, and remained silent. Tang Liu sighed lightly, raised her hand and patted his shoulder. The black-haired young man raised his glass and took a sip of the wine in the glass. This was originally a top-grade wine with extremely mellow taste, but it tasted a little bitter when it entered his throat. The new emperor ascended the throne and announced to the world that there might be new decrees issued. But after that guy ascended the throne, he only announced one thing. He made his deceased wife Hoyuner the empress of the empire. It was really a bit ridiculous. The first decree issued by the new emperor on the first day of his accession to the throne was to establish a queen. He was not afraid that people would say that he was a licentious and incompetent monarch. After the new emperor entered the Shianshu palace, these important officials in the court naturally followed him into the Shianshu palace, which was considered the first attendance as per routine. At the moment when that guy announced the establishment of the queen, his mind was blank for a long time. He even almost sneered on the spot, if this is the only means to win me over, there is no need. He is not Tang Hao, nor Hoyuner. He is an abandoned child who has never received the favor of this nominal father. So he must always doubt him, question all his intentions, whether he is really a prodigal son who has changed his mind, or is he just forced to do so because of interests. But soon he thought again. Because he is not Tang Hao, nor Hoyuner. So he has no right to speculate so presumptuously, and is eager to put it on the table. If his mother was there and heard what he said, she must be very happy. After realizing this, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness in his heart, which he had determined not to be affected by these things. Compared with the former duchess, his mother Hoyuner was just an unknown person. Even now that she was in the court, Hoyuner was an unheard name for most people. So at that moment, what that guy did was undoubtedly to clear his mother's name. It was also what he wanted that guy to do, and what his mother had expected and hoped for. But why did it happen? Why at this time? Why was it after he brought a document to tell him where his mother was now and asked him to give up pursuing Dai Hulbin? So, is it compensation for him? It was really a compensation that made him extremely uncomfortable. Since he had to let Tang Hao ascend the throne, he had been uncomfortable with the compensation now. It seemed like he was being forcibly kidnapped by morality. But thinking about it carefully, everything seemed to be as it should be. This seemed to be a kind of predetermined and relatively perfect ending for everyone, whether for him or Hoyuner. It seemed to be true. But he still wanted to ask. Ask in front of that person. And that person, now. He looked towards a part of the palace. Next to the blonde man wearing a crown, the blue state master who had been sitting quietly in his original position from beginning to end, like a statue that people admired. Even though he was silent and motionless, he still easily attracted countless eyes. People were chatting and laughing, but they would inadvertently look at the state master next to the emperor, revealing an expression of reverence that could not be hidden. More than once. So, perhaps because he noticed this, the blue state master who had never moved stood up from his seat at this time. After bowing slightly to the emperor next to him, he led the servants of the Wangxiang Hall and quietly left. It became strange again. The blue state master who was extremely eye-catching a second ago seemed to have disappeared from everyone's cognition at this moment. Even if he swaggered past people, he could not attract people's attention for half a second. Like air. And he could still see it. Hao therefore felt that perhaps this was his chance. He put down his wine glass and strode in the direction where the blue state master left. But he was clearly moving forward, and the people around him were also moving backward. The distance between him and the blue state master was still so far. Even farther and farther. He even ran, used instant teleportation, and opened the space channel. But he could only watch the blue state master disappear in front of his eyes. Then he heard a familiar voice in his ear. "It's not time yet, Mr. Ho." Turning his head, the hustle and bustle in the conference hall suddenly came into his ears. Just now, he seemed to be trapped in a weird silence without knowing it. The secretary stood beside him without knowing when, and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Well, what's wrong, Hao?" Tang Liu asked curiously. "Look again." He was still standing there. He was still holding a wine glass in his hand. The wine in it was shining with an intoxicating light under the dreamy lights of the hall. He looked at the secretary, and the secretary gave him a look that was always calm. He smiled helplessly and drank the wine in the glass. "It's not time." "When is it?" He swallowed all the bitterness. "You're going to travel around the world." The secretary lost her composure for a rare time. Although she quickly retracted her surprised expression, there was still an indescribable look in her eyes when she looked at him afterwards. Hao laughed. "Why do you feel so surprised by my decision? Do you think I'll always be able to stay in this position?" "No." The secretary hesitated. "Sorry, I offended you." Hao smiled and shook his head. "That's not the case. I've been the director of this supervisory bureau for almost 3 years. I think you can see recently that I've started to transfer my own work to Sister Xiao." The secretary's eyes flashed. "So it was premeditated?" Hao looked at her and said with a smile, "This so-called director is the former leader of Poseidon Pavilion. I am the successor of Poseidon Pavilion appointed by my teacher. The reason why I am still here is to fulfill my teacher's last wish. My teacher trained me in the hope that my existence would take Shrek Academy to a higher level, and also hoped that I could ensure the prosperity of the academy for the next 1,000 years. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, and looked out to the other side of the city. He sighed and said, "The academy is now more prosperous than ever before, and I have fulfilled one of my teacher's wishes. So from now on, I will fulfill the responsibility of every Sea God Pavilion master, which is also what my teacher and all the predecessors are doing, selecting the next Sea God Pavilion successor, which is now the next director of the Supervisory Bureau." The secretary thought for a moment and said, "So you began to consciously hand over all the work to Ms. Xiao? Just for?" Hao turned around, looked at her and smiled. "This decision should be quite reasonable, right? The responsibility of our Supervisory Bureau is to supervise all soul masters. For this group of arrogant people, only by being stronger than them can we manage them well, at least in the current environment. It is still the case, so our Supervisory Bureau always needs a top soul master to call the shots. Whether a soul master is powerful or not is basically inseparable from the martial soul, and in terms of power, there are few in the world that can compare to the ultimate martial soul, no matter which attribute it is. Sister Xiao Tao is now an ultimate Douluo of the ultimate fire, and a top East Spirit Phoenix. Although her dual soul cores are still bound by the method of isotopic resonance, she has long been at the top of the Spirit Masters. As my teachers have always said, an ultimate spirit is enough to ensure the prosperity of the academy for the next 1,000 years. In this case, isn't it just right to leave everything to Sister Xiao Tao? The expression on his face has always been smiling, and from this moment on, those eyes began to rise with strong expectations and joy, shining with light and looking as if reflecting the entire sea of stars. And, I have an agreement with her waiting for me to fulfill." Under the brilliant light coming in from the window, the young man's whole body lit up. It was a kind of beautiful light. He smiled. "As long as I can solve the last puzzlement." Seeing the puzzled look from the secretary, the young man blinked mischievously. "After all, you told me to be an ordinary person and see this new world. This chapter is not finished yet. The unfinished content of the previous chapter has been updated. Don't forget to read it. The author has an exam on Friday, so he may not be able to update in the next 2 days. Cyrillic letter Z. Thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation. Thank you for your support." Added on December 9th, this chapter has been completed. Chapter 844 and the Journey. He just left like that. Mazaya Ateo walked into the top floor office and exchanged glances with his secretary. It was still a little unbelievable. The secretary's calm face, which had remained unchanged for many years, was a little broken at this moment. She adjusted her glasses and nodded, saying, "Yes. This is Mr. Ho's resignation report and His Majesty's letter of appointment to you. From today, from this moment on, you are the new director of the Spirit Master Supervision Bureau, Messiah Ateo." When Messiah Ateo received the letter of appointment, her expression was still a little blank. Then she realized belatedly, has he been ready to leave a long time ago? For the first time, the secretary's face showed a bit of frustration. Maybe, probably, maybe, when His Majesty just ascended the throne the year before last, Mr. Ho was invited to accompany His Majesty on a tour around the country. Otherwise, this letter of appointment would not have come so timely and so coincidentally. Because she was sure and certain that Ho Yuheo had not met His Majesty since His Majesty ascended the throne that year. She was also responsible for connecting the documents that needed to be uploaded to Xingshan Island. Messiah Ateo held her forehead, but sat down on the leather chair in the director's office without any hesitation. After a while, she showed a helpless and doting smile and said, "Forget it. This kid didn't chase after people immediately, which was beyond everyone's expectations." She sighed and smiled. "But it should be like this. This is the realm he should pursue. Can't I, as his sister, help him deal with these mundane things?" She turned on her personal intelligent brain, edited a message and sent it. As soon as the word "sent" successfully appeared on the electronic screen, she suddenly remembered something, looked at the secretary and asked, "By the way, did he say where he would go first?" The secretary shook her head. "After saying goodbye to me, Mr. Ho stopped a taxi downstairs and went to the train station. He said he would get on a train at random and get off at any station. There is no destination, because any corner of the world is his destination. Go and see this new world like an ordinary person." Before this, he only regarded this as a restriction imposed on him by others, and tried his best to cater to it. Occasionally, he would forget it and need others to remind him. But now, he began to really try to make himself an ordinary person, to walk in this new world in the way of an ordinary person, to say goodbye to all the abilities that belong to soul masters, and to learn to solve problems like an ordinary person. It was like a simple journey. No one would know who he was, no one would care who he was, and no one would know that he was a top soul master. The ordinary train carriages were full. More and more people accepted and integrated into the new world. Please enjoy the convenient life that was once out of reach. The last time he took the train to find Tanya, he still had reservations about whether human beings can get a better life because of the new world, but now it seems that perhaps this question has been answered. The black-haired young man looked at the family of three opposite him. Perhaps it was the first time he took a train. At this time, he was looking at the wilderness outside the window and the Zioki mountain at the end of the wilderness. The young child could not hide his expression. Pointing out the window in great surprise, asking his parents to see the beauty he had accidentally discovered. The couple gently asked him to lower the volume, while looking out the window together. Their faces were also full of amazement. The young man smiled at this, and also tilted his head to look at the beautiful scenery outside the window, showing admiration and praise. There is no endless training that a soul master needs to worry about, no intrigue that needs to be vigilant all the time, and no fighting that requires all-out efforts. There are countless beautiful scenery in the world that are worth stopping for. The train clanged forward, brushing shoulders with forests and mountains, crossing rivers and lakes, sometimes seeing snowy peaks, and sometimes encountering drizzling rain in water villages. The vibrant picture of nature keeps changing as the train goes away, and the lives of the people around him also change batch after batch as the train stays for a short time. He had seen many couples sitting opposite him before, who taught their children not to make loud noises in public places. Everyone was polite and modest, which was a shining point that most soul masters never paid attention to, because soul masters had absolute strength in the old days, and strength was often linked to corresponding power. This was also the pride of soul masters. But now he felt a little ashamed. However, there were many living beings, and there were also many rude people who lacked self-awareness along the way. Everything has two sides, just like the beauty along the way. The bad routes seen are like death, which is as common as the inevitable passage of living beings. He thought about this, and when the train stopped again, listening to the electronic sound of the broadcast, he got up from his seat and walked off the train he had been on for several days. He had seen enough people, and now he felt that he should go and see the scenery of the world. Not the stunning glimpse when he was on the train, but to face its beauty and shock immersive. After randomly asking a staff member at the train station if there were any attractions worth visiting nearby, he set off without stopping. This journey was fulfilling and rich. If there was a disadvantage, it might be that he would be attracted by the amazing scenery of nature and go too deep into the undeveloped part of the scenic area. In these deep mountains and old forests, the signal was quite bad. Although he was walking in the world as an ordinary person now, his identity as a soul master would not disappear because of this. This was also the reason why he naturally walked into places that were quite dangerous for ordinary people. It was a subconscious action. So when his intelligent brain restored the signal, he saw the latest message he received. The sender was his sister. Clicking it, the content was, "Brother, no matter what you want to do or where you want to go, feel free to set off. You don't need to worry about the academy. Tang Min also has your good partners. Although you quietly gave me the position of the supervisory bureau, don't worry, I will take care of everything. That's all I can do for you. Go find Wu Tong and be sure to find her. If it is possible in the future, you must come back to see me." He smiled. Then he turned off the smart brain electronic screen and looked up at the sky. "Most importantly, don't forget that you still have me as your sister." "I won't forget," he murmured with a smile. "I will never forget. There are countless beautiful scenes in the world that are worth remembering. Although travelers run all over the earth, all the cherished people they have met in their past lives should also be remembered." What's more, he was not destined to be a traveler wandering around a long time ago. Since the day he left the Duke's mansion and met Tang Liu and Bei Bei outside the starred-out Great Forest, his fate has been changed. Or, in fact, that was also destined. In short, if Hou Hao had not met Tang Liu and Bei Bei, he might have become a wandering traveler practicing. But that was definitely not his fate. It was the countless people he met in the past. It made him what he is today. It should not be forgotten. How dare you forget? How can you talk about forgetting? So, he should also win a more worthy ending for himself. A more perfect ending. Thank you to the friends who cast the recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Chapter 845, With the World. There are thousands of meanings of traveling. Most people may only travel for entertainment and relaxation. But for him, it is a process of chasing answers. Why did the National Master let him see the world as an ordinary person? When he first embarked on this journey, he was often troubled by this answer. But as he traveled to more and more places and saw more and more scenery, he gradually cared less about the answer. Because traveling should not have a so-called exact purpose. Most people travel for entertainment and relaxation. If you have to worry about so many things while relaxing, how tiring it is, isn't it? And what he has to do is to be the ordinary most people. So I don't know when he stopped being obsessed with finding answers. As a result, he discovered that there are too many beautiful things in this world, like surprise gifts waiting for him to open them in person. In fact, even if he has experienced many dangers in his life, the world he knows is still too small. Hatred, soul masters, cultivation, fighting, becoming stronger. In the past, he only saw the gloomy Duke's mansion. Later, it became a little brighter, but it was still full of wars, blood, and death that seemed to never stop. It seemed that he had always been trapped in it and entangled with it. The narrow vision made the world he saw narrow, so he insisted out of ignorance and believed that everything he had worked for was correct and just. He tossed and turned for more than 10 years, but looking back, it was still the same. The grayness of the Duke's mansion never disappeared from his eyes, so he always looked at the world with unconscious prejudice. Until now. He came to the last stop of his journey. At the reception desk of Xingshan Island in Luoxing City, he stood on the ascending formation to the island. It was night at that time, and coincidentally, he was the only one on the formation. There was no fancy way to go to the island, just a most ordinary vertical ascent and descent. He looked down at the rapidly receding urban night scene through the complex blue formation pattern under his feet. There, the tall buildings were brightly lit, and the roads were busy, with several flickering lights flowing out, and then flowing along different ramps to various parts of the city. Darkness and distance could not limit his spiritual eyes, not to mention that the city was bright. So the people coming and going in a certain street market between the buildings, and the prosperous business, could not escape his eyes. A family of 3 holding a child, listening to the excited words of the young kid, bought one snack after another on the street. A group of good buddies gathered at a roadside stall to drink and brag. In a restaurant with warm lights and a full atmosphere, couples snuggled up to each other. People's entertainment life is more than a little richer than before. And they who are in the new era may feel happy because of this kind of stability. At least on the surface. At least, the happiness on their faces at this moment. It can't be false. At this moment. He suddenly found the answer. And he did it a few years ago, on the night when the war broke out. He made a false promise in front of countless witnesses, saying that he would take the lives of all the civilians who died because of the oranges. Even if the world would eventually judge them, they would perish together and fight to the death. Compared with the prosperity and peace he saw now, he suddenly realized how naive and ridiculous his thoughts were at that time. He was just one of the common people. How could he make decisions for the people of the world and take their lives on his own? Before he made such a ridiculous decision in his heart, did he ask the people of the world if they were willing? Whether they were willing to die innocently because of his decision? Regardless of whether his decision was correct or not, regardless of whether his original intention was noble and selfless, regardless of how much he felt that he was indignant at that moment. But the lives of the people of the world should not be burdened with the cross and thorns of suffering because of his words. If this not even impulsive word came true, he was not doing it for the people of the world as he said. Instead, he betrayed the lives of the world. Because life should never be put on the gambling table by anyone. It should never become a bargaining chip in someone's hand. When he realized this truth that should be easy to understand, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart, as if something had sprouted out of the ground. At the same time, the ascension array stopped on Xingshan Island. And he looked at the world with dim lights in front of him, and gradually calmed down with emotion. The wind brought the whispers of thousands of creatures, turning them into shackles and then into armor for him. All spirits are his constraints. From now on, his heart will be moved by spirits and supervised by spirits at all times. But all spirits are also the source of his strength, because all spirits in the world are behind him. Not protection, not endorsement. Because no one can truly integrate thousands of different wills, thoughts are always shining, and each one is a unique and respectable existence. And his existence is only a proof of the prosperity of creatures and a good remedy for stability and imbalance. Existence is the most fundamental beauty of all spirits. In this imperfect world, there is always a need for newcomers to fight for their only remaining comfort. Therefore, anything that arbitrarily deprives them of the right to exist is his enemy. Someone's applause came from behind him. He turned around and saw the blue-haired young man walking over. Seeing him smile, he said, "Congratulations, you found the answer." Ho Yuhao looked at him and smiled. She bowed slightly to him. "Thank you for your guidance all the time." Tang Liu waved his hand. "I just put you back on the right track and returned the responsibility that should have belonged to you. Without this responsibility, perhaps you can live a more relaxed life, but don't blame me." Ho Yuhao curled his lips. "It's just an inevitable fate. After all, I was born under someone's expectations, right?" Tang Liu smiled and looked at him meaningfully. "Maybe it is really looking forward to that day." Ho Yuhao smiled and said modestly, "I will try my best not to let it down." The joking tone made both of them laugh at the same time. Ho Yuhao thought for a while and said, "Thank you for your help in Kyankan asking Love Valley that year. If it weren't for the experience of killing the god slanderer, he would not have had the subsequent insights, and he would not have been able to smoothly comprehend the power of life and death. It's a small matter, don't worry about it." Tang Liu curled his lips. He couldn't tell Ho Yuhao that he just used his body to do a set of Tai Chi. Ho Yuhao, "So now, Master National Master, can you solve my doubts? Just ask." After getting the affirmation, Ho Yuhao didn't speak immediately. All the thoughts quickly floated through his mind, and finally all froze. After a long while, he sighed softly, and smiled helplessly. "After so long, it seems that there are not many things to ask now." He pondered for a moment, and said, "My mother." Looking at the inquiring and expectant eyes of the person in front of him, Tang Liu couldn't help laughing and said, "I have been living in the Duke's mansion for 10,000 years, and I have taken in all the situations in the mansion. So when Dai Hulbin ordered his people to take action that year, I replaced the pillars and replaced your mother with a puppet." Ho Yuhao's expression was moved for a moment. "So that's why my mother became ill and died later." Tang Liu smiled and nodded, confirming his guess. "Yes, everything is false. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to get the letter of understanding so easily." He spread his hands, revealing a helpless and apologetic smile. Ho Yuhao shook his head. "It doesn't matter. So where is my mother now?" Tang Liu, "My physical condition was not good at that time, and I was unable to bear the life force of your mother. So I used some connections and secretly sent your mother to the God realm? Hou Yuhao was shocked. This can also be done with connections. Tang Liu smiled and blinked at him. I'll tell you in secret, my relationship is also related to you. Hou Yuhao was shocked again. It's also related to me. All of a sudden, his curiosity was aroused. Tang Liu laughed. When you go to the God realm yourself, you will naturally understand who it is. But, he pointed in a certain direction behind him and joked, so have you considered it? Do you want to take him with you? Speaking of this, Hou Yuhao's interest immediately dropped a few points. He snorted, and a moment of dissatisfaction flashed across his face, but he endured it, so he looked like he had a toothache. If it weren't for my mother, he would have gotten it so easily. Tang Liu looked at him with amusement, and then said seriously, in that case, I would like to thank you solemnly on his behalf. As he said that, he was about to bow to Hou Yuhao, and the man was scared and immediately stepped aside. Senior, you can't do that. In response to him was Tang Liu's laughter. I'm just teasing you. I don't bother to care about the affairs of you little guys. Let him deal with his own affairs. Hou Yuhao was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. But as he laughed, he gradually stopped smiling, let out a long sigh, and looked up at the starry sky with a melancholy look. Speaking of which, Master State Master, Tang Liu tilted his head to look at him. The starry sky was reflected in his smart eyes. After going to the God realm, I will have nothing to do with the spirits of this world anymore. You issued the star locking order a few years ago. Once I leave, I will no longer be a person of this world. If that's the case, why should he establish contact with the spirits of the world? Tang Liu smiled and looked up at the starry sky like him. Remember the coronation ceremony 5 years ago? At that time, I said that the star sky island under our feet would be fixed somewhere in the world. Hou Yuhao nodded. Remember. But later, when you were touring with your majesty, you just let Star Sky Island change its position every once in a while, and keep stopping over various cities. Until the most recent time, Star Sky Island returned to Luoxing City. That's right. And I did this because I have been waiting for today to come. Hou Yuhao was stunned and his eyes couldn't help but fall on him. Today? Did you calculate that I would be here today? Tang Liu raised his finger and made a hush sound at him, smiling mysteriously. The secret cannot be revealed. Then he laughed twice and looked at the starry sky again. Hou Yuhao, then in the remaining time, as a citizen of Xingluo, you should listen to the teachings of the national teacher for the last time. Before Hou Yuhao could answer, he saw the young man beside him waving his hand gently. The next second, the sky island under his feet began to tremble slightly, and then it went straight into the sky. The blue state master chuckled, raised his hand and waved it, and a blue light flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the city, mountains, rivers, sea and land under his feet all disappeared. What appeared before his eyes was only a huge planet. This is the location I prepared for Xingshan Island. The blue state master looked at the planet in front of him, and his voice was a little high. I chose this place not to make the people admire me, nor to let the imperial power overlook everything in the world. It's just because Xingluo no longer needs to cast a vigilant eye on the inside, but to pay attention to the threats deeper in this vast universe. Here, there is only Xingshan Island. On Xingshan Island, there is only the palace of Xingluo. I hope that when the threat approaches, the White Tiger dynasty located here will be the outpost of the people and the country, the first line of defense for the people and the country, and the first spear to meet the enemy. I hope that when the people of Douluo Star look up at the star island in the sky, they will not think of the royal family that rules the world, but the figure that will make them feel most at ease and powerful. The blue state master cast a look at him with a solemn expression. The same goes for you, Hou Yuhao. Hou Yuhao could hardly control his nervousness. The state master had already set his sights on the more distant universe. This universe is too vast. Every star you see right now may have the same existence as Douluo Star nearby, with creatures like those on it. And the existence that controls this universe has never limited its vision to the tiny Douluo Star. Its expectations of you are far more profound than you can imagine. Looking at the universe, even the gods in the God realm are just one of the millions of creatures. Since you have seen the current prosperity of Douluo Star and also agree with this prosperous scene that belongs only to creatures, then why are you confused just because of a long journey? He looked at the expression of the blue state master. His strange eyes were full of emotions that he could not understand. And finally, the blue state master smiled. He said, "Comrade, you never left. You are just a spark that flew away to set off another prairie fire, in this empty and thin space. under the stars in the universe, in front of this bright blue Douluo star. His heart was gradually filled with something, and then drove him to show a firm expression. I understand, looking at the master in front of him. His eyes went straight into his eyes. Slowly and calmly. He repeated it again, I understand, until his expression climbed to the same solemnity as the blue state master in front of him. The blue state master nodded to him gently, goodbye. Take care. He also nodded gently, goodbye. Thank you. Then he took a step back, his figure submerged in the silver space channel. The blue state master turned around, with his hands behind his back, looking into the depths of the universe. And above Douluo star, there is the star forest. Hao stepped out of the space gate. Emperor Dawn, here I come. The last chapter of the year before the new year. So belated QWQ, the dog author was sent back home, and then unfortunately he passed away. He has been lying in bed in pain until now and he is not fully recovered. The infection was very inexplicable, and the process of the disease was really uncomfortable, so all the little readers must take protective measures. In any case, being sick is not a good thing. Although it seems a bit too much to say now, if you can avoid it, try not to get it, so I wish you all a happy and auspicious 2023 in advance, good health, viruses retreat, immunity to all poisons, immune system killing, and Omicron can't get close. Normal updates will resume tomorrow, and have a good year. Thank you all for your votes. Thank you for your support. This chapter is about 4,000 words, and the end of Douluo is just short of the final fight between Hao and Tang San. Then we will enter the pre-plot of Douluo, the content of Legend of the God Realm. See you tomorrow and Happy New Year. Chapter 846 Ascension to God. 5 days have passed, and it has been 5 years in the lower world. And we still can't locate the coordinates of Douluo star. Even the power of being a god has been stripped away. We are like trash and living here in a daze. God Realm Committee. The blood-red Shura God King Tang San stood at the first seat, pounding his fists on the table, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth. Why is it such a result? Why did they struggle desperately, but were still defeated by the outsiders in a snap of a finger? Everything is in vain, and they have to face the reality in despair. Not as good as. Not worthy. Not possible. The other 4 god kings were silent. Tang San looked at them with an almost vicious look. What's wrong with you? Why don't you say anything? Are you just going to let it go? The goddess of life sighed softly and said, Ashura God, we are all witnesses of this war. Being able to seal a part of his power is already the limit of what we can do. Yes, I know. Tang San's voice suddenly rose. It is precisely because we have successfully sealed the power of the outsider that we can't give up at this time. We should take this opportunity to return to Douluo star. The god of destruction cast a cold glance at him and interrupted him, obstinate. Even if we seal him, what does it matter? He used only mortal power to make the 5 of us unable to fight back, and even made Douluo star completely disappear under our noses. Last time, he made us lose our power. If he does it again, do you want him to take our lives directly? Although the connection between the God Realm and Douluo star has been severed now, at least we have retained our godhood, and the future foreseen by the God King will never have a chance to happen again. Tang San looked at him and couldn't help laughing. His laughter was a little hysterical. No, you don't understand at all. As long as he is still alive, one day, he will personally kill his way into the God Realm. If he does nothing, he will die in the hands of that outsider sooner or later. If you are such a coward like you, the god of destruction was full of murderous aura. Coward? Look at you now, you are crazy and paranoid, impulsive, noisy, and reckless. Who is the coward? He snorted coldly, and a purple light appeared around his body, faintly revealing a familiar breath of destruction. Feeling this familiar power, the gloomy Tang San was suddenly stunned, and then asked loudly, is this the power of destruction? Why can you still use it? In an instant, he seemed to think of something, and his expression became more sinister. Are you in collusion with that outsider? Stop slandering me. The tone of the god of destruction was slightly sarcastic, and the gaze from under the hood was like looking at a poor creature. You inherited the throne of the God King as a human, and I am the incarnation of destruction. I am destruction. Unless the rules of destruction in this world are directly erased, how can he truly end my authority? Tang San's breathing suddenly became rapid. He slowly looked at the silent goddess of life, and said with some trembling, Goddess, are you the same? The goddess of life looked tired, as if she didn't want to get too entangled, and said lightly, "Since returning to the God realm, my original body, the ancient tree of life, has allowed me to gradually communicate with the power of life again. After some time, I should be able to return to the peak." Then she looked at Tang San, and finally advised, "God of Shiro, although the matter of the outsider is important, now everything has settled, we lost, and he did not succeed. You should let it go as soon as possible and don't let the inner demon bite back." She sighed and stood up from her seat. "That's all I have to say. Sure, God should calm down as soon as possible. The God realm still needs you to take charge of the situation. Destruction, send me back." The god of destruction finally glanced at Tang San coldly, snorted, and walked out of the God realm committee with the goddess of life. Tang San looked at their backs with hatred, his eyes sometimes dazed, and fell into the illusion of the outsider's reckless laughter. Without a doubt, this was another humiliation. He was like a devil in hell, playing with people's hearts, easily provoking jealousy and unwillingness, and reminding them mischievously at all times. Remind yourself that you are always a person. An extremely despicable person. Waves of dizziness suddenly surged into his head, making his eyes black. For a few seconds, his ears seemed to be completely deaf, with only the tinnitus that was so sharp that it was about to drive him crazy echoing. Then the next moment, the sharp tinnitus was replaced by a deafening alarm. He felt confused and didn't know what the sound meant. Until Jidong's voice rang in his ears, "It's Douluo Star. The channel between the God realm and Douluo Star is connected." Jidong and Lai Yan nervously explored with their divine power, and then frowned and exclaimed, "Is this, someone is becoming a god?" Tang San was stunned for a second. What? The dark aura was completely suppressed by the extreme coldness, and as the vertical eye on his forehead gradually closed, it also indicated that the battle had come to an end. Yu Hao looked at the black-haired, golden-eyed man with unstable breath opposite, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Senior Dian." Dian took several deep breaths in succession, and then the soul power running wild in his body returned to stability. He snorted coldly, with a reluctant look on his face, "I didn't expect that in just a few years of not seeing you, you have grown to the point where even I need to look up to you." Yu Hao smiled. "Fortunately, I was guided by the great senior." Dian sighed, eased his expression, and said helplessly, "I know. But what I don't understand is that the last test of your godhood is to defeat the most powerful person in the world to break the shackles of the mortal world. And the number one person in the world is your national teacher, isn't he? Why don't you go find him, but come to trouble me?" Yu Hao's lips curled slightly. "That being said, the national teacher has long been a person who has transcended the rules of this world." He looked past Dian and looked at the center of the star forest below, with some amusement, "Just like the master that you have been protecting, Senior Dian. Otherwise, I would not be facing you now, but Dian's expression changed. "Who told you that, or yourself?" Yu Hao smiled and pointed to his forehead. "I have an eye that watches all living things." Dian's eyes flickered, and he laughed for a long time. "I didn't expect that I still underestimated you and lost to you. It's not unfair." Yu Hao smiled and accepted his praise. Dian snorted, "Then now, you should go to the God realm." Seeing the young man in front of him nod, Dian suddenly smiled and said, "Show me the scenery there." Yu Hao's expression brightened, his eyes complicated. "Okay." Emperor Dian nodded lightly, his expression returned to calm, and he turned and fell into the starred-out great forest. Yu Hao watched him leave, then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sensed the seed in the sea of spirit. The inheritance seed of the gods sprouted at this moment, sending a mysterious signal to the distance. In a trance, he felt as if he had entered a pure white ethereal space. His soul seemed to be leaving his body, and his body became light. Is this the feeling of going to the God realm? But why is it so long? He was a little confused and looked around with his eyes open. Sure enough, he was no longer on Douluo Star, but it was not the space outside the planet. It should be a transit space to the God realm, so why didn't anyone come to pick him up? He drifted here aimlessly for a long time before he suddenly felt his mind move, and intermittent thoughts came from the sea of spirit. Yu Hao, is it you? Is it you? Concentrating his mind and looking inward, he began to try to actively communicate with the thoughts in the seed of the gods, so the next moment, the intermittent voice suddenly became clear. Yu Hao? He opened his eyes and saw the figure of Rong Nianbing in front of him. Rong Nianbing's expression was surprised and happy. "It's you, you succeeded." Then he turned a little worried. But why is it at this time? The God realm is not peaceful now. You have inherited my throne now, and I don't know whether it is good or bad. No problem, Senior, Hou Yuhao just said calmly. I can guess what the current situation of the God realm is, but I need your throne. I need it to reach the God realm to find Wu Tong. Rong Nianbing looked stunned, sighed for a long time, and put on a relieved smile. You are determined. I didn't misjudge you. Then he said seriously, in theory, the connection between the God realm and Douluo star has been cut off. I don't know how you managed to communicate with a God realm, but since you succeeded, perhaps there is a gap in the blockade of Douluo star by the outsider that we don't know about. You inherited my throne, so I can get to you one step ahead before the God realm finds you. But this time interval will not be too long. When the God Kings also find you, they may find a gap in the blockade through you. And this is likely to get you into big trouble. Do you understand? Hou Yuhao nodded gently. I understand. Rong Nianbing sighed lightly. Forget it. No matter what happens in the future, I will entrust my position of God to you first. At least your realm has reached the first level of God, and you can at least have some self-protection power. He raised his hand and summoned 7 swords of different colors, each of which contained a kind of emotional power. The 7-color light fell on Hou Yuhao, and then was absorbed by the 7 souls that appeared behind him. From then on, the 7 souls inherited 7 kinds of emotional power respectively, and Hou Yuhao became a true god of emotions. Hou Yuhao closed his eyes, carefully feeling how the realm of God was different from his previous self, and was also experiencing the strange feelings brought by the 7 kinds of emotional power. Rong Nianbing, get ready, I will take you into the God realm. His body suddenly became light, and he sensed that the surrounding scene had changed again, filled with strange and powerful heaven and earth energy. He opened his eyes, and there was soft golden color everywhere, which was absolutely beautiful and unlike the scenery of the human world. God realm, this is God realm. His mood suddenly became excited. So what about Wu Tong? Where would Wu Tong be now? He hadn't seen her for 5 years, and he didn't know how she was doing in the God realm during these days, whether she had eaten well without him taking care of her sleep and food. The longing that he had hidden deep in his heart for many years, after knowing that he was under the same sky with his lover, could not be contained and spread. He almost immediately turned on the mental detection, trying to find the shadow of his sweetheart as soon as possible. The range of mental detection was no longer the same as before, but it did not help him find the person he was thinking about. Instead, he found a trace of blood red that was approaching rapidly, which was extremely thick and carried a killing intent. He narrowed his eyes and stood there waiting. Is it coming? Come on. Tang Liu, it's so funny, the chicken feather brother who was successfully driven crazy, all flawed, free. Tang San, incompetent rage JPG, 3000 words, it is coming to an end. Thank you to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. Happy New Year 2023 is safe and healthy. Chapter 847, Falling Out. The blood color in the spiritual detection appeared in front of his eyes, and the cold murderous aura was so thick that the detection image began to distort. And its owner was the Shura god he had seen that year. Tang San, the ancestor of the Tang sect, the god king of the God realm, the Shura god, the sea god, the father of his sweetheart. His father-in-law. It was really strange. It was clearly a whole piece of blood red in the spiritual detection, but in the end, only Tang San, who was covered in blood red, appeared in front of him. The surroundings were still the soft and peaceful scene of the God realm. And the man standing opposite at this moment had a blank expression and a slightly depressed look in his eyes, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Hou Yuhao tilted his head and thought that what teacher Zaya and his sister said was right. The son-in-law would not get a good look when he met his father-in-law for the first time. It seemed as if he would be killed in the next second. Oh, no. They first met 5 years ago. At that time, he was still immortal, and the father-in-law didn't even look at him. As he got closer, he heard the indifferent voice of the person on the other side, God of emotions. Hou Yuhao was puzzled for a moment. Did Rong Nianbing not report to the God King when he passed the throne to him? He actually had to let the leader ask now. However, he still bowed in compliance. That's right. Then he heard the person on the other side sneer, I didn't expect Rong Nianbing to give you the throne without saying anything. He took advantage of my busy time to deal with outsiders and snatched people from me. He really has a good plan. It turned out that he really didn't report it. This is really rude. He didn't forget to secretly trick him after resigning and running away. Hou Hao was complaining in his heart, and then he heard the person on the other side say, "But now that you have inherited the throne, I don't care anymore, no matter whether he is qualified to care about it or whether there is any need to care about it, at least it is a good word, and it is a good word from the leader," so he agreed first. Hou Hao was about to bow, but the person on the other side changed the subject. "According to the rules, as a first-level god, you have a high status in the god realm." Hou Hao looked into his eyes, waiting for his next words. Tang San paused and continued, "But the connection between Douluo Star and the god realm has been cut off by the outsider, and 5 years have passed since you went to the lower world. We don't know how you entered the god realm, nor do we know if you are a spy planted by the outsider. So before the god realm committee investigates clearly, you will not have any power in the god realm, and your activities in the god realm will be restricted to your residence. Do you understand?" The tone seemed very polite, but there was no room for negotiation in what he said. He arranged it clearly. Hou Hao thought for a while and said, "Excuse me, is this the decision made after the 5 god kings discussed it together?" Tang San's eyes flashed with cold light. "I am the current controller of the God Realm Center, and I have the right to make decisions in the God Realm Committee." Hou Hao said calmly, "But as far as I know, even if you make the decision, it will take the votes of the other God Kings in the God Realm Committee before the final decision can be made." Tang San said in a deep voice, "Are you questioning me?" But Hou Hao suddenly showed weakness. "This is a matter of great importance. I accept all the arrangements of the God Realm Committee, but," he raised his head and looked straight at Tang San, "I want to see Tang Wutuang first." Tang San sneered, "Impossible," so Hou Hao's expression faded. "Why? You don't even want to meet her?" "Tang San, how dare you bring this up? You already have a wife in the lower realm, but you still want to bully my daughter's enthusiasm and betray her sincerity. How dare you catch up with the God Realm and try to see her now?" Hou Hao retorted, "Senior, I think you got something wrong. I have nothing to do with Zhu Zi, and that child is just a false dream. How can I say that I have let Wutong down? If I have failed you, it is because I was too weak to save her from danger in time, to take her away from your captivity and control, and to save her and keep her in the first place, causing you to treat her like an object and destroy her personality and freedom." Tang San raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, "How dare you?" Hou Hao's face was even more sarcastic. "I respectfully call you senior because you are Wu Tong's biological father and the ancestor of the Tang sect, but if you are such a person who confuses right and wrong, speaks nonsense, and oppresses others with power, then I can only regretfully tell you that I will definitely take Tang Wutong away today. And I don't have to stay in this god realm." Tang San's expression flashed with anger for a moment, but then he suddenly calmed down, with some inexplicable emotions. He asked in a low voice, "Do you mean that you can still leave the god realm and return to Douluo Star?" Hou Hao frowned. Tang San put on a strange smile, "You are indeed a spy sent by the outsiders. Come, take down the god of emotions." As soon as the voice fell, many figures suddenly appeared around. Hou Hao glanced around, and in addition to seeing the 2 god kings of kindness and evil that he had seen a few years ago, there were several people with similar aura fluctuations. They were probably all first-level gods in the god realm. The god of emotions has rebelled and colluded with outsiders. Quickly take him down, remove his divine position, strip him of his divine nature, and thoroughly investigate him. Be sure to find a channel to connect with Douluo Star. If there is resistance," Tang San glanced at Hou Hao lightly and said lightly, "Kill without mercy." The surrounding first-level gods immediately approached. Hou Hao did not dodge, but just looked at Tang San, his eyes fixed. A first-level god first came behind Hou Hao, hesitated for a moment, and raised his hand to grab Hou Hao's shoulder. But he grabbed nothing. The figure of the young man dissipated like a phantom, but before completely disappearing, he smiled at Tang San, as if to say, "So this is your purpose." Tang San's expression changed, and he immediately used the God Realm Central to track, and indeed found the remaining traces. Simulate soul skills, chase. His figure turned into rainbow light, and quickly chased in one direction. Jidong and Lai Yan followed closely behind him, followed by the surrounding first-level gods. At the same time, the deafening alarm sounded throughout the God Realm, and Tang San almost immediately passed a wanted order through the God Realm Central to all the gods in the God Realm. So in a small wooden house somewhere in the God Realm, a pink and blue girl who was chatting and laughing with a beautiful middle-aged woman beside her suddenly changed her expression. After hurriedly saying something to the woman next to her, a pair of beautiful butterfly wings spread out behind her, and her figure turned into a stream of light and flew quickly into the distance. The woman followed out worriedly, standing outside the wooden house and looking in the direction where the girl left. At this time, a man and a woman also walked out of another wooden house next to them. The man was tall and handsome, with blonde hair and double pupils. The woman was slender and light, dressed in black, looking quiet and elegant like a cat. Compared to the woman's nervousness, the expressions of the two men were much calmer. Noticing them, the woman hurriedly saluted and asked, "Two ancestors, so suddenly, what happened?" The blonde man raised his hand and summoned a blue rune. After staring at it quietly, he curled his lips and smiled. "No problem, it's just that the god realm is going to change." The woman paused, her expression was a little hard to describe. "This doesn't sound too easy." The cold-looking woman walked up to her and smiled soothingly. "But, it's a happy thing." The woman was puzzled. According to what the national teacher said, the blonde man laughed loudly. "You and I will witness the birth of the new god. Tomorrow will be the title and content that the author has been looking forward to for a long time. Thank you to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow." Chapter 848 Yu Hao becomes the three pure ones in one breath. Yu Hao tried his best but couldn't escape far. Just 5 seconds later, a golden trident fell from the sky and blocked his way. Then the next second, Tang San, holding the sure sword, appeared behind him. Yu Hao was not surprised by this result. After all, the other party held the God Realm Center and could see the situation of the entire God Realm and appear in various places in the God Realm at any time. No matter how strong his mental power is now, he can't rely on simulated spirit skills to deceive a world. He was just a little curious why the long sword in the other party's hand now seemed to be much dimmer than 5 years ago. Tang San raised his hand and took back the golden trident that fell over there. He looked at Yu Hao, who didn't say a word, and smiled mockingly. "It's useless to run away. I have locked you with a God Realm Center. No matter how good you are at hiding your whereabouts, you will have no way to hide in front of me from now on. So, surrender." At the same time, Jidong and Lai Yan also appeared behind him, looking at Yu Hao silently. Then the other first-level gods also arrived here one after another. "God of emotions, I hope we can still keep the last bit of decency between us." Tang San smiled slightly. "If you cooperate with us, once the facts are clarified, you will still be a first-level god in the God Realm. Otherwise, don't blame me, the law enforcer, for being ruthless and personally judging and convicting you. You who have just ascended to the God Realm don't want to experience the feeling of being deposed and deprived of your godhood, right?" Yu Hao glanced around, and his eyes finally landed on Tang San. With a sigh, he smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, the authority of the Shura God is justice and judgment." He paused, and although his tone was smiling, a hint of sarcasm could still be heard. "But now that your authority has been terminated, how are you going to judge me, and what crime are you going to accuse me of?" The black-haired young man smiled and stood with his hands behind his back. "What crime have I committed?" Tang San showed anger on his face because of what he said just now, and finally he laughed in anger. "Because you colluded with the outsider, and I am still the Azure God King. Isn't this enough?" But Yu Hao just laughed mockingly when he heard it, and shook his head, unwilling to argue with him about this matter anymore. "It seems that we have to come to this step in the end." Tang San's eyes condensed, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the Azure sword in his hand. The pressure of mental power and the extreme coldness have begun to condense around the black-haired young man, and then he is seen slowly raising his hand. His eyes are already shining with golden light. He looked at Tang San. His eyes were radiant, as if he was looking forward to everything that will happen next. "Senior, please forgive me for offending you," Tang San sneered. "Don't overestimate your own abilities." Raising his hand, a sky-blue annihilation divine thunder shot out, and it arrived in front of Yu Hao in almost a blink of an eye. Yu Hao always had a smile on his face, and he also raised his hand and grabbed the blue thunder. A layer of diamond ice crystals had covered his arm at some point, and after his palm came into contact with the blue thunder, the coldness that had been condensed for a long time also broke out at this moment. And in an instant, the blue thunder was frozen into a piece of Cambrian. Yu Hao frowned, and it was obviously not easy to receive it. After all, he was only a first-level god, and there was a considerable gap in the level of divine power with the God King. His current extreme ice has superb low temperature, and no matter how tricky the attack is, it must be stably annihilated under the extreme cold of nearly absolute zero. but the stronger the attack, the more energy it consumes to freeze it. So after that, the octagonal ice source condensed automatically, and quickly absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth elemental power to replenish his consumption. Tang San looked a little surprised, but then he sneered and said, "You are quite good at it." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scene changed abruptly, and countless tall trees rose from the ground, turning into a lush forest in the blink of an eye. The forest was full of oppression, as if all the plants had become his enemies. The myriad things in the blue-silver domain are Tang San's forte. Ho Yuhao's eyes were solemn, but his expression was not obvious. Looking around, the other gods had disappeared, and it seemed that they were isolated outside the domain. He looked at Tang San, who did not move opposite him, and secretly sneered in his heart. It seemed that he wanted to deal with him alone. "The fact that you can take on my sky blue destruction divine thunder proves that you are not useless." Tang San did not know when he retracted the sure sword, and only held the golden Poseidon trident, and slowly walked towards Ho Yuhao step by step. As a first-level god, you are already more powerful than most people in the current god realm. So admit that you colluded with the outsiders. Considering the relationship between you and my daughter, I can give you a lighter sentence. Then cooperate with me, return to Douluo Star, and fight against the outsiders together. He smiled, his face was gentle, but his eyes were full of condescending alms. How? Perhaps he didn't intend to do so on purpose, but he was used to being in a high position, so when facing someone who subconsciously believed that he was not as good as himself, he would naturally show this look. The black-haired young man just sighed. "It's true." Tang San restrained his expression and asked with doubts, "What?" In response to him, the snowflakes suddenly floated in the sky, and the thin ice gradually spread under the feet of the black-haired young man. Then in an instant, the forest was a scene of silver, and then it was covered and frozen by the thin ice spreading under the feet of the young man, and it was easily broken and disappeared. Under Tang San's ugly look, his Senluo Wongxiang was broken. It was suppressed by a stronger domain. No, it was suppressed by an irresistible attribute. All things in the world disappeared, but the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain and the Ice Bear King Blizzard were still raging. In addition to the two of them, all other gods were also included in the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. Even the gods could not stand the cold. Several first-level gods with weak cultivation and suppressed attributes were shivering with cold, and their bodies were covered with a layer of silver frost. The black-haired young man who did all this just stood there with a faint expression, and the ice-white light surged on his body. He smiled and said, "The Tang sect books record that the predecessors once took the 8ns mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, and used the ice and fire spring water to refine their bodies. From then on, their martial souls were invulnerable to water and fire. Indeed, my extreme ice cannot affect the growth of your blue-silver grass. But unfortunately, in the extremely cold ultra-low temperature, they will still be frozen, and under my control, they will become ice cubes that will break at the touch." Tang San's face was gloomy and he said nothing. He could naturally see that although the blue-silver emperor was immune to ice and fire under his training, it still could not get rid of the inherent disadvantages of plants. Not afraid of fire does not mean that it will not evaporate and disappear under ultra-high temperatures. Not afraid of bitter cold does not mean that it can survive below absolute zero. So I'm sorry, my extreme ice seems to naturally restrain your blue-silver emperor. Hearing the mocking words of the black-haired young man, Tang San's expression was icy. He raised his hand and pointed the golden trident. Circles of golden halos flew towards the young man. Ho Yuhao raised his eyebrows slightly, but he did not dodge or evade, allowing the golden halos to circle around him. It was not that he did not want to hide, but the flying speed of the golden halos was too fast, so fast that he could not even activate the instant transfer in time. After being trapped by those golden halos, Ho Yuhao's figure was like being paused, and he could not move at all. Seeing this, Tang San showed a mocking smile again. But soon he frowned again, because the extreme cold around him did not dissipate, and the sky was still snowing. Logically speaking, being controlled by the unstable wind wave, all the soul skills that Ho Yuhao was performing should be interrupted. As soon as he cast a puzzled look at Ho Yuhao, he met the vertical eye on the forehead of the young man, which had opened at some point. Then, the young man's teasing voice sounded directly in his mind. The God Realm's #1 controller, Tang San was startled, and then he saw the young man opposite him, raising his hand and grasping a golden halo. "Sorry," his voice sounded in his ears and in his mind at the same time. The sound of glass breaking rang out, and the young man actually crushed the halo of Wu Dingfenbo directly. Hou Hao looked at these horrified gods, slowly put away his mocking smile, and his expression and eyes became cold. I am also a controlled type soul master. It seems that from now on, the title of God Realm's #1 controller will be handed over to me. Two figures, one white and one green, quickly appeared behind him, and then an icy white halo spread outward at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Wherever it passed, even the soft snowflakes became as sharp as knives. The halo accurately bypassed the three god kings, and when the other first-level gods had no time to react, they were all frozen into ice sculptures. Below absolute zero, no one can move. Hou Hao glanced at them coldly, and then took the initiative to withdraw the snow dance extreme ice region, allowing the warm scenery of the god realm to reappear. However, the extreme coldness around could not be dissipated in a short time. Tang San gritted his teeth fiercely. Dare to resist and injure colleagues, the crime is aggravated. Hou Hao sneered, his expression was indifferent, and his eyes were full of disappointment. His eyes of life have been staring at Tang San, and it was precisely because of the threat detected from that vertical eye that Tang San did not act rashly at the first time. So easily and indiscriminately convicted me of a crime. Is this the god that mortals have admired and worshipped for tens of thousands of years? Even in the secular world, every trial must require evidence. Hou Hao looked at the three god kings in front of him, and his brows were full of disappointment. He looked at Tang San. I respect you as the ancestor of the Tang sect and Wu Tong's father, but you force me every time and use your power to suppress me. You keep saying that the outsiders are evil and slandering me for colluding with the most heinous people. If I hadn't inherited the position of a first-level god, I would have been sentenced to death by you today. Tang San's eyes were red, his breathing was rapid, and he shouted loudly, what do you know? The outsiders have impure intentions and intend to destroy the planet, restart the universe, and kill countless lives. Hou Hao sneered, really? But the outsiders you mentioned forced the war to stop 5 years ago, protected thousands of people, and even blessed the world with their extraordinary appearance, seeking peace and stability for all living beings. And what did you do at that time? You ignored the safety of the Douluo star plane, and the 5 god kings gathered to force a war. You didn't care whether the plane would collapse and cause the lives of the people to be destroyed, and you even tried to attack innocent lives when you were defeated. He laughed, his eyebrows were full of coldness and rebuke. Is this the so-called god? No, it's true. You are still just people, just stronger people. And the bad roots of human nature are infinitely magnified in you, shameful. It's a pity that people in the world once respected you as they respected the heaven and earth, and the parents. But you gods have let down the people of the world. This is a slander on God, and this is the virtuous people selected by the rules of heaven? Ridiculous. Fortunately, the national teacher cut off the connection between the God realm and Douluo star, and cut off the world's faith in you. And now you tell me, you actually want to return to Douluo star? He sneered, dream on. I think you god kings are too comfortable. Tang San was angry. Jidong Lai Yan, he shouted angrily, and instantly summoned the sure sword, raised his hand and slashed at Hou Hao with the strongest sure blood sword. But Jidong and Lai Yan did not attack with him, so in the end, it was still only the sure blood sword that slashed at Hou Hao, not the three realms judgment sword that could kill. Tang San, who attacked furiously, did not take this into consideration for the time being, but his sure blood sword did not fall on Hou Hao's head in the end. Instead, halfway through, it seemed to be suddenly blocked by some extremely strong obstruction, and stopped in mid-air. This accident made him wake up instantly, and when he was surprised, he also recognized the source of the obstruction. It was the god realm under their feet. What? He was exclaiming when he suddenly found that the center of the god realm had separated from him and was flying towards the black-haired young man opposite. He was horrified and raised his hand to grab it. But a faint will swept over him at this moment, and suddenly, he could no longer move. The center of the god realm was bright, and the god realm was also shaking violently at this moment, as if something was about to be born. The surrounding heaven and earth energy suddenly surged like a storm, and the center of the storm was the young man with a jealous look. At a certain moment, the black-haired young man who watched all this happen coldly suddenly said, "The flower is blooming." So he raised his left hand, and a strange flower with slender petals appeared in his palm amidst the surging light. As the flower of the other shore gradually bloomed, a gray light full of life appeared in the pistil, and finally gradually condensed. When the gray light took shape, the mission of the flower of the other shore came to an end. The petals withered and flew away, leaving only the enchanting red light. The gray object was actually a square and simple book. It was constantly emitting a powerful aura. It was no worse than the sure blood sword in front of him. This meant that it was a super artifact that only a god king could possess. The three god kings present were horrified. Hou Yuhao's right hand flashed before his eyes again, and a crystal pen that was so green and dripping was held between his fingers. The aura emanating from it was clearly another super artifact. 2 super artifacts. But how is this possible? So that's it. Gathering the power of all living beings in the world into a pen of death that can easily judge all living beings, this is the power of life turning from bad to good. All things in the world are interdependent and mutually exclusive, and the power of death will eventually turn from bad to good. The final piece of the puzzle, the fruit of the power of death, is the book of life in my hand. Whether I can make this flower of the soul bloom in my heart depends on whether I have the relevant determination and whether I am ready to take on the responsibility that comes with it. Now that the flowers have bloomed, then, the young man who had been muttering to himself suddenly looked up, and the eye of the living being cast a cold glance at the three god kings in front of him. The book of life and the pen of death burst into verdant and gray light respectively. The 2 rays of light shot up into the sky, rendering the sky of the god realm into blue and gray, clearly distinguished. 2 colored clouds were born again, and then the sound of thunder was startled in the clouds. This is the cheer of the god realm, this is the cheer of the rules, this is the cheer of the spirit. It is also the recognition and blessing from the heavenly Dao. And the young man, in the sound of this avenue, closed his eyes, spread his arms and swore, in the name of thousands of avenues, with my body, I will look at the spirits of the world. With my body, I will judge the spirits of the underworld. With my body, I will reborn to the innocent spirits. From now on, all beings are equal, good and evil are distinguished, and there is a way of reincarnation. Until the young man's figure faded and merged into the world. Until only that one lively eye of the living being remained between heaven and earth. From now on, I will exist in the God realm. Let death be more important than your divine bodies to show the truth. Until the young man's emphasis resounded between heaven and earth. Then, after the eyes of that creature indifferently glanced at the God realm, they gradually closed. 3 identical figures appeared in the sky just like this, and accompanied by various strange phenomena, they gradually walked over. 2 figures, one purple and one green, rushed out from the other 2 parts of the God realm, and soon came here, standing next to Jidong and Lai Yan, looking up at the 3 figures in the air, with stunned expressions. Because behind the heads of those 3 people, there were 9 circles of light wheels. In other words, those are 3 God Kings. 3 brand new God Kings. Thanks to the friends who cast the recommendation votes and monthly votes. See you tomorrow. The in the title of this chapter means angry, and Hou Yuhao turned into 3 Doge when he was angry. This chapter has more than 4,000 words, it's almost over. Chapter 849, the new god arrives. The man walking in the middle was Hou Yuhao himself, dressed in blue. On his left was Hou Yuhao, dressed in black and with a playful and frivolous expression. The Hou Yuhao on the right, dressed in white, seemed to be the complete opposite of Hou Yuhao in black. His face was cold and indifferent, as if he had completely abandoned all emotions and desires and was a transcendent god. The original 5 god kings of the god realm looked up, and when their eyes fell on these 3 people, everything seemed to be announced by the way of heaven, and their names of gods naturally emerged in their hearts. Dead spirits, living spirits. Even Hou Yuhao in the middle, when they looked at him, was no longer the god of emotions. Instead, he was the word heart. He flew out of the God realm center and flew straight to the 3 Hou Yuhaos in the air. Hou Yuhao in the middle stretched out his hand, and the God realm center spontaneously fell into his palm. The God realm center behaved like this, and it was impossible for the original 5 God Kings of the God realm not to see what this meant. The sound of the great Dao, the strange phenomena of heaven and earth, and the declaration of the heavenly Dao that naturally appeared in his heart, all proved that the God realm had changed its master. Obviously, compared with the 5 of them, the God realm recognized the 3 newly born God Kings more. Looking at the different expressions of the original 5 God Kings, especially Tang San, who looked ugly as if he had eaten shit, Hou Yuhao pinched the center of the God realm and played with it, and couldn't help but mocking. It seems that even the God realm itself has some complaints about you. Hearing this, Tang San's expression became even uglier. The god of destruction on the side gave him a meaningful look. The other 3 remained silent. A chuckle came from the sky, and then someone was heard to say casually with a smile, "The soul aura of the two of you is a little strange, and it doesn't seem like the native creatures of this universe." The god of death, Hao, spoke jokingly, and his playful eyes looked back and forth at the two of them below. The 9 circles of light behind his head were a gray black, and he was clearly in such a frivolous posture, but he had a completely majestic aura that made people dare not look directly at him. The more guilty one is, the more timid one will feel. The god of living beings, who was completely opposite to him, had a beautiful and noble bluish-white light behind his head, like a piece of top-grade porcelain. Baiyu Hao had a cold face, like a paralyzed face, but his aura was quite peaceful and gentle. At this moment, he also looked at the 5 god kings below, especially Tang San and Jidong, and said 3 words lightly, "Traveler." The biggest secret was revealed so easily. Jidong was shocked, and Tang San was confused and at the same time annoyed why the situation had become like this. It was clear that the bug that he thought he could easily control before, why did it suddenly transform into the 3 new god kings in front of him in the next second? The reincarnation law of this universe was once incomplete, so it gave souls from other realms like you an opportunity. Not only did you reincarnate in another world, but you also took advantage of the loopholes in the rules and fortunately left behind memories of your past lives. Hao looked at Tang San and Jidong, his expression slightly mocking. It is a mistake for souls from different universes to reincarnate in other realms, not to mention that you have not yet cleansed your souls, and you use this to interfere with the direction of the world line of the other world. Tang San looked dissatisfied and retorted, "So what? This matter is not something we can control. Moreover, the probability is so small. Isn't it a blessing from heaven, an increase in luck for us?" Hao sneered, "If you had lived a peaceful life, it would be fine. But it's a pity that you still tried to reach out to places you shouldn't touch, and this is related to the survival of all living beings in the entire universe. But now that the law of reincarnation has been born, the future you are pursuing has been completely annihilated with my arrival." He shrugged, pretending to be regretful. "It's a pity that I am not what you imagined, a good son-in-law who can be manipulated by you. Perhaps you should still call me the name you first sensed me by." Hao laughed with him. Baiyu still looked cold. He smiled and said, "Son of luck." Tang San looked at him, gritting his teeth. Hao didn't care. He looked at the God Realm core in his hand and said to himself, "No need to talk nonsense. Now that I have ascended to godhood, I shall obey the decree of heaven. From now on, the God Realm committee composed of the 5 of you shall be dissolved." Tang San immediately shouted angrily, "Why?" Hao had guessed that he would react like this, so he looked at him provocatively. "Don't want to? Then take the God Realm core back from me, and you can continue to operate your God Realm committee and eat the empty salary. I will not interfere anymore." Tang San was extremely angry and said in shame, "You are just a newborn God King, and you dare to say such arrogant words." Hao smiled and said, "Why not? If you don't believe it, why don't you try your 3 realms judgment sword to see if it can kill me?" He shook the God Realm core in his hand, and the next second, Tang San found that he had restored the connection with the other 5 God Kings, and this was one of the many wonderful uses of the God Realm core. It was also because of the God Realm core that they could use it to complete the 3 realms judgment sword. But Hao had just obtained the God Realm central center, so he could use it so skillfully. "I have given you the authority, you can use it yourself." Hao smiled, and suddenly seemed to think of something, pretending to be enlightened. "I almost forgot that you are essentially human gods. Although you have inherited the throne, you have not inherited the origin of the original gods. Now the authority you hold has been terminated, and you are rejected by the power of rules. You can't use the sword of judgment of the 3 realms for the time being." Tang San looked at him coldly. "Since you know this, you still want to make a bet on this? Isn't it unfair?" However, Hao just spread his hands and smiled. "Don't be impatient, I haven't finished talking yet." Tang San's expression was extremely ugly. "You?" The playful look on Hao's face became more intense, and Baiyu's eyes also carried some sarcasm. They each raised a hand and placed it on Hao's shoulders. Suddenly, it seemed to have aroused some unspeakable resonance. Hao saw a book and a crystal pen appear in his left and right hands respectively. He picked up the pen and turned the page. In an instant, a great divine light appeared from him. He smiled and said, "To show my sincerity and to prevent you from saying that I am bullying, I can give you 30 seconds. In these 30 seconds, your authority will be temporarily restored." It won't take much time to condense the sort of judgment of the three realms and then slash at me, right? So, do you think my sincerity is enough? He picked up the pen of death and wrote something on the book of life. Then, as he laughed, Tang San, Jidong, and Lai Yan below suddenly widened their eyes in shock. Hou Yuhao looked at their reactions and threw the book of life and the pen of death lightly. They turned into light and disappeared silently. He smiled and nodded, and asked, "How is it? Can you feel it now?" The three were silent. Even though the familiar power had returned, they still had no intention of taking action at this moment. But at this moment, the goddess of life, who had been watching, suddenly spoke up, "Sorry, the three of you." Everyone's eyes turned to her. The goddess of life looked up at Bai Yuhao, with a strange color flashing in her eyes. She said, "The authority of the god of life is somewhat similar to mine, and the power of rules that I master prevents me from being his enemy." She looked at Tang San again, and regardless of his increasingly ugly expression, she continued, "So sorry, I will not cooperate with you to complete the sort of judgment of the three realms," and her statement also represented the attitude of the god of destruction. Without the cooperation of the power of life, even if the god of destruction was willing to help, the sword of judgment of the three realms would not be able to take shape due to imbalance. So in the end, only the three of them could use the original version of the sword of judgment of the three realms. They heard a sneer from the sky. Hei Yuhao said playfully, "3 against 3? Very fair." Hou Yuhao also smiled. "Then the three of you, do you want to continue?" Tang San looked indignant. "Is this still necessary? There's no need." Indeed, there's no need at all. The fact that he allowed them to temporarily regain their power has already proved that the three new god kings are no longer on the same level as them. No matter how unwilling they are now, they can only grit their teeth and swallow it. Hou Yuhao sneered and looked at the god realm center in his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a puzzled shout from behind. "Yuhao?" The three identical young men in the air shook at the same time. When they turned around together, they saw the pretty pink and blue person looking up at them below. They saw surprise and confusion on the face of the familiar character, as if he was not sure, and just stared at them in a daze. "Who of you is Yuhao?" Tang Wutong, 3 times the happiness? Hou Yuhao, blushing, daydreaming all day long. Hei Yuhao, smiled evilly, came closer seductively. "So which husband are you going to choose to sleep with you tonight?" Bai Yuhao, still with a paralyzed face, but his ears turned red, and he couldn't help looking at Tang Wutong expectantly. His eyes were bright. Tang Wutong, almost fainted, grinning. "Happiness comes so suddenly that it lets me slow down." Here Tang San, thanks to all the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. Chapter 850 Tang Wutong, 3 wishes, all granted at once. The 3 young men in the sky looked exactly the same, and they were all the ones she was most familiar with. Although their temperaments were different, each of them gave her a very familiar feeling. At this moment, even the perception of percentage martial soul fusion could no longer help her. When she was confused, the blue-clad Hou Yuhao in the middle flew over first, and he was the Hou Yuhao closest to her impression. Wutong indeed, the tone and voice of calling her, the way he looked at her, and all kinds of unintentional micro-expressions were closest to the Hou Yuhao in her mind. But she looked at the other 2 Hou Yuhaos who followed closely, and the familiar feeling of being connected by martial souls still existed, and it didn't seem fake. So she couldn't tell them apart, and her eyes lingered between the 3 Hou Yuhaos. "Yuhao, what's going on?" But Hou Yuhao didn't explain to her, but took her hand with a smile in his eyes and said, "Wutong." Tang Wutong looked at him in confusion. The man in front of her, who she hadn't seen for only 5 days, was more mature than the last time she saw him. Yes, 1 day in the god realm is like 1 year in the mortal world. To her, it was only 5 days. But to Hou Yuhao, it was 5 years. In 5 years, he grew from a 23-year-old to a man who was almost 30. She had long lost all her immaturity as a teenager, and her face had grown up completely, with a sharp jawline and a face as sharp as a knife. But when he looked at her, the pair of ever-shining eyes, the tenderness and love that belonged to her, had not faded with the passage of time, but became even more intense. So intense that she couldn't help but blush. And he said to her with a smile, "I'm here for the appointment." To the appointment. Yes, the agreement they made to each other that day. The man in front of her smiled, and his tone was a little aggrieved. "I'm not late, am I? Do you still like me now?" "Yes," she said at that time, not to let her wait too long. Otherwise, If he gets old, she won't like him anymore. Suddenly, her eyes were red. She chuckled and responded to his passionate gaze with blurred vision, saying, "Idiot." The smile came from the bottom of her heart. "Even if you become an old man, I will always like you." She saw that he also smiled. "Then it's a deal." Hou Yuhao lowered his voice and whispered to her, "From now on, please grow old with me." She was so happy that before he finished speaking, she jumped up slightly and opened her arms to hug the person in front of her. But just as she was about to hang on the person, she suddenly felt her waist tighten, followed by a dizzy feeling. When she came back to her senses, she found that the person in front of her had changed, and she was being held in his arms with one hand, with her two palms supporting his broad chest. Tang Wutong looked up at the angular jaw of the person in front of her, and was a little confused for a while, but it did not prevent her from blushing because of this posture. Hou Yuhao did not need to use his eyes to see, he had already taken in the appearance and reaction of the beauty in his arms. He couldn't help but curl his lips and smile, looking at the other two Yuhaos whose faces were dark, and said provocatively, "Why should I let you hug me first?" Hou Yuhao's head was full of black lines. "That's enough." Bai Yuhao frowned. "Stop it." Hou Yuhao raised his eyebrows provocatively, and took advantage of the situation to hug the girl and turned around, turning his back to the two of them. His broad figure covered the girl tightly, as if he was declaring that he was all his property, completely possessing her, and not sharing any of it with others. Poor Tang Wutong was like a doll being played with casually. She felt dizzy again, and her body was unstable and she subconsciously wanted to grab something. Then she grabbed the person in front of her with one hand on the shoulder, and the other hand grabbed the person's waist. When he touched it, my God, this waist! Then as if his hand was burned, he immediately bounced away and turned to help other places. Then his palm pressed against the stomach of the person in front of him. Again, my God, these abdominal muscles, what a touch! Her body stabilized, her hands stopped grabbing, and she raised her head in shock, bumping into the gaze of the figure above her that seemed to be pressing down on her at any time. She looked at his half-smiley expression, looked at the corners of his eyes raised, and listened to his slightly raised voice, In addition, she was now lying on his arm, and he seemed to be in a posture that would lower his head and give her a deep kiss at any time. Tang Wutong almost died on the spot. "Mom, this person is so poisonous, it's impossible. This person is definitely not her Hou Yuhao, because her Yuhao is not so good. But, it's so exciting." Tang Wutong, who was so embarrassed that her face turned red, didn't have time to think more. She stared at the black Yuhao in front of her with tears in her eyes, and her aura completely suppressed her. Her heart beat so fast that it seemed like it would jump out of her chest in the next second. But when she saw the blood-red light suddenly rising behind her Yuhao from the corner of her eye, the heart that was still beating wildly the moment before suddenly stopped almost at this moment. Hou Yuhao didn't even notice how the person disappeared from his arms. When he turned around in surprise, he only saw the slender back of Hou Yuhao, blocking the sure blood sword that fell from the sky with countless blue-gold beams. The blue, purple and gold butterfly wings were still so beautiful. The girl's long blue hair fluttered behind her like waves. She lowered her delicate eyebrows and raised her palm to pinch. The beam spontaneously entangled the huge sure blood sword until it was crushed alive. Tang San was hit back by this and couldn't help but take a step back. He raised his head and looked at the girl opposite him in surprise. He had never felt so strange to her like this. "Dad," the girl glared at him coldly and said, "It's not a martial ethics to sneak attack at this time," but Tang San just stared at her blankly, looking at the blue-gold halo behind her head. It was not the 5 circles of the second-level god. It was the 7 circles of the first-level god. "When did you?" He couldn't believe it, and his tone was extremely incomprehensible. The butterfly wings behind the girl spread out lightly, and she sat in the void, as if she was sitting on an empty throne. Her long and slender legs were crossed, and she leaned slightly as if she was leaning on the invisible armrest of the chair. When she raised one hand lightly, a butterfly appeared out of thin air in her palm, fluttering its wings and flying. Then she turned her wrist, and the butterfly turned into a stream of light and dissipated. She looked at Tang San and said, "I forgot to tell you that I now have a new name for a god." Her red lips were slightly hooked, and when her chin was raised proudly, her beautiful eyes naturally became a little empty, looking arrogant and beautiful, just like the most beautiful butterfly in the world. Once you meet it, you can never look away. In addition to the butterfly god, you can now also call me Goddess Helena. She leaned forward a little more, and suddenly put on a smile that looked a little playful. Blinking her eyes, she said, "After all, there are more than one twin martial spirits, so it's not strange that I also have a double god position, right?" Tang San looked at her now, and felt like another bad person was standing in front of him. He looked a little ugly. "It seems that your uncle has taught you a lot of things." Tang Wutong pretended to be thoughtful, tapping her chin with her fingertips, and then smiled. "Yes, after all, my uncle is the one who has taken care of me until I became an adult, and he will not seal my memory or split my personality, right?" Tang San's face darkened. "I did that for your own good," even though she had heard it more than once. When Tang Wutong heard this, a deep sense of loss flashed in her eyes. But she concealed it very well, and the smile on her face remained the same. "Really?" However, the hand at her side couldn't help but clenched into a fist. But the next second, her clenched whole body fell into another warmer and wider palm. She tilted her head and saw Bai Hao with an indifferent expression. And when this guy looked at her, his eyes, which seemed to have no emotion at all, were sparkling, as if he saw the only light in his life. So the next moment, she loosened her clenched fist and held his palm instead. Interlocked fingers. Bai Hao's expression was still cold. But she keenly discovered that the tip of his ears had quietly turned red. Not only him, but Hu Hao and Hu Hao also stepped forward at this moment and stood in front of her. She sat on the throne of nothingness, and already had a knight who was willing to go through fire and water for her. At this moment, she suddenly had endless courage in her heart. Looking at the man opposite her, who was her father, she couldn't help but want to yell, "Do you want this good thing?" But looking at his father, he couldn't help but soften his heart in the end. He said, "Dad, I'm grown up," but he was also tired. Tired of listening, tired of talking, tired of defending. "So, stop being so self-righteous, okay? You should have been a beacon when I was lost, just to point the way for me. You should not be a wave that forces me to go with the flow, and force me to sail to scenery I don't like. The ship has its own helmsman and its own engine. The ocean is so big, and the sky is so vast. I also have places I want to go and scenery I like. I hope you will be a gust of sea breeze, pushing me to the place I choose." Hu Hao, an all-around male mother, is proficient in housework, cooking, and fighting. Hu Hao, a bad and seductive black-bellied overlord. "What, you occasionally want to try and earn an imprisonment? Haha, it's not impossible." Bai Hao, a cold, expressionless and ruthless handsome guy who seems to be abstinent, but is actually a gentle, attentive and innocent little virgin milk dog, wolf dog skin doge limited to the bed. Tang Wutong. 3 wishes, satisfied at once. I married 3 men at the same time, but did not get a certificate. Am I breaking the law? No, I'm just immoral. But as long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Wipes saliva and rushes to the 3 Haos. "My handsome men, here I come." Thank you to everyone who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.